Everyone, and welcome to season 10 of MCSR Ranked Playoffs. Super excited to be here. It is me, Crayway, and I'm here with a new commentator, Rosebeams. Welcome to the broadcast. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm so excited. We're going to see some really, really awesome Minecraft play today, and I'm just really happy to be here.
I'm super excited to have you here. It's going to be awesome. We're going to have Nerdy and Parker doing the second two games today, but me and Rose are going to be taking care of the first half. And the first game we have today is going to be Silver versus Hacks. Rose, Hacks, two-time defending champion. Two-time defending champion in ranked playoffs. The only person to go back to back against Silver, who won the first season of ranked playoffs, has been a consistent playoffs performer. Has to be one of the best matchups we have here on day one.
Absolutely. I think it's a perfect match to start with. I mean, you've got first ever playoffs winner, as you said, versus current reigning champion. Obviously, a little bit of pressure potentially for Hacks. He's going in as the first back to back winner, but also there's so much hype around him at the moment. There's so many people believing that he's going to make it three in a row. But I feel like we can't count out Silver. He's such an incredibly consistent player, really, really strong player. He's been around for a very long time. So I feel like we can't count him out either. And we've not seen these two play very much either. So I'm really, really excited to see them.
That's a great point. I mean, this is something that I was thinking about, kind of looking forward into next round. Actually, let's take a look at the bracket because we have so many games to talk about and go through today that are going to be really exciting. So we could see here, Silver Hacks is the first game today. Then the second game today, we've had a bit of a schedule change last minute. Originally, it was going to be Feinberg and Loki, but that's been moved around to be Blaze Mine and Big Big Mungie. So the two Australians are going to be going at it, which is going to be exciting. After that, we'll have, I believe, going to double check this really quickly. It is RAL NHB as the third game, and then EDCR Ulsahin will be our last game today. So back to your point about them like never playing each other. I was kind of looking at this because we can see Infume HDMI is the other match in that kind of four stack going into the quarterfinals. I was thinking Infume and Hacks, like they've never really played each other due to time zones, but Silver's the same time zone as Infume. I mean, it's 8 a.m. for Silver. It's like 4 p.m. for Hacks. So they really never play. I'm really excited to see kind of their play styles actually come together in ranked playoffs finally, because I don't think they've ever played either. So really exciting to see two players who have so much history actually go play in the round of 16 here when they never play each other on the ladder.
Yeah, I mean, I think the last time I was looking at this yesterday, the last time they played each other on the ladder was in season 6, and they played one match against each other. So that was like a year and a half ago.
Wow.
Yeah, so we're just it's just a matchup we never get to see. And that this is our first game of the day is going to be really good, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it's super exciting. It does always stink. I mean, I think this is just part of the, MCSR community as a whole, not even just ranked, but it's so hard to just say goodbye to people. Like the fact that we have to say goodbye to either Silver or Hacks on day one here, that round one, game one is actually crazy because they're both so talented. I mean, it is an 8-9 matchup, and it is always a little bit tough for whoever is in that eight spot because you don't really get to pick who your opponent is with how we do it. So Silver was kind of just left with Hacks on a platter, which is not exactly what you'd love in the 8-9 matchup, but Silver, along with Dougal and a bunch of people, but mainly Silver and Dougal have been practicing a ton leading up into this tournament. I feel like Silver going into this matchup is probably as prepared as he can be going against a player of Hax's caliber.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I was watching, tuning into his stream a little bit yesterday, and him and Duke have just been like grinding nonstop. And I think what is really, I think, special about Silver is like he is like so creative and so smart, and he thinks about the game like in so much detail compared to like other players. I feel like he is very, very technical. I feel like he's always kind of like unpicking every like fine aspect of his gameplay. Whereas like Hax is just like a speed demon, mechanical demon, but like Silver just thinks about the game, I think, in a completely different way.
That's a great point. I mean, one of the reasons that I have always been a huge fan of Silver is because of the way he approaches the game. He takes it super, super seriously, really dedicated to his practice. And that's not to say that, I mean, everyone to get to this point is super dedicated to their practice. But I think what Silver relies on the most to get to this high, high, high level is his understanding of the game, his knowledge of the game, and his approach is a huge aspect of that. Meanwhile, Hacks, as well as taking it super seriously, like practiced a ton. I mean, practiced for hours today leading up to the tournament. His top speed is really what put him on the map originally. Like I remember going back to season 3, 4, 5. Like he's always been around as this just mechanical, absolute warlord, one of, if not the best mechanical player that we have to offer in the community. And what's allowed him to be so consistent recently is just the continuation of his practice, just getting more consistent over time has been so impressive to see. And that's why he's our reigning back to back champion, looking to make it a three-peat, which is insane.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's as you were saying, like that consistency, it's kind of it's scary because he's so fast and you'll just be watching him play and he just finds time. And he just through his skills, his decision making. But again, like I think it's a lot of pressure coming in. You know you've got the spotlight on you, you know you've just won the last two playoffs in a row. So you've got to think kind of, you know, ignoring all of that, just focusing on yourself and trying not to kind of let the pressure get to you.
No, that's a great point. I mean, it's super hard when you have expectations like that. I mean, for anyone, I know there's a bunch of people in this playoffs with expectations, and this is also just one of the most stacked playoffs we've ever had. I mean, we always kind of say that, but that's because this community is just ever growing. So every season it's just like, oh, well, here's a new person who's ridiculously good that's now in the mix, and it's just absolutely crazy. But these two people have been around forever. I don't know if we're ready to go to the player spotlight, but I'd love to see a little bit more about these two players, see what we have to offer. And here we go. Also, as we're kind of going through this, as I'm sure a lot of you can see, huge shout out to Budgie on all the new revamped graphics we have this season. Really, really cool. And we can see here, Rose, Silver versus Hacks, the 8-9 matchup. What is the first thing that stands out to you here?
Um, I mean, it's gotta be the two-time playoffs winner. I mean, you
Yeah.
just and, 7 times playoffs top 3. It's just it's kind of scary stats to have, going back to you, but, kind of in terms of, like, average time, rank time, not too much of a difference between them. But yeah, I feel like Hax's achievements list is a little bit more kind of scary.
Yeah, it is. And I think the thing with Hacks' achievements is they're a lot more recent. It's the two-time playoff season 8 and 9. It's the AK NRI, which was like 5-ish months ago, I think, for me. 7-time playoff top 3, by the way, is absolutely disgusting. Like, that is just a ridiculous stat. There's been 9 of these ever played so far, and in 7 of the 9, he's finished top 3. Like, that is unconscionable consistency from Hacks. And of course, he had a 67% win rate last season, Rose. He's got a 67% win rate this season as well. You have to think at some point he's doing it on purpose, honestly. Like, you have to
I
think that there's gotta be
Yeah.
something. He's doing it on purpose.
Yeah, absolutely. I think so. I mean, it's the funny number. You've gotta make it happen.
No, absolutely. I know before we went live, Fulham was really happy with both of us actually making 6-7 jokes, so I'm glad that Hax does it as well on the broadcast for us. Silver, though, no slouch at all.
Yeah.
Playoff season 1 winner. I like also I didn't actually realize this because this is a new stat for Silver. Midoff's 2 winner. Obviously, Silver was not playing in Midoff. Silver is not mid. He's not mid. He was coaching to win that, which is incredibly impressive. And I think it speaks to Rose what we're talking about. It's not Silver is not someone who's relying on his mechanics. And that's not to say that he doesn't have unreal top speed. I mean, their best rank time is so similar, but Silver is such a mental player, thinks so critically about the game. I honestly think Silver has an argument. I mean, this isn't a coaching tournament, but he definitely has an argument for being the best MCSR coach out there when push comes to shove.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's one thing to be a really good player, but to be able to coach someone else to be a good player, it takes a lot because I feel like it's the hardest thing to be able to explain something to someone else for the first time. And you have to really understand something to be able to teach it to someone. And I think it's just really good kind of backing to our point that we've been making. He just knows the game so well.
Absolutely. And Rose, do you know who Silver beat, who was the coach in the grand finals of that mid-offs too?
I don't. Was it
It was
hacks?
Hacks. It was
It was
Hacks. Yes,
hacks.
it was Hacks. So there's a little bit of beef, a little bit of drama potentially happening here. Maybe we'll see some beef happening. It's interesting. It is actually quite funny. I didn't realize that that was actually the case until we got going here. But yeah, I mean Silver stats as well. Really, really impressive. Both peaking around 2600 elo. But we're getting close to the match here, Rose. Let's see if we're ready to see what the seed picks are looking like here. I know that this season, something we didn't really touch on yet, we are changing up how we're doing the seed picks for the players. So in previous seasons, we had some like picks bans right off the jump. But this season, we're going to what we did at the MCSR Ranked LAN, which happened a couple weeks ago. And basically, what that entails, and I'm going to just read directly off of the announcement that Oliver gave to the players because I don't want to be wrong. I think that would be quite bad. So let me find that really quickly. But the idea, roughly, is that there are no more immediate pick bans at the start of the seed. Where is this channel? Bracket info. Amazing. The way that it works, there's no seed type bans. The top seeded player, which in this case is silver, is going to choose the first seed type. After that first seed, the loser of each seed picks the next seed type. So let's say silver wins this first seed, he picks temple. Hax now gets to pick the next seed. You may not pick the last seed type played or any seed type you, aka the player picking, has one on. So let's say again in this example, silver picked temple, silver wins. Hax picks ruined portal, Hax wins. Silver cannot pick ruined portal because Hax just picked it, or temple because Hax or because silver already won on temple. So that's all we need to know. So this allows for players to basically pick a little bit more strategically was the idea. And the reason we're swapping to this is because people at the LAN, which Silver was actually one of them, really liked this format. They thought that it was better. It was almost basically like unanimously liked by all the players. So it might take a little bit of time adjusting on the broadcast to get used to slash remember. But I think overall this is going to be good for the players. So I've never picked a seed rose. You also have not played in ranked playoffs. Neither of us have seen what it's like to pick in a ranked playoffs. But if the players are happy, I'm happy. Sounds good to me.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if it's good to change things up, and if they all seem to love this new system, then I think that's obviously the best thing to do, really.
Yeah, absolutely. We will be having those seed picks momentarily. Oh, we have it now. Oh, look at
Ooh.
this. Whoa, fancy. We have some village action for seed one. Rose, what do the people have to watch out for if we're getting a village seed for the first seed today?
Village seeds are really interesting because it's all about finding the best line. You want to get into the nether as quickly as possible, but I feel like with a village, there's a lot of extra factors because first you've got to find your blacksmith. You've got to see how much iron you have. You've got to make the decision if you're going to find the iron golem. You've got to make sure that you get food. You've got to make sure that you grab beds, and then you've got to find a lava pool and you've got to find gravel. I think it's one of the overworlds that kind of gives the opportunity for the most variation, but also for the most mistakes. Because if you make one wrong decision in the line that you decide to take, then you can be losing a lot of time to your opponent.
Yeah, absolutely. I think out of the 5 seed types that we have, obviously the 2 ocean ones and then room portal temple village. I think village is the one where there's so much micro play that hasn't fully been explored. Like for something, for example, like buried treasure, you're grabbing the buried treasure, you're getting some blocks with TNT or shears, you're going to the ravine. But village, there's so much interesting linear decision making that you can make with when do I get food? When am I going to the blacksmith? How many beds am I getting? There's so much variance to that, and finding the most linear line to get through all of that is really, really important. So I actually really like this seed pick from Silver here. I think at a lower level, people really like Village because like it's like, oh, I get a bunch of food. It's really consistent, blah, blah, blah. But at a high, high level, which we're gonna absolutely see with these two players, there's so much micro. And I'm really excited to see why Silver picked this. I'm curious. There's also obviously the different village types, right? So we could have plains, desert, et cetera, et cetera. So excited to see what village we're going to get because that could also be a huge deciding factor in how these runners route their overworlds.
Yeah, especially if we see a not desert temple, desert village. Obviously, you are looking at less trees. It's a lot harder to find wood. You have to sometimes make the decision if the trees are far. Are you going to risk going for those trees, or are you going to, try and get less wood? Finding flint can be a little bit harder as well. Do you go for a wood light? It's all these little things that you kind of have to keep in mind.
Yeah, absolutely. I was liking on that graph. I guess we're gonna see. I'm seeing like all of these for not the first time, but like I'm seeing them put together for the first time. So like when we were going through all these graphics, it's like, oh yeah, the video is gonna play and it's gonna look cool. It actually came out really good. Shout out Budgie, especially for doing it on especially short notice. We need a little bit of stall here to get ready, getting everything sorted, making sure the runners are all good to go here. But Hacks Rose has maybe the most historic village seed in the history of playoffs. We can get some wacky stuff. I don't know if we're gonna get something wacky on the first seed of season 10 playoffs, but I don't know. Do you think we're gonna see a Toolsmith in the first seed of season 10 playoffs? It's probably like a 3% chance.
I think it's a very low chance, but I think it would be a great start to the season to have like a toolsmith. I mean, we had the snowy village last season, which is also like a village you don't see very often.
Yeah,
It's if you're not familiar with it, you don't know where which houses have got what in them. But I feel like it would be nice to see a toolsmith, but it's unlikely. But I'm
it's
holding out
very
hope.
unlikely. I would be so happy if there was even like a snow village. Like I don't know which is rare in the filter, but like I just love. I mean, I guess this is also just kind of like my mo of like watching these runners. I like to see them be human a little bit. I like to see them like especially hacks because hacks is such a robot in playoffs. Has some of the fastest times ever seen. Obviously the back to back thing, back to back winner, and sometimes they can look so untouchable. You know what I mean? It's like, "Oh my god, how can I as a player ever get to the level of Hacks or Silver or Loki or Dugal or whoever's playing in this tournament?" It's so hard to remember like, "Wait, they also at one point had to do all this stuff to get here." And there's times where when you get to as good as they are, some things are going to get left in the cracks. Sometimes maybe you're going to forget what a desert toolsmith looks like. Sometimes you're going to forget which houses in a snowy village actually have food that I can grab. So I'm always a fan of stuff like that, but also it's day one, it's match one. Let's set the stage with a really nice, clean game to start. Least deaths. I don't care if there's like silliness, just no deaths. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Want it to be as kind of close a matchup as it can be. We want to see both these players at their absolute best, and we want to, really see them going down to the wire. I'm hoping to see all 5 games being played as well for this
I
matchup.
would I would absolutely love to see 5 games getting played. Now, the other thing to consider as well in this matchup, as we mentioned, for Silver, it is currently 8:34 in the morning for Silver. For Hacks, it is currently 4:34 p.m. And Silver is gonna get better the longer we wait, and Hacks, it's not gonna get worse, but he's gonna be maybe a little tired, maybe getting a little kind of out of it. He's been up for a while, blah blah blah, maybe getting hungry. Silver, the more time that goes for Silver, it's something to watch out for because you never know. You never know and stuff like this. It's something to keep an eye out for, especially because again, as we mentioned at the start, Rose, they never play each other. It's not like one of them is gonna be like, oh, when I play hacks, he doesn't do this thing. Like they really don't have any metric for what the other players like to do when they go against each other.
Yeah, absolutely. For players that we see that are constantly facing off against each other, you start to learn their play styles. But unless Silver and Hax have been watching each other play, or watching each other stream, they're not going to know those little details. They're not going to know that he likes to take this kind of riskier decision. He's going to maybe take this terrain. He's going to maybe try and do this. I think he's maybe going to try and leave the bastion slightly earlier. You know, you don't have that extra kind of almost like metagaming, so it's very much, a blank canvas for both of them in terms of what is the other player going to do.
Absolutely. As we've said, we're going to get into the first game here momentarily. We're going to figure out what's going on here, but we are just waiting for a little bit more stall for the runners or production or refs or whatever we need to do. A lot of moving pieces to make something like this happen. We appreciate the patience. We'll get going soon. Trust us. No one wants to get going more than us. And we will start momentarily. Trying to think of any good stall stuff because you mentioned to me specifically that you have some stories, and I don't know if we want to. I don't know if we want to get those right out of the way immediately. Would you like to tell one of your 2 stall stories while we're
Yeah.
waiting here for the audience?
Okay, so I can tell you the amazing thing that happened to me yesterday when I got home from work. So I got home from work. I was like so excited because I was like, right, it's time to go. It's Friday. I can play Minecraft with my friends. We've been planning
Yes.
to do this fun, like, survival. We were gonna dig a giant hole. That was like the plan. We were gonna just chill. And then I'm like putting my stuff away in the kitchen, and then in the corner of my eye, I just see all this like weird little movement. And I'm like, wow, what is that? And then it's ants. And I'm like, oh my God, why are there loads of ants on my kitchen cupboard? And then I turn around and I have never seen more ants in my life. Like they are all the way up the kitchen door. They're like all the way along the carpet. They're like all up and around the stairs. And I'm like, where have they come from? What is happening? And like I'm by myself. And I'm like, I like what do you do in that situation? Has anyone ever prepared you for what you do when there's like hundreds of ants in your house? So I did, I think, what any smart adult would do, and I immediately called my mum. for advice. She didn't believe me. She kind of didn't realize the gravity of the situation of like how many ants there were. And I spent an hour and a half getting rid of these ants, and they were like in the cupboards, like behind the door. Like they don't like peppermint. I sprayed peppermint like everywhere, so like the whole house just smells like peppermint now, and we don't actually know where they came in from, so they could come back. So I'm kind of every time I go into a room now, I'm a little bit on edge of
That's
ants.
actually I didn't realize you didn't know where they came from, because like, you
Yeah.
kinda it seemed like you stopped the problem fully, but if you don't know where they came from, that's terrifying.
Yeah, they could come back. Like we think they came from like the stairs, but like the stairs are inside. So it's like they come from like under the house? We don't know. So I'm kind of on edge of like, are they gonna come back for me? Because they might come back for revenge. Because it
That
was
is that is
yeah.
terrifying. Hopefully, it does not happen during the broadcast. That would be
No.
not fun. Were they, like, near your setup at all? Or, like, do we need to, like,
No.
watch out for, like, we're commentating, like, a 0 cycle, and then all of a sudden, like, ants just start going up your microphone? Because that would not be ideal.
Yeah, I genuinely don't know what I do in that situation. Luckily, the ants were downstairs and I'm upstairs. So
Oh, okay, that's W.
unless
That's
unless they
clutch.
start climbing up the stairs or they come in through the window, I should be okay.
Okay,
But, you never know. They
that's
could
good.
still be around. Yeah.
I was just thinking, this is a horrible thought, but, like, your house is kinda like the Bastion, and the ants are the piglins, and they're, like, routing the Bastion to figure out where the gold blocks are, AKA the food,
Yeah,
and
and they did go
they
for the
they
honey.
found it, they found it.
Yeah, the honey was
They
gold as well. So maybe
they
I like this analogy. I think it,
That's
it
good.
works. It works. For
Listen, you guys
sure.
can say mute all you want, but would you rather be on a starting soon screen? Would you rather be on a starting soon screen? We're gonna start soon. We're trying to stall for some time. We're a lovely community. We can all bond together. It's totally chill. And I just got a message from Oliver that says, "Okay, let's get the players in the room and start ASAP." So guess what? You won't have to listen to us yap about ants or whatever else for much longer. But if you're not nice and we have to stall again, well, guess what? I know Rose has another story and it's worse than ants.
It
So
is.
you better call yourselves lucky right now. Okay? You better call yourselves lucky. So watch out.
Yeah.
Anyway, Silver Hacks, do you have a prediction before we get into this game? Because I made a prediction yesterday and I don't remember what it was.
Um, I don't remember what my prediction was. No, I think it's gonna be hacks, and I think it's gonna be 3-2 to hacks. I think it's gonna be very close.
3-2 hacks. That is a good prediction. I think mine was probably similar. Actually, someone sent me my predictions. I think I said 3-2 or 3-1 hacks. I said 3-1 hacks. I
Yeah.
thought, though, when I did my prediction, I thought the time zone would be like a crazy nerf. I thought Silver would be up at like 8 a.m., like starting right away. But like Silver's had a lot of time to warm up now. So maybe I could switch my pred to 3-2, but I'm not going to be that guy. I'm going to stick to 3-1. It's just so
Okay.
hard to go against Hacks. Like Silver is such a phenomenal player. It's a tough draw in round one, and Hacks is going to start his march here very soon to not only be the first person to ever repeat as champion, but to potentially be the first person to ever win 3 in a row. Which is just saying that out loud is just absolutely absurd.
Yeah, and especially in something like MCSR in ranked, anyone has the potential to win, and so for hacks to be able to do it back to back, and that we are so kind of confident in saying that like it's very possible for him to do it 3 times in a row, is a big thing.
And here we go, the first match of season 10 playoffs. Hacks versus Silver. It's a village seed. For a second, I got baited because of the ruin portal in the background, but that's just because of the fastest seed currently. So that's completely fine. It's gonna be C type village. The good luck's coming out. We're gonna see here. What type of village is it?
Oh, Desert
Actually,
Village?
it's got to be
I
desert, right? I
Yeah, I
think
think so.
desert.
Can't
Oh yes, I see the
Yes, it
village
is.
there.
Okay.
Very nice. So they're gonna have the blacksmith. The river's right there. Like that both players have grabbed exactly 2 logs, and there's the blacksmith all the way on the other side of the village, so they're gonna be able to see their routing here, pretty nicely, and it looks like actually Rose 2 blacksmiths at least in
2
this village.
blacksmiths. Yeah, which is good.
Whoa.
I mean, very nice first blacksmith. 3 diamonds as well, and an iron pick. Is it even worth checking the second blacksmith here?
That's
Are you
always
sure?
something I think about because sometimes these can be like, kinda baits because the ranked filter only filters for 1 good blacksmith, but because Silver and, Well, actually, Hax hasn't yet, but I'm assuming he's going to go there. But Silver checking
Yeah.
both quicker, going to get the diamond shovel as well. And they can technically complete a portal with these 6 obsidian and the 2 lava in each blacksmith, but that's pretty awkward. They're not, like, super close to each other. They're gonna probably wanna prefer finding a lava pool first, but I'm honestly not sure what these runners are gonna do here. It is a little bit awkward because we just haven't seen the lava pool yet.
Yeah, and, trees are kind of far. I mean, Hack's is able to get this, short little tree here, but, you know, if we've not seen a lava pool, you're kind of gonna be thinking, what is the best option?
Yeah, I also like that Silver seems to have made shears and Hacks didn't, so it's gonna get a little bit more blocks here off of this tree. Obviously not a ton, only 30 leaves, but that is still significant, especially when Hacks has basically 0 for that, and Hacks does find a lava pool, so I'm assuming maybe it's just hard for us to see on our screen. It looks like Silver's beelining for this as well. Both players were able to see a lava pool. Hacks is gonna be the first person in the nether here, but definitely less materials.
Yes, and, little bit of a kind of slower portal build, but first one into the nether, but Silver is very, very close behind.
Yeah, absolutely. Crimson Forest, which is really nice for hacks here. Not going to get punished too hard for low wood or anything like that. Same thing for Silver. Going to be able to get more blocks here as well. Silver will probably have to get some for wood. I'm not exactly sure how much wood he has. Maybe he's just going to send it. Looks like he is. And it's a Stables Bastion. Thought it was housing for a second, but it is
Yeah,
Stables. It's triple, triple rows.
triple, triple.
What a start to rank playoff season 10. Both these runners got to be happy.
Yeah, I mean, what more can you want? You've got plenty of gold blocks and easy access. Don't need to worry about heading down to the gap. Trades should be fairly solid. I mean, Silver's already got an extra gold block in that chest. Very, very fast route as well. Very linear, and you can just get out straight away.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like both runners starting their route from the same spot. Hacks again, maybe 5 or 10 seconds ahead at the moment. Going to be starting to get to this middle triple, mining to the third one. It's probably going to set up the trading hole. Yes, in this middle one, going to be overlapping, getting the piglins in here with mining this second amount of gold. Silver going to be doing something pretty similar and something to be careful of, Rose, as they throw some distraction gold going throughout. Notice how Silver is using gilded blackstone, so he'll lose less trades going through this, which if these runners end up losing like an obsidian or a pearl trade or anything like that, something to keep an eye out for.
Definitely. It's really, really smart, kind of, again, micro move there, maximizing the amount of trades that you're getting because you don't want to have to be running back trying to find one obsidian that's been dropped way at the start of your route.
Yeah, absolutely. Also nice that they have the diamond pickaxes here. So they could probably leave on 19. Usually the vibe that I get from runners is, oh my God, the
Oh my
obsidian
God.
chest for hacks, 39 obsidian in his inventory. So I don't think that's going to be a problem for them, actually. I think they're going to be
Yeah.
quite okay. Pearls look good as well. I mean, Hacks hasn't even crafted his bread yet. Still has hay bales in his inventory, but I mean, Hacks showing his top speed
And
here. But
Silver's
Silver
out.
also out. Yeah. My goodness.
I mean, didn't even hesitate. Oh my gosh, I can't even speak. I'm just so excited. But no, Hax is out as well now. I mean, Fort, Silver's already there. Hax sees the fort on his screen. Very, very close.
I actually have no idea how Silver made up time on this. I mean, Hax was starting the trades 10 seconds earlier, maybe made the call to check less chess at the top. I'm not exactly sure, but playing really aggressively, both runners are. I mean, look at their health rows. Both 3 hearts clearing out the spawn are really, really low. Hax still does have more food. The 2 bread is misleading, has hay bales in his inventory, but this is pretty close right now. It's gonna be important to see if any runners miss any blaze cycles, but it looks like they're very clear on clearing the fire.
Yeah, focusing on getting that platform cleared and made as quickly as possible, prioritizing that over the food, knowing that they're both so close to each other as well.
Yeah, absolutely. No rods yet. Other thing to watch out for is Hax has the sword, Silver does not. Also, Stone Axe versus Iron Axe. So significantly slower blaze kills right now for Silver, but it's not going to matter too much yet. Really, the only time that'll super come into play is towards the end of the split when they're trying to leave. But something to watch out for as of now because it also slows Silver down in clearing the fire just slightly.
Yeah, absolutely. And also just looking at Hax's screen as he was crafting there, low explosives, only 3 beds, 2 anchors from their trades, obviously leaving fairly quickly. So depending on what their enter into the end is gonna be like, could make things a little bit trickier.
It's a great point. Gonna be keen to see what the tower is gonna be, because if they have to do something like universal side setup or just side setup in general, it could be a little bit awkward with the low explosives. Both runners, I mean, they are identical pace right now. Both have the same blaze cycle when they re-enter the nether here. That is absolutely crazy. But again, the rods are just not dropping. They're
Really,
so
really
slow.
slowing the pace down. Yeah.
Up to
Hacks
5, I
going
think,
for a
now for
pearl hang.
silver.
Yeah. 5 for Hacks as well, just needs one more rod.
Maybe close here. One
Y
more for both. Both have their pearl hang set up. And Silver gets this one cycle first. The blaze doesn't drop. And this is exactly where the iron sword could come into play a little bit. Hacks could get a little bit of time back here. Accidentally tool screens. But it's going to be okay. And none of the blazes drop. But Silver has a stray. And this stray could drop. He only needs the one. And it does. And
and
he's
he
out.
gets it. Yep. That stray could be making all the difference for Silver now. I mean, Hacks just gets his next, cycle now. Low health for Silver as well, purling, but Hacks is out as well.
The stronghold seemed decently far. 192 on Silver's Ninja Brain bot. So the Pearline is definitely going to be necessary here. Both runners, same exact amount of bread, nearly identical health, and Silver's here. So whatever terrain Silver took, much better than Hacks.
Much cleaner, much quicker.
And it's actually different strongholds, because Hacks looks nowhere like where Silver was. I thought they were playing literally the same spawner, but I mean,
I
maybe not at
yeah,
all. That's
I mean, yeah.
crazy.
And Hacks with I mean, if Silver finds the portal room is a 4-eye, and Hacks, digging down had to dig through lava as well.
I cannot believe that was different strongholds. I fully
Yeah.
thought the entire time they were just, I never for a second thought they were at different spawners. It looked so identical. Silver gonna be able to get to 99 here. Gonna go for the multi-block setup. Has the explosives, but as you mentioned, not maybe a crazy amount, but what an incredible first
Wow.
double bed there. This bed's gonna do a lot of damage. Has to hit these two anchors. Looking pretty good. Really nice fourth explosive, and the fifth explosive will do it. Silver taking the first seed on Hacks. A really close game up until the stronghold, and it just looked like, I guess Silver just had the better measurement to the better stronghold. Like, I cannot believe they went to
Yeah.
different strongholds here.
It looked like they were in exactly the same place, and just such a much easier journey. Hacks was having to dig through lava, having to take a lot more terrain, and for Silver, it was kind of straight into the stronghold, straight into the portal room. Didn't have to worry at all.
That was really, really impressive there. Absolutely really nice stuff from Silver. Hacks had that lead in the beginning, and I'm still unsure of where Silver made up time in the Bastion. Just incredible high level play to make that happen. The Iron Sword, Iron Axe ended up not mattering too much. That Stray came in clutch. And Rose, I mean, what a first game in this set. I
I
mean,
know.
that shows that these runners are here for a crazy match. I mean, that was absolutely wild.
Yeah, I mean that the first half of the seed, you could not find any difference between where they were, completely neck and neck. And then yeah, Silver making that play to just go for that stray just got him out quicker, and then having completely different stronghold just meant he had a much easier end to his seed than Hax did.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll get into our second game momentarily here. We'll see what the seed pick is for Hacks. I mean, Hacks sometimes it's hard to guess what people are going to choose for their seed pick. I think for Hacks, it's much less so. I would be shocked if I don't see Hacks just pick Ruin Portal here against Silver. I think
Yeah,
that has
definitely.
always been Hacks's bread and butter in ranked playoffs, and I would be really surprised if that doesn't happen here.
Yeah, I think, if you're Hacks now, you were ahead, even just slightly for the beginning of the seed, you just want to go for something that's going to play to your strengths, and raw speed is his strength. So it just kind of makes the most sense to go Ruin Portal here.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see what the runners decide to choose. We'll have the graphic up momentarily. A lot of new things getting tested here. We'll have that up in just a second. But crazy, crazy first match. Hopefully, like you said, this goes to a best of five, because I would like 5 total games of that. Really nice seed as well. I mean, triple, triple, rare route that you see, especially in playoffs for something like that happen. Both players played it really well. And that fort was so close as well. I mean, really fast seed, 824 to start us off here. So these runners are absolutely ready to go.
Yeah. And, as you said, no deaths so far as well.
No
So,
deaths.
Yeah, so we're still on track. We're still on track. It's
We're
going
still
good.
on track. Yeah, I think the thing is, I mean, there were trying to remember back to the land that we had the couple weeks ago. I think it's something where there were I think a pretty significant amount of deaths at the land, but that's also something where you're so not used to your element. Like now we're back home, we're used to what we're doing. Um, and I think that that kind of helps as well, just the familiarity for both of these runners. And not only the familiarity of their setup rows, but the familiarity of being in playoffs. I mean, both of these players have been in, I don't know how many. I think Hax has been in eight at least, if not nine. This is, I think, Hax's ninth. And I think this is Silver's eighth or ninth. Like just absolutely crazy consistency.
Yeah, and they aren't gonna necessarily have some of the same nerves in the same sort of way that some of the newer players, players where they've already played in one or two playoffs before, or if it's their first playoffs. So, you know, it's something you're comfortable with, you're used to the competition. Hax is gonna be, he's gonna be frustrated that he lost that first seed, but he's not gonna let it kind of affect him. He's gonna be, bouncing straight back as we head into our second seed.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll get on that. As we said, ready in a second here. I'm actually curious. Oh, look at this. Here we go. And
Oh,
it is
there
a
we
room
go.
portal.
There we
It's
go.
almost like we've commentated the well, I've commentated so many hacks room portal seeds. Now you get to have the wonderful experience because it is, let me tell you, it's a treat.
I'm so excited to see. And also ruin portal seeds, a lot of extra little things you have to think about and decisions you have to make very, very quickly, depending what is in that ruin portal chest. Are you going to have the 3 iron, or are you going to have to look for that as you head into the bastion? How much wood are you going to get if there's trees? Do you try and get food? There's lots of little things that, you can enter almost straight away. But do you take that extra time to get more blocks, to get food, to have that extra safety net, or do you just go all out speed?
Yeah, I mean it's a great point, and also something that I always watch out for is what type of room portal. Like how are we even getting an iron pickaxe? Are we gonna have to make a bucket? Are we completable, but the food is weird? Like there's so many things to consider. I think people think of ruin portal as something that is super linear because when you're either looking at the leaderboard or you're just like seeing on YouTube, it's like, oh, there's a really fast rank time. It's like ruin portal looting 3, but not every ruin portal seed is like that. I mean, even just on this graphic, there's the two different ones. Like if you're getting the video one, you're making a bucket. If you're getting the one on the bottom, maybe you get an iron pickaxe, maybe you're just able to enter right away. So I'm really curious to see that aspect as well because potentially it is a bit of a gamble, right? Like Hax is banking on the super fast room portal type, which is, I would say, more prevalent, more common in the ranked filter. But I mean, if Silver gets something like that takes a little bit more, I don't know the right way to say it, but just like a little bit more like mental capacity in the beginning here, like just something that's really, really like, okay, how do I route this overworld? That could be something that Silver gets a little bit of an advantage on.
Yes, definitely. And we're hopefully going to be seeing very, very soon what kind of overworld we're going to have with our ruin portal.
Absolutely. We're gonna see right away. It is a hanging one, which could be either, and it's gonna be how much
Yes.
iron nuggets is that? 48. So enough for a bucket, but not enough for an iron pickaxe here.
Yeah. So gonna have to test their lava completion skills here as well. Plenty of trees around. There are some animals, so it'll be interesting to see if they're gonna try kill a couple of these cows that they can see on their screen as well.
Yeah, definitely the food here is gonna be huge. You can see Silver thinking about what are we gonna craft here? What can I make? Besides on the stone tools, has the bucket ready. Something you see, or I should say used to see runners do sometimes is like use that 2 iron for shears, but it's become much less common nowadays. Just saving the iron so you only have to rely on a couple of iron nuggets in the bastion is so nice compared to the extra blocks. It's just not as necessary. We're going to see Hax be the first person to go for the ruin portal completion, but is going for a lower one. I didn't see any crying rows on the top. Maybe I'm wrong, but I thought
There
there
might have
wasn't any.
been.
Oh, there is one.
There is,
Yes.
yeah, there's
I
one
see
block.
it. I
Silver was
see it
trying to
now.
get extra food. He got one extra chicken, but it I think it lost him a lot more time than it potentially is going to gain him as, Hax's first one into the nether.
Yeah, and Silver doing a different room portal completion. I think I've seen this a couple times, but seems a little bit awkward. Maybe not fully used to it, hesitating a little bit here, but is going to get it done. But as you said, I mean, Hack's significant lead entering the nether here. And it's not like last seed where, oh, Silver at least had a couple more blocks. Like, no, Hax is ahead here by a good amount heading to the Bastion.
Yeah, and it's a slightly further bastion. So having to, traverse this terrain to be able to get there in time, that those extra couple of seconds that Silver lost in the overworld could really matter here.
Absolutely. Both runners, 3 steak, maybe Silver has, like, a chicken, 'cause I
Yeah, he
just saw
has
him going
one
for that.
chicken.
So, not that much of a difference. A lot of obsidian in this top chest of this housing. We're gonna punch a pig. Hax is going down. Silver, I think, made up a little bit of time on the terrain, maybe. But
Yeah.
Hack's heading down now. Really nice stuff. Has the bone blocks for stuff. Where are we going? Oh, we need iron still. Duh. I was like, what is
Oh,
happening?
yeah.
Still needs iron though. After all
Yeah.
that.
Oh, and there's
And
a room portal in the housing bastion.
oh, well, that's awesome. And
Okay,
there's the
and
the iron chest.
finds the iron chest. A little bit of a kind of disruption to our route here as well. Able to craft the pickaxe. Silver's probably gonna run into the same issue as he tries to find the chest, but does find the chest that has the iron in.
Yeah, I really like that play. Looks like probably gonna break this chest for manhunt would be my guess, but maybe gonna try and make the pickaxe first. Does go for that. Is gonna break the chest here. The manhunt's gonna go off and has a good amount of piglins. Gonna punch more. I think actually Hax has quite a lot of piglins
He has
now.
a
I
lot of
thought
piglins.
I thought Hax maybe had a little bit less, but looks like it's gonna be pretty similar here. And again, Hax just with that 15 to 10-second lead, especially in a housing bastion rose, it's gonna be hard to make up time here if you're silver.
Yes, definitely. It's gonna come down to, how fast you're gonna get your trades and also how far away is this fortress gonna be. The only chance he's really got now to be able to kind of make up those, few seconds that he's missing is gonna be in his travel to the fortress. Although Hack's dealing with a stray piglin on his screen, but not too much of a time loss as he still just finds the direction for the fortress as well and is starting to check his trades.
Yeah, immediately being able to dig out the back, check that first quadrant. It pops for the spawner. Really nice play from Hack. Silver almost certainly going to do something similar here. Yes, has that open, just going to clear out his inventory a little bit first. Hax has nearly everything he needs. I'm actually not sure what he's waiting on. Looks like he is going to be leaving now and sees the fort on the wide macro, still waiting on something.
Think he wants more pearls.
Yeah, I think
He's
you're
only got
right.
16 pearls. He's going with 15. So really interesting now to see if Silver is going to do the same thing because that's going to slow
Silver
Hacks
has
down.
more. Silver has way
Yeah,
more. Silver's 22. 23 even. How did Hacks just lost a pearl trade, I guess? Maybe
yeah. I did
missed
see some
a
pearls on the
trade?
floor for Silver, like outside of the trading hole. So that could very easily have been the one trade that Hacks might have missed.
I mean,
And that
14
just,
pearls for Hacks, that's gonna be a huge factor where it's going for the 0. If it's a back 0 or a 0 eye, or I mean, even heading to chords, that's something Hacks might be ahead right now, but I mean, look at the situation with Withers too, like, a little bit all
yeah,
over the place for Hacks right now, but wow, how many strays.
a lot of strays. And Soul Sand Valley lowers the render distance, but you know, if you don't get the drops here, it can slow you down more. He's only managed to get one rod so far from those strays.
Yeah, only 3. Has a couple more here. I think 3's at least like you got at least something out of it, but it's not like you can force one more and just leave. Silver, I like, is on the top part here. Does find the spawner and immediately gets a 4 spawn from the spawner unmined, which is quite rare. So getting that also has 3 rods already and has a sword this time. But again, look at Hax's screen. How many strays? 4,
Yeah,
5 more at least. And has so many withers as well to watch out
so many
for.
withers. Yeah. And he's only got the one stake left now, and also he's got to be careful with those pearls because yes, he's saving time getting his blaze rods here as he gets 6. Um, but silver is blinding as well. So time difference kind of, close the gap here because Hacks may be having to be a little bit slower because he had so many mobs on his screen.
Yeah, absolutely. Both measuring nearly the same time, but I believe that Silver has the more rods, getting one more wood. I'm not exactly sure why, because you pre-crafted a significant amount of beds. I'm not exactly sure. Maybe it's for a bow or something. No, has a crossbow. So just wanted sticks for something. Is going to make a bow. So wants the
He's
bow
gonna
over
make a
crossbow. Makes sense. Hacks, though. Look at Hacks. Maybe a really awkward eye spot. Had to go all the way down the mountain, and Silver's
yeah.
out.
And has plenty more pearls that he can use now as he travels to his terrain. Hax is trying to find the best lineup, but yeah, he's down to 13
And
pearls,
Hacks is
and Hax
dead.
is dead. Hax is dead. Wow. I
Whoa!
mean, I'm not even sure what happened. I
It
mean,
looked like an aggressive pearl maybe, or, like, got hit by a wither when pearling. Something unfortunate obviously happened to Hacks, but hey, that's why we have a Fulham analysis potentially. So
exactly.
we have to tap in because Fulham's gonna see things that we didn't. But I mean, Silver here is gonna realize pretty soon that something happened to Hacks looking for a spike in the stronghold. Doesn't have it. Now, depending on where this fortress is compared to the uh the nether portal, I'm not exactly sure like the chords of Hacks when he died, but didn't look like anything burned. So if the stronghold is not super linear for Hacks or for Silver, excuse me, it is something to at least watch out for.
Yeah, definitely. And at the same time we were focusing on Hax's death, Silver was gathering that extra little bit of food, killing a hoglin as he
Yeah,
finds the portal room now. So, you know, Zero Eye as well. And we know that Hax hasn't got the pearls. So if he is
that's a
able to
great
get
point.
back, it's gonna be, very difficult if Silver makes a mistake here. It's gonna be very difficult for Hax to
It's a
close that
high
gap.
0, 97. Are we going to push to 103? No, we're going to play it very safe. Go to the 99 setup. Makes sense. Plenty of time here. You know your opponent's not even in the stronghold. And Silver, with this 0, is going to, I'd assume, I mean, we have plenty of explosives here. One more arrow bed. Yeah, double bed should
Yeah.
do it. And now Silver's up 2-0 on the
Yep.
reigning back-to-back champion in the first match of the day.
I mean, it's, incredible. I mean, obviously, Hax did have a death, but even before that, Silver was ahead, had more pearls, a lot more kind of easier run into the fortress, didn't have to deal with the amount of strays that Hax was. And, if you're Hax now, you're gonna be feeling a little bit worried potentially.
Absolutely. I mean, elimination on the line is not something that anyone wants to go up against. That is really scary for Hacks. But I mean, he's gone through a lot to be a back-to-back playoff champion. He also went through a lot of heartbreak to get to that point in previous playoffs. So I mean, going into this seed 3 eventually, we are gonna have a full analysis first. I mean, it's gonna be 3 seeds in a row against Silver, who is one of the most consistent players in the world.
Yeah. And also, losing your seed pick as well. He chose the room portal there to try and get that speed and, just a little mistake leading to a death. But it'd be really interesting to see potentially where he lost that pearl trade and kind of making the decision to go, on only 16 pearls as opposed to Silver who had 22, 23 pearls to work with.
Yeah, I can't believe I mean, we saw there, I mean, even like you said, if Hacks didn't die, the fact that it was a 0 I know it was a front 0, so it wouldn't have been that bad, but I would imagine the traversal to getting to those cores was really the scary part for Hacks, and obviously, I'm assuming that's probably one of the reasons why he ended up dying there is just because it was really awkward. So many strays as well, that was, I think, the biggest difference there, and I think that's a difference in the style of play where Silver, who also plays a lot with Dougal, who we'll see tomorrow, they are really like, let's go to the spawner, 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 spawner. Always go to the spawner. Whereas Hacks trying to get the fastest times, going for more. I don't want to say risky play because a lot of times going for strays is really beneficial, but you see what can happen when you just have sure you get a lot of blaze strays, but how many withers were there as well? It was just absolute pandemonium for Hacks in the fortress.
Yeah, and it's extra things that you've gotta keep in mind and you've gotta keep track of. You gotta make sure that you're building up to avoid the wither skeletons. You don't wanna get hit by them at all as you're trying to deal with these strays and trying to find the spawner at the same time. It can get a lot and, those little seconds that you lose from trying to avoid taking damage as opposed to just going straight to the spawner, you know, can end quite badly.
Absolutely, and it unfortunately did end quite badly, but there is still so much time. There's so much time. Your original prediction, 3-2 Hacks. Are you sticking to it?
I
We
feel
have
like I have to. I
an
feel like I
open
have
an
to
option to
trust myself.
change. You have to
Um,
trust yourself. I like it. I'm
yeah,
already wrong, so that's fine.
yeah.
Um,
I
so
don't wanna change my mind. I'm gonna stick with it.
I respect it. Well, we have stalled enough time for the Fulham analysis. I'm super excited to see what we missed. Fulham, tell us what's going on.
Hello, everyone. Oh my gosh, we're back. It's season 10. Oh my lord. Silver versus Hacks, our first match in the season 10 playoffs. And I wanted to talk about that first seed. Obviously, we've just had our first 2 seeds, but I wanted to talk about that first one. There was a little bit of confusion in the booth. It looked like they went to different strongholds. And I am fortunate enough to have had the time to have a look. And let's just say they did go to different strongholds. This here is Silver's blind. Silver blinding out of the nether on top of that spawner. And let's just quickly talk about it. First and foremost, uses a beautiful technique to avoid the dolphin from picking up the eye. Something that I think our commentators might have missed. As you can see, dolphin down here approaching the eye of Ender. But he drops a second block so that then the dolphin is distracted upon that rather than on the eye, allowing him to pick it up instantly and landing on his portal. But as our commentators did pick up, there were different strongholds. And I just have this screenshot of the blind coordinates for hacking noises here. 734, 1158. Versus, we have Silver's blind, which was just a few blocks different. 756, 1149. Now, these guys literally blinded 1 block apart because Hacks misplaced some obby on his first build. And I'm lucky enough to be able to send you guys straight into the world here. And using the locate command, we can see that there are different strongholds by being just 2 chunks apart. 1752 minus 8, which was Silver's stronghold, and Hacks' stronghold was minus 712 plus 1656. Now, just 2 chunks of difference made a hell of a lot of difference with the terrain within the nether. That was an absolutely insane first seed. And of course, then we have our second seed, whereby the vast majority of the time loss, of course, came down to hacking noises taking a death. It all happened very quickly, but Hacks got withered here, and after throwing the pearl, he did end up not having enough HP to survive. He's on 3 HP and withers away on half a heart. That was what wrote the entirety of the script for seed number 2. It is 2-0 Silver runs as of right now. Can Hacks make a comeback? He'd have to make it a 3-peat in this best of 5 to have a chance of making it a 3-peat for the playoffs wide. Or will Silver knock out our reigning champion in just 1 more seed? I'm going to send you guys back to Curry and Rose in the booth, and I'll see you very soon.
Thank you very much, Fulham. Very appreciated. I was saying to Rose when we were watching that, like, I've had a lot of situations in No Reset where I throw one eye, I get a measurement, and then I throw a second eye, and it takes me to a completely different stronghold. Usually when that happens, it's like 2,500 blocks away. The fact that that happened and it was only 1,500 blocks off is absolutely crazy. And again, only seed 1. And then unfortunately the Hacks death, just brutal.
Yeah, absolutely. And, if you are Hacks right now, your playoffs future is on the line. Silver just has to close out 1 more match, whereas for Hacks, it's a bit of an uphill battle to be able to, he's got to win 3 in a row just in the seed before he even has to think about winning 3 in a row for playoffs. So
Yeah. One thing I hear though, and I spending the time with the runners at the LAN, it was so helpful for casting and just other stuff. But like something that Silver said when he was actually on the couch with me and Parker, or me and Nerdy, or whoever it was, is whenever you're in a tournament like this, you always have to take it exactly 1 seed at a time. You can't worry about the overarching, like, oh, I have to win a best of 5. It's always 1 seed at a time. Short-term memory, even when you're winning as well. Silver, I'm sure, feeling good, like, but you don't want to get too cocky, especially against someone who can punish you like Hacks.
yeah, absolutely. And, in a game like Minecraft, anything can happen. Any kind of thing could be thrown at these runners in the next seed. You never know what is going to happen in your next seed. So you just have to stay focused in the present, try not to dwell on it. They're both very, very experienced players. They've both been in, a lot of playoffs before. Their mental is going to be good, but, it is a more important seed for them now than it has been.
Absolutely. I'm curious if we have the seed pick ready to go to see what these runners are going to be playing on. It is Hacks' seed pick. We do have it ready to go, and it's going to be Desert Temple, which is pretty interesting. Oh, I like the bunnies. It's very nice. I am not sure exactly. I don't know what I would have thought Hacks predicted, Rose, but I mean, Desert Temple is always fun. TNT is always good.
Yeah, always a handy one to have. I mean, maybe he's trying to, simulate the similar kind of thing, decision making that you had with the village seed. You know, still, Desert Temple, still about finding your lava pool. Are you going to find your flint source or are you going to have to go for the woodlight? So maybe Hax is kind of, banking on able to be a little bit quicker in sometimes a seed that can have a little bit more variance in it, potentially.
Yeah, absolutely. I think temples can also just be really fast as well, depending on the seed. Like having the TNT to just blow stuff up is really nice, and it can make the early game like deceptively fast. Like you can see a lot of like sub 140, sub 2 enter desert temples if you just have enough food from it and everything. So very curious to see what these runners are going to have in store for them when we get into the actual match here. But the fact that it's Desert Temple is absolutely interesting. It's over up 2-0. This new seed pick system is also just kind of interesting to see how it goes now because now after the seed, assuming Hax wins, it can be basically any seed again except for Desert Temple. So there's no like stuff that prevents that, which is going to be exciting. But to get to a seed 4, Hax has to win this one.
Yeah, and, hopefully he's thinking Desert Temple is his best chance to be able to do that. And, pressure is on, but I think if anyone can do it, it's gonna be Hax.
Absolutely true. He has the experience. Both these runners do, which is why this matchup is honestly so interesting. Um, we have a little bit of a stall here, but that is okay. We will get into this game momentarily in like a minute or so. Um, Hacks needed a little bit of a 60-second break really quickly. Then we'll hop into a game. But this is gonna be it. I would tell you to tell your other story, but I know we don't have time for it. So
Yeah,
we just have to look at this beautiful desert temple seed. I do like how this is though. It's very
I
nice.
love the little bunnies, they are so
I
cute.
I love the little bunnies. I think it's a great touch. I'm excited to see what the ocean ones look like as well. We're gonna get little fish, little whatever. There's been a lot of
Yes,
stuff
that's
out
pretty
this
good.
season, so it's fun to see how it's going. How do you like commentating so far? Is it fun?
It's fun. It's kinda terrifying, but I'm having so much fun. I feel like these first 2 seeds have been so good. I mean, this matchup, like, that this is our first game of season 10 is, like, so amazing.
It
So,
is crazy. I
yeah.
feel like sometimes when I've cast in the past, like every game is amazing, but it's like, oh, I missed out on the hacks game. Oh, I missed out on the silver game. I'm getting that. I'm so happy I'm commentating this one, and it wasn't even because like I wanted it. It's just the way the time zones worked. I'm so happy.
Yeah,
Non-biased commentary, by the way.
yeah,
Friendly
and
reminder
it's a
after
rare
this. Oh
matchup.
no, yeah, go. Yeah, it is a rare
Okay, no,
matchup.
it is, yeah. I mean, I think they've, they haven't played each other on the ladder in, a year and a half, and we don't get to see them play. So the fact that we get to watch them play is pretty awesome.
It is very cool. I think my favorite matchups in playoffs are the ones that you don't see that often because of time zones. Because like, don't get me wrong, I love watching Infume and Feinberg play for the 740th time at 9 p.m. Eastern time. I do enjoy that. It's great. But it's fun to see the difference because like ranked is a like I mean it's global, but like it's rare that you get all the matchups that you want to see all the time. Like when was the last time I saw I don't know. Like, let's look at some other ones here. Like Raul NHB. Like, I don't know how many times Raul NHB have played. I'm just thinking off the top of my head. Like J Beef Salad. Like, I don't know. That's not the exact same time zone that always gets played. So I mean, Beef Salad is up at like any time. But like, you get the point. It's cool to see these matchups. And in round one, this is like by far the biggest one of those.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's 2 absolute giants in the scene as well, first ever playoffs winner, current back-to-back winner. It's, perfect matchup as we head into seed number 3 here.
I'm very excited. It's a desert temple. The trees are close. Immediately checking for that lava pool. Not seeing too much at all yet. And immediately going to different sides. I actually really like this play from Hacks. It takes a little bit more time to go into the temple, but you get to check a lot more of the desert terrain for the lava pool. Unfortunately, I just don't think either runner saw it yet.
Yeah, and, making sure you pick the right direction can make a lot of difference here.
Absolutely. 2 golden apples, 17 rotten flesh, 3 golden apples actually.
And gravel in the bottom of the temple, so already eliminates the need to have to risk the woodlight. You're looking for a lot less now, you just need to grab your water and you just need to find the lava pool.
Yeah, still looking for that lava pool. Both runners. A telltale sign of have you seen the lava pool yet is who is in F5 is usually a good
Yeah.
indication of who's found the lava pool, who hasn't. I like this tree spot from Hacks as well. Finding a spot to get both logs can be a little bit tricky in the savannah. I don't know if Silver actually found the spot to do that. So nice that Hacks was able to for Hacks fans. And Silver does see the lava pool. I did think I saw a little bit of stone here. It is a lava pool for Silver. And Hacks significantly slower here. I'm not exactly sure why. I mean, maybe a little bit more time loss at the bottom of the temple, I think it was, but still we're gonna be in about 5 seconds faster.
Yeah, very, very close still, but yeah, definitely just a little stumble in the temple that just meant that Hax is just slightly slower in here.
Looking for the spike. This terrain is not incredible. It is warped forest. No sign of the fort yet either. And different terrain coming out a little bit. Silver using a lot more blocks to build up, trying to get to this left side. Terrain's still really not opening, but Hacks on his tail, still about 5 seconds behind.
Yeah, as Silver is the first one to spot the bastion, but at least, using more blocks to get there, but, fortunate with it being a temple seed that he is able to, you know, use those blocks to his best advantage. And it's housing again.
Yeah, and it's gonna be a weird manhunt because of the magma blocks, but Silver handles it really well. Switches to hard for a quick toggle, gets some piglins, hacks, now swapping, or now breaking the chest, I should say. And this is a little bit awkward. Has a lot more weirdness at the chest. Had a piglin steal the gold pants. Silver keeping his lead, starting to mine the gold blocks in the route, but hacks also a lot of piglins from this manhunt, still in striking distance.
Absolutely. And it'll be interesting to see what the trades are like here if either runner is going to have to go up to check the chests at the top. Sometimes, manhunt much faster route to do in the housing, but if you are missing your obsidian or you're missing, a couple of extra things, having to check those chests at the top can cost you a lot of time.
Absolutely. Trying to get a quick idea of the obby count. I mean, the problem is these runners are so fast that they open their inventory for one, not even a second, and I can't figure out where your obsidian is yet. It looks like Hax's is single digits.
Yeah,
Silver's, I'm not sure yet.
I think Silver's on 9.
14 now after he just checked the chest, but yeah, probably was. And same thing. Oh no, I don't think that load that they did for the spawner. I don't think it's that way. I think Silver went that way. It didn't load. He raised his render. Does get 20 obby from the trades though, so no need to go up top. Hack's also getting 20. And yeah, Hax is gonna
Hax
go
is
out
out.
here
Oh,
looking
no,
for
he's
the
still
spike.
checking. Yeah. But has all the trades he needs, but just taking a little bit more time. Finds the spike now.
Yeah, and Silver trying to figure out what way he wants to go. Doesn't see the fort yet, but knows it's this way. Hax, I think, just saw it. Silver has to throw an extra pearl, but should be okay. I'm not exactly sure the pearl counts between these two runners, but Hax sees the fortress first and will have the lead going into the second half of this run.
Yeah, just manages to make that time back. Yeah, a little bit quicker finding the spike, a little bit quicker making his decision in which, route to take to the
And
fortress.
these strays are so awkward on this ledge. Does get the blaze rod from the one, but it goes back to what we talked about. Sometimes you can lose a little bit of time from the strays, and we can see the difference in playstyle again. Hacks lowering the render, trying to get so many strays. And look at this, Rose. There's a 5 trillion blazes for Hacks. And Silver, I mean, even though he went to the spawner first, has so many blazes out here that he just can't ignore them.
Yeah, and I mean, Hax has got 6 rods already. Didn't even need to go to a spawner at all. I just incredible.
Absolutely nuts stuff. Makes it look so easy too. I mean, navigating all of that through the strays is incredibly difficult to do. Silver on 6 rods as well, so not that far behind. Gonna do some pre-crafting, which I don't think Hax has done yet. The eye also breaks notably, which is not gonna be a problem for Silver because he has 2 blazes that he can kill right here. It's not gonna be a problem for Hax either because he still somehow has more strays, so should be able to get something here. I don't think it's dropped yet. No, it did.
I'm
He
not
did
it
drop, so he
did.
has it and he's out.
Okay. So, Silver now behind just a little bit. Also, slightly different location for his blind as well because he's blinding near the spawner, whereas Hax was blinding on the bridge. But fairly easy terrain, plenty of pearls for hacks now as well.
Yeah, and I think it is the same stronghold. I remember Hacks purling up here as well. So is going to cut over Hacks building the portal now. Nicely navigated the terrain. And this is a fast C. This is a low 6 stronghold for Hacks. Gets a pretty nice spike to the right here down this four-way. Likes what he's seeing. A couple mob, actually quite a lot of mobs.
Oh, quite a few.
Gonna turn back. Silver getting closer now. This is all a little bit of time that could potentially be made up on by Silver getting to these chords here. Hack's still having to preemptive a sizable amount. And we see now, Rose, there is Mineshaft above him.
Yeah, definitely going to be messing with the spike here. And we know there's extra mobs in there as, Silver is now in to the stronghold. If Silver doesn't have the same kind of issue with his nav, then he can make up all of the difference
I
here.
mean, he immediately went a different way than Hack. I mean, is this the same? I don't think Silver's in starter. Yeah, Silver's not in starter. I was just saying
Okay.
that is throwing me off here. So, I mean, could literally backnab into it. This is anyone's game right now.
Yeah, I
A
mean,
lot
they're
of mobs here
both,
as well.
both having to check
And there it
multiple
is.
directions. Silver finds it first.
Silver finds it first, has a chance to go up 3. Oh, Hax finds it as well.
Oh,
Silver has to pre-craft the bow. I don't know what Hax has pre-crafted. It looks like he's ready to go, and is going to be entering maybe a second before Hax here. Silver has to go, has the golden apple, but it's a weird overhang, Rose. The gold pick versus going out the side, and it's a back dragon. This is going to be really hard for both of these runners.
and they are so close. Silver choosing to dig up there, whereas Hack's building around. They are almost neck and neck here.
This is really tight to push to 95. Hax gets there first. The double bed is phenomenal with the crossbow. Silver not able to go for a double bed. And the dragon hits Hax off.
Oh,
Has to bow clutch. Silver, all he has to do is finish off the dragon. And he
he does
does.
it.
And Silver is going to beat Hax 3-0 in the round of 16.
Wow. I mean, you just didn't see that coming. And for Hacks, he made up the difference between them. He was in the stronghold, quite a
Oh
good
my
chunk of time ahead of
gosh.
Silver, but just couldn't find the spike. And entered slightly ahead, but just wasn't able to pull it off.
Just unbelievable. And how about Silver? 3 sub 9s in a row. I think it was like 824 into 836 into 808. Unbelievable from Silver there. And so close from Hex because you're right. Spent so much longer in the stronghold, but was able to enter the end still first, had the cycle for the dragon. And I honestly missed what happened. I wasn't exactly sure why the dragon, I guess on the 2+2, the dragon like was too low, broke the bed. Unfortunate for Hacks there because what a way to get yourself back in the game that would have been. But I mean, talk about Silver. Definitely the underdog going into this matchup by so many people and absolutely showed up 3-0's the defending champion.
I mean, yeah, if you are Silver right now, you've got to be feeling pretty amazing. At so many points in all three of these seeds, they were very, very close together. But he was, consistency, kept it calm, pulled it off, and our reigning champion is out. I,
Just
I don't really
absolutely
believe it.
unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. We are going to have an interview with Silver momentarily once we get all that sorted and drag him into the booth. But I mean, I'm just excited to ask him how he's feeling. I mean, it's early. I know that Silver, just from talking to him as a friend, like he always struggles sleeping before playoff games. Like I don't know how much this guy has even slept. But I mean, what a way to show up and make it to the next weekend. Really, really impressive. And also a huge shout out to Hacks. I mean, what a burden it is to come into a playoffs with beyond unrealistic expectations. To show up, to still be the back-to-back playoffs champion at some point is unbelievable and really gave it everything he had here, especially in that last seed.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there was so many points where he was ahead, and he gave it his all absolutely, and we know he's an incredibly skilled player. He's going to be able to come back from this very, very easily. But it's just on this occasion, Silver is the one who's taking the win.
He is absolutely going to be the one to take the win. As we said, we'll have the interview momentarily. A lot of new things happening, as you can tell by all the new beautiful graphics. We're getting some stuff set up. I think you will all really like the interview scene because it's probably my favorite one that Budgie ended up doing. So shout out Budgie. Shout out all the people making this happen. So we'll get Silver in here. Do not worry. He's in the waiting room. I see him. He's gonna show up. It's gonna be fine. Figure it out. Um, it also gives us a chance to think about what we're gonna ask him because I don't really know. I usually just wing that on the fly. I had like just wow, just unbelievable stuff from him today.
Yeah. I definitely wanna ask him about his nav on the last seed because he was, entering the stronghold behind, so it'd be really interesting to kind of get an idea of what he was thinking there if he's gonna obviously know Hax has been there in a while, so it'd be interesting to hear his, like, thought process on how he decided to approach it, knowing that
Absolutely.
Hax was looking for a while.
He's the season 1 champion. He could be the season 10 champion.
Mm,
Does that mean he's gonna be the season 100 champion? We'll have to find out.
maybe. Yeah.
We'll have to find out. It's absolutely possible. Also, before we get into this interview, while we're still waiting, something to keep in mind. I know a lot of you are probably like, okay, next match, Loki Feinberg. No, next match is not Loki Feinberg. We had a schedule change. Unfortunately, Feinberg ate a vegetable. So we have swapped the schedule. It is Big Mungie versus Blaze Mind next up. So don't go anywhere because that will be an exciting match. And guess what, Rose? We've stalled enough. Bring Silver in here. It's time for an interview. Silver, congratulations on not just beating the back-to-back playoff champion, but winning 3-0 while it is currently 9:28 in the morning for you. How are you feeling after that?
I feel amazing, obviously. I feel like, the nerves, like, all hit me at the end, like, after, and I'm so shaky right now. But yeah, I'm pretty shocked, like, I was not expecting that.
Yeah, Rose, I mean, ask your question about the nav.
Yes. So obviously going into in the last seed, heading into the stronghold, you saw Hax was in there first, and you were obviously entering behind him. What were you kind of thinking in terms of how you're approaching your preemptive, knowing that Hax had been taking kind of a little bit longer of a time to find the portal room?
Yeah, I guess I maybe could have metagamed that a little bit. Usually, like, if the match is close, I'll just send the first spike I see, and I had a clean spike, and I noticed that we weren't in starter. But I was like, I'm just gonna send it. Like, I don't know, I didn't know like exactly like if he just like, I don't know, picked up some other spike or whatever. But I noticed we weren't in starter, and then I kind of just had like a mental image of where that spike was. So as soon as I realized like those two spots that I went died, I just like wrapped back around on the stronghold. I think, yeah, it's just like maybe I could have metagamed a little bit more and realized, oh, maybe he doesn't realize that we're not in starter or something like that. But it was mostly just that I sent the first spike I saw, because I was trying to make up time.
Makes
Yeah,
sense, makes
okay.
sense. One thing I wanted to ask is we were at the LAN. We always talked about like what do you do when you're down? Like okay, you're down, you got to have a short-term memory. What's going through your mind when you're up? You're up 2-0 against Hacks. Are you still like okay, short-term memory, anything can happen or are you like you kind of feeling yourself a bit like okay, like I'm really confident like what's going through your mind when you're winning these games to get to this point?
I think one thing is like I reflected a bit on my previous playoffs matches, and a lot of my chokes came from me getting too like excited, too hyped up, and I just got really, really shaky. So the only thing that I was thinking this entire time, and I was literally saying it to myself out loud, was calm, calm. And I just was trying to keep myself calm and like tell myself to breathe because I knew as soon as I get shaky, I start making mistakes. And even when I'm up, I just knew like it's hacks. Like, there's nothing else more to say. So I just had to kind of forget about it and just play my game and see what happens. Like he was gapping me on that last seed, of course. Like I was shocked when he hit stronghold. I was like, bro, it's 2,300 blocks away. Like how are you in stronghold already? And it was just like, yeah. So I don't know. I just was focused on that, I guess.
Unbelievable. Rose, you have anything else?
Um, I just wanted quickly to hear your thoughts on the new seed pick system because obviously you picked the first seed, but then you obviously weren't able to pick any of the other seeds after. So I was just wondering kind of how you feel about the new seed system and also kind of what your thought process was for picking Village as your first seed type.
Yeah, I like it. I feel like I haven't played enough with it to like really like make a strong opinion about it. I think there was issues with the last one, because we would just play all five C types most of the time, and that was kind of like whatever. So I do like this because it gives a little bit more of like a comeback mechanic or whatever. You can play some seeds that you're more comfortable with. But as for Village, like it was kind of like I didn't really know what to pick. I hadn't thought about it that much before. And I was just like, okay, what do I pick? Hacks like Hacks, like, before, like, I woke up this morning and I came to his chat, I told him good luck. He said, "Don't pick Ocean because I've choked, like, 5 out of the last, like, 10 Magma Ravine portals or something like that." And so I was like, low-key, I had that in the back of my head. I'm like, "You know what? I don't have to pick an Ocean." And, I've also been VOD reviewing a ton of villages recently, and so I know that, I'm a bit more confident on them. But one of the people that I VOD reviewed was Hacks for those villages, so I know that he's insane at them, and I was just thinking about that the whole time. I was like, okay, I could pick Ocean, or I could pick Ocean, but he doesn't want me to. I could pick Village, but he's really good on Village. Oh, I could pick RP. Okay, that's like a really bad idea.
I mean, it's very nice of you to not pick the
Yeah.
ocean seed after he asked you. I mean, it's very much the NHB method of kind of who do you ask, not to pick something.
Yeah, I mean, no, I, I like low-key, I was like, okay, I'm not gonna like actually like factor that in, but then I was like, dude, I have nothing else to go off of. Like, might as well just, yeah.
That's awesome. Last thing I'll get you out of here on, you're gonna play the winner of Infume and HDMI, which I believe is the literal last match of tomorrow. So, any early predictions on that? Anyone you want to play, or any thoughts you have going into whoever you're gonna play comes out of that?
Um, I think a part of me is feeling like I took down Hacks, and so it doesn't really matter who I go up against anymore. Um, But, like, I don't know. It's weird, like, I lost to HDMI in, the EG tourney, and then obviously Infume is Infume, so I don't think, like, either of them are, great options, but, I guess I am expecting Infume, and we'll see how that goes, but yeah, I don't know, I'm excited nonetheless.
That makes sense. I mean, you should go get some rest. You absolutely deserve it. Congratulations on your win against Hacks. And Silver, we'll see you next weekend for the quarterfinals.
Thank you. Thanks for
Bye.
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 Wow. I mean, what a game. I can't believe the ocean strat. I mean, if that doesn't talk about the community that we have in MCSR, I don't really know what does.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, no, interesting that was part of his thought process for what he was choosing there.
Yeah, absolutely crazy. So that was our first game of the day. We do have our second match coming up shortly. It'll be Big Mungie versus Blazemind, which I mean, that's going to be absolutely crazy. Shout out to the Australians again, coming in clutch, solving our scheduling issue, locking that in. We're going to go to a short intermission. It will be short. When we come back, it'll still be Rose and I commentating Blazemind versus Big Mungie. Hello, it's Crayway and Rose Beams, and we're back. And I don't know what Oliver did, but it's okay. We have Blazemine versus Mungie back. Let's go. Well, not back. It's the first game, Rose. It's the first game of this. The two Australians filling in. I mean, we just watched a crazy game. What are your thoughts about this matchup coming up here?
I mean, I'm excited for this matchup as well. It's our Aussie showdown, but also this is a rematch from last season
It is a
because
rematch.
Blazemind and Mungie played each other in, the round of 16 last season. And last time, Blazemind won 3-2. So, a little bit, hopefully, Mungie's going to be able to fight back this time potentially. But, you know, two Australian players. It's very, very late for them. But they have stepped in wonderfully for us at the last minute to be able to help, fix our scheduling, rescheduling. But, this I think is gonna be a really interesting matchup because, Blazemind, fairly new to playoffs, is only his second playoffs. A really, really strong mechanical player, whereas Mungie, has been around playoffs for a very, very long time, very experienced, but also just a very creative smart player. He has to deal with those really early morning long queue times as an Australian. So, during that time, he's able to cook up some crazy things. I've seen some very interesting Bastion routes made by Mungie as he's waiting for a queue. So, I think a very interesting matchup to look forward to here.
I absolutely agree with everything you just said. I think Mungie is probably the most creative player in this tournament. His brain just works in truly wondrous ways. Inside of MCSR ranked, outside of MCSR ranked, I really don't know sometimes how he functions, but it's really impressive. I mean, Mungie is an absolutely incredibly talented individual, as you said, and been around. This has got to be at least like his fifth playoffs. Like he's been around for so long. I've lost count at this point. Blaze Mines, as you said, maybe, I mean, besides Ulsahin, who we'll see later today, which is exciting as our one new player, you could probably make the argument it'd probably be between Blazemind and Jay Bad Gamer of like who's the most unknown player. I feel like Blazemind has been around for people who really, really are tapped in, but this is only their second playoff appearance, like you said. But their mechanics are up there with literally anyone. And I'm really excited to see these two go at it today because it is such a difference in play styles.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's something that's I think is so special with ranked and speedrunning is, you don't have to be this like mechanical god to be able to do well. If you have that kind of brain power, that thought process, decision making, knowledge of the game, then you can lean on that to be just as quick as someone who is, doing drag clicking and other crazy things. But you can get there with just your decision making and your knowledge, and that's something that Mungie has in heaps.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I like to say, and I think a lot of top runners agree with this, of like Minecraft, while mechanics do matter a lot, it's so much decision making. It's so much about what terrain are you taking, where are you starting your bastion route, what chests are you grabbing. All of that stuff matters so much more than like saving a second on a route or 2 seconds on a route. Like it just doesn't, it's not even close. So that's why Mungie, although he might not, look like Loki when he does stuff, he's still obviously very mechanically talented. But what allows him to be this upper echelon, just absolute peak player is he's so creative, as we said, but he is also very sure in his decision making because he's done so many. He's one of the players in this who've played the most games, especially if we really extrapolate past just this season and overall in ranked. He's played so many games. He does so much practice. He's always trying to figure out where he can get a little bit of an edge. And Blazemine, the exact same thing, but with more of a focus on the mechanical aspect of that exact thing. So we're gonna see here. We'll probably get to the player spotlight in a second here to see what they are. Oh, here we go. Look at that. Whoa. What stands out to you
Amazing.
here, Rose? What are we looking at?
Um, okay. A lot of things. I mean, faster rank time for Blazemind, back-to-back sub sevens is pretty incredible. Like the mention of the sub six ranked choke as well. But very, very focused on speed there. And also for Mungie, a lot of second places.
Yeah, a lot. Wow, actually, a lot of second places. Now that you say that, I mean, it is the thing. I think that's like, listen, there's no disrespect on being second place with so many people. If you tell Mungie right now you're getting second place in playoffs, I think Mungie would be very happy. Second place is fine. But
Yeah.
it shows like his consistency. Like, yeah, he doesn't have that top speed that that one person might have gotten in whatever tournament, in LFI or Paceman or whatever, might not have that top speed, but is always able to show up consistently. So good at that. Thing that stands out to me here is the wins versus opponent, 12-8 for Blazemind, I think is really interesting. And I think, I don't remember what it was last season, but I think it was relatively somewhat similar where Blazemind has like this little bit of an edge, but something that Blazemind mentioned and is still relevant for this game, this conversation that's happening today, is Mungie is definitely the one of these two players with the worst sleep schedule. Now, Blazemind can make it work. It's like 3 a.m. for both of these players right now. But Mungie's the one, like Mungie's, this might as well be like noon for Mungie. You know what I mean? Like this is prime Mungie real estate. Blazemind's got to like push himself through this. So that's something to watch out for as well. I really love like the time zone battles that really kind of happen in these games.
Yeah, definitely. And, if you're an Australian who's living on, a UK sleep schedule, then you don't really need to worry too much. But, if you're trying to keep to, normal daylight times, which is, normally the smart thing to do, then this is a little bit more of a struggle for you. But, yeah, and going back to what you're saying about the kind of like consistency with his second places, these are all very, very different tournaments as well, different style kind of tournaments.
Yeah.
So the fact that he's able to be consistently, showing up for very, very different kind of like formats, different environments, I think just shows, his talent and his skill that he has.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, something that I just like did not even realize on this sheet: sub 8 in under 1,000 nether enters is absolutely diabolical from Blazemind. Like that is just, I don't know how to properly put that into context of like how impressive that is in RSG. Like that is just like absolutely absurd. I feel like the closest equivalent would be like a sub 7 in ranked in under like four, like 250 tries or something. Like that is just like, that is like unbelievable. That stat. I can't even. I think going into this, I think Blazemind is the slight favorite, but it really just depends on the day. Like it's really going to depend on not just the day, but also the seeds rows, and that's something we haven't really talked about. But these are much less filtered seeds going into these games today, as opposed to previous seasons, and that could be something that kind of favors Mungie if they're more traditional rank seeds.
Yeah, absolutely. You're kind of moving away from potentially having a more linear seed where if it's coming down to it and it's an all out kind of mechanical speed, assessment, then yes, it's not looking as great for Mungie. But for someone like Mungie, who is very good about decision making and consistency, has a lot of experience, if you do have a seed that has potential for more variance or has something that you're not expecting, various other things that you have to deal with, then this is at a really, really good benefit for a player like Mungie. But we also can't, count out Blazemind. Very, very strong, very, very fast.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look at the seed selection here. And oh, we do get fish. Look at this.
We get fish and squids.
Fish and squids, no dolphin. It's a shipwreck seed. And I like that we're showing this shipwreck on video because they're never going to get the shipwreck. This is what I have to deal with. This is the shipwreck with no loot chest in it, no buried treasure map, just a food chest. Just a food chest. These runners won't get that, but it's a nice little shot here. I like that we're going ocean here. These are two players. I don't know who this favors, honestly. I mean, it's more shipwreck is a seed at a top level where, let's say, is controversial from top
Mm.
runners. You know what I mean? Like they're not the biggest fan of it. Like if you're getting an ocean seed, they'd probably all prefer like, oh, let's just get a BT. But there's some interesting stuff with shipwreck. I think it really allows people to be a little bit more creative. So I guess I think on this seed, I'm leaning Mungie a little bit here.
Yeah, I think I'm leaning towards Mungie here, but it very much depends on the shipwreck. It depends on the overworld. If it's a fairly simple overworld, Blazemine is going to have that speed.
Yeah, and I mean Blazemine did pick it. So I mean, what do we know? That's why we're
Yeah,
commentating Rose, and that's why Blazemine and Mungie are playing. But
exactly.
it's
Yep.
exciting. He's got something up his sleeve. He's got to feel good about shipwreck. I always am interested in like why these players choose certain seed picks and bans. It's always something that's fascinated me because it is such a foreign concept to Minecraft. But as we learned in the Silver interview, sometimes it could just be like maybe Mungie DM Blazemine and was like, "Hey, let's play shipwreck for a seed." Like we just don't know. We have no idea.
Yep. Maybe they were like, let's make sure that we see every single seed type in these first two matches. We want to see what the BT little video looks like. So maybe they'll give us that next. You
Yeah,
never know.
that's true. That is true. They could be looking out for that. But we're gonna start here momentarily, and I'm excited to get into our second game here because it is going to be quite interesting in this matchup. The two Australians battling it out here. And who would the winner play of this? Let's take a quick look at the bracket. The winner of this
Um,
has the really fun task of playing the winner of Dugile and Aquacord. So
oh,
that sounds really fun.
yeah, lots to look forward to there. I do want to ask, what is your prediction for this game? I'm curious
What is
what
my
you have
prediction? Oh, so you're gonna put
gone for
me on
here.
this spot. I
Yeah.
predicted, I think, Blaze Mind. I think in this matchup, I really like Blaze Mind here. I think I predicted whatever it was last season as well. I have a three. Oh no, excuse me. This is why you write down predictions. Because I wrote Mungie 3-1, actually. I wrote Mungie 3-1.
Oh, okay.
So I'm sticking to what I wrote yesterday.
Okay. I can't even remember what my pick'ems are, but I'm pretty sure I had Mungie ahead. I think I had Mungie 3-2 as a kind of flip from last season. Because last
Ah,
season it was
yes.
Blazemine 3-2. So I feel like this time it's gonna be Mungie 3-2.
Yeah, it is interesting. I mean, we saw it on the stats too. Like if I go to the leaderboard for season 10, Blazemind finished 5th overall, 2578 elo. That's absolutely ridiculous. Where Mungie didn't have as strong of a finish to the season, not super low down, just about 100 elo lower than where Blazemind was at 2481. So in the context of ranked, that's about, especially at that high level, that's unironically about 7 games, let's say, about 7 games between the 2 there. So, I mean, that's not nothing at all. So, Blazemine maybe had a little bit stronger of an end, so absolutely could see, either of them pulling this out here. But as I said, we'll be starting soon. Loki, thank you for making the 6-7 joke in chat, so I don't have to. I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
No, I'm so excited. I mean, shipwreck seeds, very frustrating, if you pick the wrong direction when you're looking for a magma ravine, but for these players, shouldn't be too much of an issue, I don't think.
No, it is always something to keep in mind, though, as we got the call from the big boss that this game will be starting very shortly. So no more stall is going to be necessary soon, which is nice. So we will have that the Magma Ravine stuff is interesting. I always like watching it in like LCQ when we see like the big magma or like the all the players like go all these different directions to the ravine, and you see like the 4 poor souls who go to the wrong magma ravine or
Yeah.
something. Ideally, we just don't get that, and it's all good. And here we go.
Yeah.
We're gonna see right now. Big Monkey versus Blazemine, our second match of the day. It is Shipwreck, as we said.
Both
Not,
players finding the ship pretty easily as well.
yeah, not hard at all to spot the ship here. Sometimes that can be a little bit annoying, but these runners do a really good job of that. Solid food. And Mungie is going to be able to break the gravel and get the chest with a little bit more air bubbles, whereas Blazemine decided to get some wood at the bottom here first to replenish the bubble, so it takes a little bit less damage, but not anything major here. And again, this is not a crazy iron shipwreck. They are going to make shears, but besides shears, they're not going to have a lot to work with here.
Yeah, fairly low iron. Food, not too bad. I mean, 10 rotten flesh, you've got carrots, you've got the option to make golden carrots in the bastion, depending on how much gold you've got left over. But fairly basic stone tools, pretty simple overworld, really.
Absolutely. Gonna grab the leaves here. I didn't see any kelp on the surface here for either runner yet. So we'll have to keep that in mind as they start to look in this ocean for where they're gonna go. Monkey crafting everything that he needs. Has about 50 leaves. Gonna grab another tree on the way here. Get as many leaves as possible. And there is a ravine actually right next to this island without kelp that they probably just saw. So Rose, this is gonna be a really nice enter for Mungie, even with the buried shipwreck and the weird gravel. It doesn't get punished too hard. But this is it. This is what we said. The poor
Yep.
soul lost at sea.
Yep. Although not okay, no, does manage to find a good spot of the lava for Mungie, but looks like Blazemine's now found a ravine.
Oh,
But
this looks bad. This looks like
yeah.
I'm not loving. Maybe this is real. Yeah, this part's real. The other part not real. This is good enough. Monkey is going to be in the Nether first. They are not going to spawn far apart from each other, so that's nothing to worry about at all. Monkey just has a little bit of a lead here and a little bit more leaves as well, which is something that take note of, especially going through this SSV for a little bit. But this is a bridge bastion. Monkey's gonna have to bridge over. Blazemine is just getting to the Crimson now, but gets shot off by a
Oh,
skeleton. Crazy block clutch. Terrifying, but unfortunately is okay.
yeah,
Not unfortunately,
and
fortunately is okay.
Mungie onto the bastion. Had a little bit of a baby hoglin following him onto his bridge, but was able to just break the block to kind of keep him off. Um, but yeah, gonna be reaching the chalice well before Blazemine, but Blazemine not too far behind.
No, double Hoglin though for Blazemind. Really dealing with a lot here is
Yeah,
Blazemind. I mean, just Mob Nation at the chalice now, and he's gonna have really low health to like deal with this route. Like, I wouldn't be shocked if we see a golden Caracraft here, just because going back past this bridge with the two Hoglins is gonna be really scary. Um, but maybe we'll be okay if we're able to. Yeah, he's gonna make golden Carrots now. Never mind.
yeah, and
But what's happening on
Mungie
Mungy's side?
two of his piglins stuck into his boat that he left whilst also having to deal with a hoglin. So, I mean, very unique situation for Monkey there, but not maybe a chance for Blazemine to get a little bit of time back, but yeah, has made the golden
Oh,
carrots.
buddy, we're
Oh
just
my goodness,
dead.
and the hoglin
Oh my god,
just
just the absolute just back to back to back Hoglin, Piglin, just
yeah,
annihilated.
just yeah, comboed that. Yeah, Monkey not using the normal kind of trading hole there for his pigs, but plenty of pigs on the screen, but gotta be frustrating for Blazemind. It's a little bit of a trek back to the Bastion. You're gonna need to grab more blocks because you've got a bridge across potentially if his leaves are burnt. So, you know, good couple of minutes of time loss here, as Mungie is just well underway, checking his trades and taking the time to look through these chests.
Yeah, I think it's just that's an unfortunate one for Blazemine. Also, just the ravine being farther as well. It's not the enter that's
Yeah,
right there. Like that's tough, but anything can happen. Remember, it's not just 3 a.m. for Blazemind, it is 3 a.m. for both of them. But that was, I mean, that wasn't even like a 3 a.m. death. That was a what is happening in my Bridge Bastion death. Just
yeah,
absolutely unbelievable. Also had the skeleton from earlier too that he had to deal with. Just
yeah. That's
crazy.
still there.
It's
It's
still
it's
there.
still
That's a
there as
great point.
well.
Still there. Heading back now, but Monkey's out of the Bastion. It's everything that
Yeah.
he wants. Sees the fortress and is going to be entering that sub 5.
Looks like potentially Soul Sand Valley as well into a little bit of basalt. Another double pigs
Yeah,
on
I
the
just
boat.
have like
Okay,
no
wait.
idea what is happening. Like this is
Yeah.
just unreal for both of these runners. I would
And
assume this is like a little bit weird because it's like Crimson on the edge of an SSV. Like this is just terrifying
yeah.
for Blazemine,
Oh my
especially with the wood pick still getting hit through the
oh my
wall. What
god,
is that?
half a heart. Oh my
Oh
goodness.
my goodness gracious. Um, that's terrifying.
Manages to live though, so is able to kind of, take the time to craft up and gather all this stuff, but still
This is
comboed by
just
the Hoglins,
this is just
still on
unreal. This is just
very low. It's gonna be so frustrating for Blazemine. It's just so
and the
and the
guy.
gas. And the gas. So we just add it all on. Just,
It's
throw in some more
good.
things here. But yeah, fairly simple for Monkey on the spawner here, gathering his blaze rods, but just having a very, very different nether experience to what Blazemine is having to go through right now.
No, this is just absolutely unreal. I thought like Mungie, I was gonna say like the Mungie had a moment on the bridge where it was like one of those screenshots you just see on Twitter of like what is happening in this bastion, and then Blazemine just tenfold that. It's just
Yeah.
tough day to start, but Goldfish memory is gonna come through here. Blazemine's gonna be able to bounce back. A very close blind from Mungie here. Also notice has bunnies following him because of
And he
holding
killed
golden
one.
carrots, and maybe
Yeah.
killed one.
He did kill one. He punched it.
Oh,
So
well,
yeah.
I'd like to
Not
change my prediction.
yeah. I think
That
that's
is
pretty valid.
that is unfortunate for the bunny there. Mungie is looking at where to go here. I think it's just I was just say I don't think it was fully out. I was trying to pearl hang, but
No.
wasn't able to get the render off correctly, but is gonna be fine now. Blazemine just pulling up to the fortress. Oh no, not yet. Sorry. I thought this was the basalt, but we're still in the bastion just with a low render.
Yeah.
But Mungie should be able to leave here soon as Blazemine is checking trades.
Yeah, it's just very, very different experiences for these two players here. Just really frustrating for Blazemine. Just absolutely completely different situation with the Hoglins and the Piglins on the bridge. Mungie knocked off a little bit there, but I think got his last rod. He's able to use his Pearl Hang. A little bit annoying when you're in the basalt. It's a little bit harder terrain to be able to pearl through, but he's perfectly onto chords, so he's going to be heading into the stronghold.
Absolutely. Pretty solid. Sub 730 has a really nice spike here. Blazemine getting to the fortress now. So if this nav is difficult, which it's not because Monkey's already going to
Mm.
be entering the end, would have had a chance for Blazemine here. But Monkey's still probably going to go for the 0, especially now that he sees that Blazemine did enter the fortress. So it's not completely like, oh, free. My opponent's still, what's happening to them. Has to go for the 0 here. Has to go to probably 95 here on this back 88 tower. So should be chill with that. Wasn't fully checking the explosives, but is probably all good and has golden carrots as well. I mean, Rose, this is looking like a really clean first game for Mungie.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just, you know, no real major issues. He's a little bit low on explosives, but it doesn't matter at all for him. So it's
Really
pretty
nice.
pretty clean, easy, very simple first seed for Mungie. Whereas for Blazemind, very frustrating situation.
Yeah, I think that's just one, especially like the way you die. Like sometimes it can be hard to have a goldfish memory if it's like, wow, like I should have hit that 0. Oh my gosh, like what the heck? What's wrong with me? Why didn't I hit that 0? But like in something like this, where it's like, okay, I have like mob boss hoglins in my bridge bastion. Like that is a little bit easier to kind of chalk up to one of those random one-off ranked things. So I think Blazemine's going to be looking to bounce back in this next seed, and it is also going to be Blazemine's pick again. So we'll be able to choose something there. But Mungie, I mean, looking strong. Like I said, Rose, this is like it might be 3 a.m. for him, but it might as well be like 3 p.m. I mean, this is his domain. So something to watch out for sure.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, what you were saying, I feel like for Blazemine there, that is that's a situation you can't really control. That's the
Yeah.
kind of thing that happens to you when you're on a 5-game loss streak and, your opponent has absolutely no mobs on their bridge and then you just have the worst possible Hoglins imaginable. But, he's got to just refocus, just get your head back, very easy to do goldfish memory, and it's very simple when it's not your fault,
Yep.
and there's still potentially a lot more seats to go.
Yeah, and it's also just the first seed. So we're going to be able to check out the next seed selection pretty quickly here to see what these runners are going to go with and what specifically Blazemind is going to want to go with going into this second seed. If I was Blazemind, I don't remember what that first seed was. That was Shipwreck. I would pick
Yeah.
Buried Treasure if I want to be really funny. I would probably pick Ruin Portal if I wanted to like really win. I think Blazemine knows that Ruin Portal is going to be a little bit more of his bread and butter for something like this. Whereas Buried Treasure would just be cool to see all 5 little overlay things, especially while I'm casting. I would like to see them non-biasedly, and we'll see what Blazemine chooses here. I think instead of asking what I think Blazemine's going to choose, Rose, putting you on the spot. Okay, never mind. I'll
I was
save it.
gonna say Ruin Portal. I promise I was gonna
No,
say
I
Ruin
was gonna
Portal,
I
if
was gonna
that's
say,
what you were gonna ask.
what do you think Mungie wouldn't want to see? Was gonna be my question.
Oh,
Which
okay.
could still be Room Portal.
Yeah, maybe still Ruin Portal, maybe. But again, it depends. It's those little, like, micro things, those little micro decisions that you have to make with a Ruin Portal. Are you going to be having to make a bucket? Are you going to have to lava complete? Are you just going to have your easy place of obsidian? Are you going to have an iron pick? Are you not? Depending on the bastion that you have going into the nether, if your iron is in a completely random chest, if it's a housing or a stables where you've got lots and lots of extra chests to play with, it can be a little bit frustrating and it can really kind of slow your pace down. So it's not, if it's a pretty if it's a simple room portal seed, you know, Blazemine's going to be hopefully feeling pretty good about this. But if there's a little bit of just kind of like upset, then Mungie's not going to be feeling too bad. I mean, he's 1 game up. He knows he's playing well.
Yep.
Should be good.
Should be good. Speaking about things that are good, I really like the animated magma texture in this shader.
Yeah,
It looks really cool. I sometimes forget that, like, there's some blocks in Minecraft that are, like, animated, and I always forget that they exist, and magma is definitely one of them. I think it's just really cool, and we need more of them.
yeah.
Like, did you know that the Crimson Warp or the Crimson and Warp logs are animated?
Yeah, I did know that.
Okay,
Did you know that
well,
Prismarine is
yes,
animated as
I did
well?
know that, yes.
Okay.
That's the other one that gets a lot of people. It's, like, such a cool little, like, thing. I don't know. We need more of them. Don't animate everything, but
Yeah.
it'd be there's the room portal. I mean, this is another room portal though, Rose. It could be completable with obby, it could be a bucket, and it's gonna be both, if I'm doing
Okay.
my
Oh,
math correctly. Or is it 56? I can't do math. I think it's 54. Yeah, I think they're good.
yeah. They've only got one obsidian, but
They can do bucket
I
and pick, basically.
okay.
So it's
Yeah.
chill. That's what I was saying. Like, they don't have to
Maths
sorry,
is
I
hard.
was thinking in my brain. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So that's chill. Silk Touch is really funny as well, so they have to use the iron pick here to get, um, their stone, which isn't gonna be too bad because there's the exposed space there. Meanwhile, Blaze Mine didn't see that, though, and it didn't
Oh,
also didn't make an iron pick. Maybe a bit of a math moment. Yeah, also now
yeah.
realizing, wait a minute, it's a
And maybe it's that time difference,
it's a
it's
tough
late.
day at the time store for
Yeah.
Blaze Mine.
9 times tables, very difficult,
Which
it's a
again,
tough one.
like, I know we're like being silly about it, but seriously, huge shout out to Blazemine and Monkey filling this because Infume is cooked. Infume was not filling the spot with HDMI. HDMI responded very quickly to fill the fiber look again. Infume responded and was like, I haven't slept yet, so that wasn't happening. So very thankful to Blazemind and Monkey for being able to do this, regardless of what
Yeah,
happens in this game to either of them. So very W sportsmanship from them. And they're both entering at the same time.
absolutely. Yeah. Only 1 mutton though, so not the best situation food-wise.
Yeah, gonna be a little bit weird here. Both with just one mutton is, like you said, not ideal at all. Warped as well, so no hoglins around. They do have some gold armor, which will help probably mitigate some damage, not from the armor itself, but just, dealing with piglins and stuff. There is two hoglins on Mungy's screen. Not gonna go for them. Gonna push the Bastion. This is something that's very common in ranked play
Mm,
at a high level, but is gonna take a lot of damage from messing up that boat clutch and Blazemine
yeah.
being able to stay on the high terrain here.
Yeah, little misstep, having to use a couple of extra blocks as well, stopping to gather a couple extra ones so that you're not using all of your wood, but it's a very, very far bastion as well, and it's not the nicest terrain. It's gonna be bridge again. So it'll be really interesting to see if we're gonna have the same Hoglin scenario this time.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks looks much more comfortable for both of these runners as of now.
Yes.
Now, something to note, I don't think that lava that is gonna be too weird for these runners if they do anything on the right side because oh no, it is double triple. So they're just gonna do Donkey Kong probably or Sug, depending on what they want to do here. There is a bit of a crimson tree. Is that going to affect a route? Is the question. Looks like Blazemine's just going to go for Sug here. Makes sense. This crimson tree probably would have affected Donkey Kong. So I like this play a lot. And I think this is a textbook example, Rose. Like Blazemine's mechanics are absolutely top level.
Yeah, I
That
mean,
was
just
ridiculous.
so fast, yeah. Just yeah, incredible speed, incredible pace there. Plenty of obsidian in the chest. Blaze might just slightly ahead now over Mungie.
Yeah, and I mean that difference in routing is going to matter a little bit here. Starting the trades earlier has so much extra, piglins potentially here as well. I mean, the Crimson might mitigate that a little bit, and help Mungie out. But a lot of obsidian in this chest as well. Going to be Pyrain for the fortress. Blazemine already has the direction and should be able to leave here pretty soon. Um, once these pigs are done trading.
Yeah, definitely mechanics there helping to just put him a little bit ahead, get some nice pearl hang there. So soon as he's happy with his trades, he can just go. But trying to keep an eye on explosives as well. Not a lot of string. Pearl hang for Mungie as well here.
Yeah, really
Waiting
nice pearl
20
hang.
obsidian. Yeah, 20 obsidian for Blazemind, 19 for Mungie. Not the best pearl hang, but able to recover it fairly well and straight to the fortress for Blazemind. Going to be the first one into the fort here.
Yeah, really fast forward as well. Sub 430. Looking for the spawner. A little bit hard to see where to go because of the crimson trees, but still relatively open. Blazemine sees something that he likes. Does find the spawner with only one wither, so not going to be anything to worry about here. Monkey not too far behind. In the fortress
Yeah,
now. Going to be looking. And both
did
runners do
manage to
have an
get a
iron sword too.
stray on the way, but his stray didn't drop for him. So a little bit unfortunate, but does get a nice spawn there at the spawner.
Does get a nice spawn, and that still will be, no matter what, one extra blaze killed. So depending on
Yeah.
how these spawners go, that one stray that Monkey got could still matter big time with them getting the same rates here. So Blazemine gonna build out here. Gonna actually build a portal already. I wasn't looking at Blazemine's rods, but only with 2. This is a
Yeah.
pretty aggressive play without building out a back of the spawner, but it's gonna overlap building the back out. I mean, that's the level of task that Blazemine is at right now, but this
Yeah.
tree is not helping.
No, little bit of a frustrating blind position there, but makes it a little bit harder. Has to throw 2 eyes as well, so a little bit of a time loss there. Whereas Mungi has got all of his rods. Hunger reset for Blazemind as well in the overworld.
Yeah, I think we're gonna see. I mean, same kind of issue for
Yeah.
Mungi, but is actually able to clear the leaves. Really impressive from Mungi. Very far stronghold we can see on
And
Mungi's
got an
calculation.
apple from
Oh,
his leaves as well.
wait,
So
that's huge.
just
And he just crafted all of his
and
gold picks. He could have made a golden apple. That would have been amazing.
yeah.
Unfortunate, but I mean, you still take the apple. The thing to note, though, Rose. I mean, the different. Also, Monkey has 12 rods.
Yeah, he had all of his eyes ready to go, and he's out before Blazemind. So actually blinding first for Blazemind was not the right decision.
12 eyes for Mungie, not rods. Thank you, chat. And I cannot believe that because I mean, Blazemind was ahead into this fort by a significant amount and still needs one more rod. So it's not just the stray that Mungie got. I think just played the spawners so much better, which is
Yeah,
crazy.
and
I
a
mean,
lot of
Blazemind's
golden
still waiting.
yeah. And the gold picks just meant for Mungi, dig into his chords. He's gonna be although
Uh-oh.
maybe has missed.
Probably fine.
Unsure.
Seems really high
Yeah.
up. So it's probably okay here.
Okay.
Blazemind finally able to leave, but this stronghold is far, even though Mungie got here quickly.
Yeah. Yeah. No problem. Because also Blazemind had to throw 2 eyes.
Yeah.
Mungi only had to throw 1. Also grabbed an extra chicken, so isn't gonna have to might need to hunger reset. But it's got a little bit more to work with there as well.
Mungie also was taking a while to look at the spike and still doesn't have anything that he really likes. So, I mean, all this time loss, I mean, not time loss, but just time in the stronghold is going to give Blazemind a chance here to really catch back up. Mungie, I think, is going to like this middle spike. Maybe going to try and go down here and push down. This looks pretty good. And there's the portal
Yeah,
room. So,
sees it.
really nice from Mungie. Blazemind going to have to do the same thing where he digs into the stronghold from the miss. But, I mean, this is looking like Mungie's seed to take. I mean, entering the end here, has everything for 0 and looks really good.
Yeah. Good amount of beds and 4 anchors. So, Blazemind having to do another hunger reset. Just unless something goes wrong on the 0 for Mungie, it's not looking great for Blazemind at the moment.
Plenty of time, has the bow, the double arrow for the first bet at the 99 setup is really clean. Should be able to do a 2+2 here, and does.
Wow.
Mungie looking really nice here. Gonna go up 2-0 on Blazemind in a rematch from last season that Blazemind took.
Yeah, really, really strong from Mungie. Just, no mistakes so far. Just, playing really, really well. And now if you're Blazemind, it's match point. You're going to be on the back foot. You got to be thinking really carefully now. What is your final C pick going to be? What are you going to be able to do to, try and get a comeback here?
Really, really impressive from Mungie there. And I mean, we saw this last time, Rose. Silver was up 2-0 and closed it out in a game 3. Do you think we're going to see
Yeah.
the same thing here? I want to see game 5s. I would like to see
Yeah.
as many game 5s as possible.
I would like to see Blazemind, get these next 2 seeds back. I think, just a couple of little things that's holding Blazemind back here, and I think, we've not seen the best of them yet. So I don't want to see, this going all the way to 5 matches. I think that's going to be a lot more enjoyable, I think, for us. But also, we want a chance to see more. I think, Blazemind's got a lot more to show us, and Mungie's been playing really well. I just want to see more games. I want more Minecraft.
Yeah, I would like more Minecraft as well. We're not gonna have a full analysis, so we can get to more Minecraft. That's what we want to see. I honestly though, like the one thing on that seed, I don't understand where Blazemine lost time in that fortress. Like, it's so
Mhm.
crazy. There was something Parker always says this. It's like magic Mungie. Like Mungie has the ability, and I think this is partly because of his FOV. Like Mungie is so deceptive because he plays on such a lower FOV from everyone else that it's like you don't realize, but Mungie will just make up 20 seconds on someone in any seed. And I just don't understand how he does it. I just don't understand how he does it. It's magical. He like had a magic wand there and just saved 20 seconds in the fortress. And I don't know what he did, but it was really impressive.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it was just the, decisions with the spawner blinding earlier. Maybe he was able to get more blazes to spawn. Is gonna be a desert temple from Blaze Mind here. Very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, you have a lot of things available. Remember, with the new seed type system, the only thing that Blazeline can't pick is Room Portal. So that's completely fine. And it's gonna go Temple here. So want something new. Three very different seed types. They all play very differently. So interesting to see. Maybe just trying to get something, figure out something that works. Um, and I really like the Desert Temple pick because it just adds a little bit more variety here. TNT is really fun to mess with. And we're gonna see if this is the seed that Blazemine needs to get back into this game.
Yeah, and as we said before, in the last match, Desert Temple, you can have a very, very fast enter. If you don't have too many problems in the overworld, it can be a really, really fast seed. So hopefully, this kind of extra little level of variance in your overworld is going to be what Blazemind needs to be able to take this seed.
And we're gonna see if he can. We're gonna hop into the seed very shortly. I saw the go message. So we're happy it's happening. This game is going. I'm very excited. This is the last stand for Blazemine, at least right now, to stay in this game, to not go down 3-0 and go home. What can
Yeah.
Blazemine show us on this Desert Temple seed? It's right next to the runners. No immediate river is going to be interesting for gravel. And we're off to the races.
Yep. Interesting to see. Maybe, last Desert Temple seed we saw there was gravel in the bottom of the temple, but possible that we might be having to see a woodlight potentially if there's no easy source. Both runners going for high TNT as well.
Yeah, that's actually,
See.
I was going to mention that. That is like very surprising. Also, Mungie, 4 golden apples for both runners here. That is crazy. So definitely not going to need to get any food. 36 rotten flesh as well to just chug throughout the run. 7 iron, though, is a little
Mhm.
bit annoying, but you have 7 gold as well. We can see on Blazemine screen. So really nice stuff in these runners. And there's a ruin portal, which Mungie
Yep.
is beelining.
Which could very much have a fire charge, could have flint, could have a flint and steel. So also, yep, there you go. See, doesn't need to worry now about finding a river. Has got more iron from there as well. Although, yeah, doesn't need to worry. And Blaze Mine has spotted it as well now. So hopefully, able to get the same light from that chest, and then we don't have to worry about wood lights.
Yeah, really nice that both runners are able to spot the same thing. Gold block extra as well is really nice. We just have to find the lava pool. Blazemine finds it first. Monkey not too far behind here. But I mean, this is a really nice Desert Temple seed. There's not much more you can ask for besides a ruin portal with an extra gold block and your light, plus 4 golden apples from the temple. I mean, this is really nice.
Yeah, and plenty of rotten flesh as well. So just means you can be a little bit more aggressive, a little bit riskier. You don't have to be watching your health as much. You've got plenty of golden apples, bonus gold as well. A little bit of interesting terrain here, having to build up quite a bit. Still trying to spot the bastion on the runner screens. I think I see it for Blaze Mind and Mungie now.
Yeah, it looks like a housing, I think, for both runners. Obviously, it's gonna be the same. I think it's a housing. I can't tell if it's stables or not with the fog,
Yeah.
but looks like Blazemine is gonna be the person to get there first. Monkey doing a little bit of bridging to get to the higher part, so is gonna do top
Mm,
down maybe. And it is
potentially.
stables, not housing. So I
Oh,
couldn't tell in the fog, but it is stables. So Mungie, I think, is gonna be entering from a slightly better spot, but Blazemine is gonna be basically at the same spot now too. So Blazemine keeping a little bit of a lead.
yeah, and Mungie trying to get that sort of higher entrance point into the bastion. as opposed to Blazemind, who kind of entered from the middle. Monkey trying to enter from near the top takes a bit of damage
Yeah, but
to the pigs, but
I don't know if you saw, but Monkey placed a gold, like, ingot on his build-up spot when he was, like, getting there to, like, make sure a crossbow piglin didn't see him, or, like, didn't shoot at him when he was going over. But now there's, like, 4 piglins that are distracted on that. So
yeah.
he's gonna lose, like, 5 piglins. Like, look at them all looking at the
Yeah.
gold. So he has to burn it
Oh
with a
my
fire charge, go back to the route. I've never seen that before. That is
yeah.
crazy.
A bit of a backfiring of his distraction there. Um, Blazemind down in the gap took a little bit of damage. Was thinking about TNTing the gold
And is
there,
gonna
still is,
TNT.
but a
Wow.
little bit of a misplace. Um, Interesting to see Monkey taking a lot of damage here as well.
Yeah, I mean, both runners low health. The gapples will be really nice for both of them. I love seeing TNT stables come out here from Blazemine. Not something you see all the time. I really want to see more TNT routes. We saw in, I don't remember if it was LCQ or if it was at the land. They just all blur together, but we saw some TNT treasure, and that was really fun. So I like seeing more of this. Monkey going to do the same,
Yeah,
actually. So really nice from these runners.
yeah, just makes sure you get those gold blocks a lot faster. Um, Blaze might have a lot of late pigs there, I think, or pigs breaking out, but he just had about 3 extra pigs kind of run into his route there.
Wild stuff. Looks like Blazemine will be leaving pretty shortly. Had extra pearls, excuse me, still on the ground. I'm assuming has just plenty to leave here. And yeah, 2 stacks,
Yeah.
still has so many golden apples. And Blazemine, who needs this win, is looking really good on this seed.
Yeah, straight onto the spawner. Mungi, a little bit behind now, seems to have most of the trades that he likes to look at, but yeah, it's definitely behind Blazemind here as he starts to clear out that Blaze spawner.
Mungi getting here now, has a Wither to deal with, but that Wither had no desire to kill Mungi at all, so that was pretty easy. Blaze is coming out here. A little bit awkward for Blazemine, just has a lot of blazes everywhere, so has to handle this fortress a little bit weirdly. Wasn't able to fully clear the fire, so is not going to get a full spawn on this cycle. Although is ahead on rods by a lot, so it might not matter if either of these blazes drop, he gets a fifth or sixth, excuse me. So that would be really nice. Doesn't get it, so it gives Monkey a little bit of time to catch up because Monkey is also on 5 rods now. And Rose, the story of this match is how Monkey is playing these fortress splits.
Yeah, it just makes up so much time. I mean, must have just had a much easier time clearing the spawner. I mean, Blazemind is blinding first, but both runners need to get another rod. But potentially, that could come into play if Monkey had more spawns, if he's got a bit of a better platform built out than Blazemind had. So maybe, that could be making the difference here, depending on what happens when these runners head back in.
Yeah, absolutely. Both runners just need 1 rod, I believe. I don't think it broke for either one. Monkey not able to leave yet. It's just going to be a pearl hang. Has to get rid of the fire at the spawner while Blazemine is
Blazemind is
fully
out.
leaving. Yeah.
Yeah. Grabbing a bit of extra wood on the way as well, but seems to be at his cords already.
It's
A
not
little bit awkward
far.
having to dig into the bastion. I mean, Mungi is right behind, almost at cords as well.
Really impressive stuff here. Blazemine just the tiniest bit of a lead. Mungie still has a golden apple. Blazemine ate it, but is on full health. Really awkward here for Mungie to build the portal in a slightly different spot. I think these hoglins are a little bit weird. Is going to not be standing, I
Yeah.
think, on the exact block that Blazemine was. But close enough where it shouldn't matter too drastically here. Blazemine in the stronghold, looking for any spike, has something, but can't figure out how to get to it. Meanwhile, Mungie not hitting starter like we thought,
Mm.
and maybe gets a better spike here, though.
Potentially. I mean, Blazemind not able to find a nice
And look at
clear
that!
spike, and Mungi finds the portal room first.
It's just,
They
but there's Blazemine. So this is actually down to who's going to hit a better 0. They're going to be entering the end here
Yep.
at the exact same time. It's 058 cage. They both don't have gold pickaxes. They're both on a ton of health, but it's front. This should be hittable for both runners here. It looks like it's probably 85. It is. BlazeMine to the top first, but neither is going to be able to push for more than 95. And it's just going to come down to who hits the faster cycle. Rose, this is so close.
It's so close. I mean, BlazeMine getting that first bit off a huge damage for Mungie there as well. I mean, it's
And it's a 2
so
plus
close.
2
It's
for
Mungie.
Mungie. And BlazeMine doesn't kill still. So guess what? Even though that kills and BlazeMine is going to live here, I don't think it's going to matter. Unless there's an insane amount of stream delay, I don't think it's enough. I think Mungie is going to take this 3-0, Rose. Oh my gosh.
Wow. I mean, and it just came down to the, and Mungie takes it just the very, very end there. Just doesn't spawn in starter. And then that was what's helping him make the difference there. Just able to, find the portal room much, much faster and just hits such a beautiful 0. So, Mungie taking it 3-0. I mean, not what we thought we would see, really.
No, I mean, really impressive stuff from Mungie. And I mean, I know we've had 2 3-0s so far, but I mean, Rose, those both game 3s have been ridiculous at the end. Both entering the end at literally the exact same time. And it is so hard on those 0s when you know you're entering the end the same time as your opponent to be able to just push it as absolutely far as you can. And wow, Mungie, back-to-back 2+2 in. I think people were saying that he also 2+2'd on seed 1. Insane consistency on the 0 cycles, and that allows him to win 3-0.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a reversal of last season, Mungie able to kind of, make it a 1-1 on this Australian showdown. But yeah, I mean, BlazeMine played so well. Just unlucky there at the end with that 0. But yeah, really, a surprise, but a good surprise for Mungie here to, comfortably be here 3-0. Interesting to see who he is potentially playing next. Oh yeah, so Dougal Aquacord. So not an easy quarterfinal match for Mungie either, but both players played very, very well.
No, they both played absolutely amazing. And again, huge shout out to both of them for filling this time slot that we needed because Feinberg ate a vegetable. Truly unfortunate circumstances. We'll make sure that does not happen again. But we will be seeing Feinberg in the Loki game at some point in the future. So that will be happening. Don't worry. Thank you so much to BlazeMine and Mungie. We will be having an interview momentarily, so don't go anywhere. I'm very excited to talk to Mungie and see what kind of went through his head there. I mean, just a crazy game. And I think the story of these 3-0s so far is just like, sure, they're 3-0s, but really you have a couple things go a different way, and it's easily we're going to a game 5 in both of them.
Yeah, 100%. BlazeMine didn't have, in the first seed with, his deaths with the Hoglins, slightly different kind of spawner situations in the fortress, could have been, and, if Mungie had been in starter and hadn't had the nav that he had at the end there, very, very minor micro things. So hopefully, BlazeMine is able to kind of look back on this and think, I played very, very well. It was very, very close. And, hopefully not, too frustrated. Only a second playoffs, plenty more opportunities to be able to perform.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, BlazeMine has been honestly one of my favorite players to watch. I wish I was Australian just to watch more of his streams. Like a really, really talented runner. And I know this is not going to be the last time we see BlazeMine. But for now, it's time to talk to Mr. Mungie. Oliver said that we're ready for the interview. Mungie, congratulations on a 3-0 on a very short notice. How are you feeling after that win?
I'm feeling friggin' awesome. It feels so good to be back after a round of 16 loss last playoffs. It always feels good to win playoffs games. It's friggin' awesome.
Talk about, I mean, obviously you're someone who's played in a lot of playoffs and playoff games and playoff matches. Have you ever had a situation where you lose to someone in the previous playoffs and then you show up in the next playoffs, you come and beat them, like really impressive stuff to go up against the same opponent that you lost to last time and then, come out on top?
I don't think so. I've lost to Silver, and then I picked him, and then I lost even worse. That I did that. It's not what you asked at all, but I did that. The only other person I've played like multiple times, I think, is Dougal, and I think I won the first one, and then he won, and then I won. So I guess that kind of counts because I lost and then I won. But like, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, last thing before I throw it to Rose here, I mean, you're used to playing at this, like, what is it, 4:35 in the morning for you right now?
3:35. Oh,
I'm so sorry. So that's way easier for you, of course. What do you do to prepare for these matches that are just at these like crazy times for you that, us Americans or even like EU folks just never really have to deal with the same way that you do as an Australian?
So it's actually really nice because normally when you sleep late, when you're like procrastinating sleeping and you're like being unproductive at night, you feel like guilty. But when you have to do it for playoffs, it's like so almost productive that it's like I can trick myself into thinking I'm doing a good thing by going to bed at like 8 a.m. Like that. Like it's almost okay when I do it.
Amazing. Rose, what do you got for Mungie here?
Just curious, obviously the very first seed, I don't know how much you were aware, but it's just kind of interesting to potentially get your perspective. Blazemine did die in the Bastion. And when you're kind of like, I don't know how much you look at like advancements or where your opponent is kind of progressing, but kind of what's going through your mind when you know that you are ahead? Does it make you feel better or does it make you feel more stressed?
I think it's a confidence boost more than anything when I'm ahead. I do look at advancements a lot. I was like very I was surprised that I got like war pigs first because I don't do auto funnel, and two, I spend like time killing the hog on the bridge as well. So I had a hunch that he died, and then like more time passed, and then I realized that he died. I also like in that overworld, did he think the ship was buried because he got iron like really late? That was what I was assuming
It
happened.
was like his bubbles were just like way less than yours and didn't want to take the damage, so he just overlapped it with like sitting in the door and like mining 2 wood.
Oh, okay, that's
Yeah.
smart actually. Okay, that makes
He also
sense.
had a further ravine. He was a lot further from the one that you saw.
Mm. I'm surprised mine was real. I got really scared.
Yeah, we were thinking the same thing in the booth there. One thing that I want to mention, I believe it was this last seed. You threw your distraction gold on the platform that you were standing on, and I called it immediately. I was like, "Wait a second! Like, there's gonna be like 5 pigs here." And sure enough, you go back. You have to burn your distraction gold. Have you ever been in a situation like that before? Like that was revolutionary.
No, I've never never done that before. I thought like, oh, like one guy would look at it and then I'd be fine. And then like I come back, I hear no pigs aggro to me, and there's like 5 guys at the edge. Like, oh my god, guys, I just mined your gold. Like, focus on that. Like, oh my god, that's so annoying.
Oh my god, that was awesome. Rose, you got anything else?
No, I just yeah, well done. Yeah. Excited to see your next matchup, definitely.
Yeah, so I mean, you talked about you've played Dugile a lot, and I think honestly, I think we ran this like a couple of seasons ago. Like I think you and Dugile have played the most out of anyone ever. You have the chance to play Dugile again. Are you rooting for anyone in particular in this matchup? Do you want another chance at Dugile? Do you want Aquacord to win? What's going through your mind in that matchup, or any predictions?
I mean, I think I beat. Was it last? Oh no, it was season 8 playoffs. I beat both Dugal and Aquacord in my run. So like I feel like that's good proof that I can beat either of them. So I'm feeling confident no matter what. I still would prefer Aquacord because Dugal has like a lot of aura or something, but um I think either way I'll be feeling more confident than this match.
I think that makes a lot of sense. We're excited to see you move into the quarterfinals of season 10 playoffs. Thank you so much again for filling in on short notice, and we'll see you next weekend. Congrats.
Thank you. Bye.
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 Congratulations again to Mungie. I mean, Rose, that'll do it for us today. Now we get to breathe. How'd you like commentating? It was so much fun. It's great to have you
It was
here.
so yeah, I've had so much fun and I feel like these games were so good. And I'm excited for more. I'm sad that this is the end already. Hopefully we get more Minecraft and we get more games next time. Tomorrow, in fact.
We are going to get more games tomorrow. It will be super fun. Make sure you're in the Discord or following on Twitter or all that stuff to see what the updated schedule is because of the Fine Loki game getting moved. There is definitely going to be some changes to tomorrow that we've not fully sorted out yet and potentially even changes to next week. So we'll see what that is looking like. Before we go to this intermission, we are going to head to an intermission. And when we come back from that intermission, it will be uh, Nerdy and Parker. So very excited to see them. I'm excited because I get to just watch now, and I like this might come as a shock to people watching, but I also am just a fan of Minecraft speedrunning, and I like watching the games as well as commentating. So I'm very excited about that. I'm trying to stall a little bit because Oliver told me to get one more second for him, but we have a post-match mini game, first ever. Normally we do these last minute, but this video wasn't going to be ready until tomorrow because that's when this match was originally scheduled for. But Sonia locked in legit. I was on a phone call with Oliver at 7:30 in the morning for me, which means it was 4:30 in the morning for Oliver, about, "Hey, we have to sort this. Can we get this video done in 4 hours?" And Sonia stepped up to the plate, got it done. We have the video. It's all I know. Oh, it's build the structure from memory, which we're all really good at in Minecraft speedrunning. Rose, how good are you if I told you to build a desert well from memory? Are you doing that?
Oh, yeah, easily. For sure.
Easily.
Yeah.
Wow. W confidence from the casters. I'm gonna back that up and say I could probably build a mansion perfectly from memory. Not even close. So we've stalled enough. It's wonderful. For Rose, I'm Curryway. We'll see you all tomorrow. At least us two. But we're gonna send it to a very fun video. And when we come back, it'll be Nerdy and Parker for the rest of the games today. Bye bye.
Bye.
Like this. I think there's obby in there. There's like some stairs. I'll put the shulkers for funsies. Alright. So there's that. It's a great start. And then this is like the top, so it goes like outwards or something. Oh, this looks horrible already.
It has these. Purple glass? That looks more correct.
How much time do I have? Jesus Christ, it's been 2 minutes. Nah, it's cooked. It's just cooked. I'm just building a plane. I'm just building a plane from memory and just using end ship blocks at this point. I don't know which part of it is end stone and which part of it's purple is like the biggest problem I have right now. I just don't remember. I know there's, oh my god, there's the glass that you mine that like puts you in front of the thing, I think.
Oh my gosh, mine's so wide.
Oh god, it's nighttime. Go away.
What block is it around here? Is it stairs or slabs? Is it something else?
How much time do I have? I'm halfway through. Oh Jesus. Oh good lord. Alright, and then it's like this, and there's low-key just holes in the side. Yes, yes.
Oh no. So this goes here, and then there's... That's going up now. Okay, what have I done here?
And then this is like low-key the back, right? Or something? There's something missing here. I don't know what's missing here. I don't know. It should not be this flat at this part of the thing. Minutes? Okay, great, awesome. I'm gonna go out one more.
Oh, what blocks do you use for lighting in here?
And then it's like weird stairs or something.
There's a chest here, I think.
Or something. Oh my god, this is a tragedy. This is a tragedy. It's missing something so obvious. Well, it's missing a lot of end stone. done.
All right, nice job, guys. Nice job, guys. You guys can take a look at each other's builds here if you'd like. Maybe give a nice showcase for everybody as well, in general, what you guys got going on here.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, don't look at that one, actually. Oh, this looks so purple.
Yeah, I didn't know where Endstone went, so I just didn't use it at all. I know that there's gotta be something somewhere, but I just like could not picture
Why,
it.
there's so many paths.
That was good though. I gave you guys a really hard one. Welcome back, everybody, to Season 10 playoffs. I'm so excited to be back in the booth after the LAN, after last season, after the first 2 exciting matches we had there, Parker. Parker, how are you feeling after our first 2 games?
I'm feeling pretty good. You know, we've got some interesting matchups. The Hacks upset was kind of crazy. Silver's looking strong. We had some cool matches. We got to see some Magic, Mungie. It's a beautiful day, nerdy. I don't know. And we're commentating. This is like our first time commentating together in like an official like playoff setting. So I'm kind of pumped.
No, it's super exciting. I guess the first thing I gotta ask you: do you think we're gonna get anything but 3-0s today? I think that's what's on my mind.
I think I'm notoriously bad with predicting stats. Like so far, I'm 0-2 for my predictions. So I don't know how much weight we should give to this, but I'm gonna say it's gonna be 3-2 in favor of NHB. That's my prediction here.
Okay, I like that. I want to remember exactly what my score. I think I had Raul going through, I believe, this round. So I'm gonna say 3-2 in favor of Raul. I want to go to a game 5. I want to see it happen. But this match is very exciting. Is there anything that jumps out to you about these 2 runners? We'll get into the player spotlights and all the stats and stuff. But is there any, I don't know, any thoughts that you had going into this game?
General thoughts. I feel like we sort of have an old school like master of the ranked, aka Raul, who's like been around the block. He's kind of been here forever. He's always been a top runner since like 2020. And then we have NHB, who is one of these players that is kind of like shooting up the ladder in the past couple of seasons. I think he's pretty young too. I think he's like 16 or 17. He's like just getting into it. His times are like going crazy. I think NHB has this really incredible like top speed, this new gen feel to him. And Raul is just like this old school like master class. He's like won stuff before. He won LFI. So I feel like the difference here is like old school versus new school. At least that's how I'm like sort of dividing them in my head.
No, I think that's like basically what I was gonna say as well. I was looking at the stats before the game, and it's cool to see like Raul was in our first ever playoffs, whereas I think like in a couple seasons ago in season 5, or something like that, NHB was like Emerald 3 or something like that.
Yeah, it's crazy.
So it's really cool to see like the progression, to see these newer runners, as you said, going against someone like Raul who's been around for so long. I feel like there is quite the contrast there. Also, I feel like we'll get into the bracket here in just a second, but the last thing I was just gonna say is I feel like these 2 runners both. I would love to, like last season, maybe NHB's not NHB's season. I think getting 3-0'd if I recall. And so has, a lot to prove potentially, as in Raul as well, someone that definitely is someone who we've seen, get 3rd place, obviously has had some great performances, but I think as well it is an exciting storyline to root for. I think both of these runners moving forward would be exciting. I'm not sure who I'm even rooting for. I'm a commentator, so I should stay unbiased, I suppose.
A little unbiased.
But let's throw it right into the bracket here for just a moment. And as you can see, we're in now that sort of lower half of the bracket. Parker, what are your thoughts on this bracket overall? I will just say that top half of the bracket is so scary to me. But I guess what do you think when we're looking at this bracket so far?
I just get excited seeing them all. I feel like a broken record every single time, but every season people are getting better, and we just have some incredible lineups. I'm really excited to see Jay play here. He's not like one of our regulars in playoffs. I'm excited to see EDCR. I feel like this is EDCR's season. We've seen like he's a really good like ladder player, but we haven't seen him like performed super well in the playoffs here. And then we have Raul and NHB starting off today. Like I think NHB posted a video like yesterday of getting like a sub 6 or low 6 time. Like people are doing really well. I just see excitement, nerdy.
Yeah, no, I think 100%. I will say, I don't know. This so far. There have been, Silver making it through, maybe a little bit of an upset potentially to some people. I'm curious if there's going to be any more upsets. Are we going to see? I don't know. Are we going to see the lower? Well, I guess in this case, I was just going to say the lower seeded player move on, but in this case, actually, Hacks was the lower seeded player, so maybe not entirely based on the seeding. But I think there are a lot of potentials for upsets, as you said. are we going to see more of those, or are we going to see sort of the maybe expected players go through? I think this match is going to be interesting, though. I don't know if there's this super clear favorite.
Yeah, it feels it's hard to say. Like, Arao obviously higher seeded, but I think NHB really does have some momentum behind him. He like did really well. He might have even won LCQ, or he just did really well recently, and so I feel like that's got to give you some motivation going in today. But only time will tell, Nerdy. Only time will tell.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I think that is great. Some great points you make there, and we'll get into some details now as we got the player spotlights ready to go. Some insane stats, as always, see from these runners. I will say, look, immediately my eyes always shoot to ranked average time. That's like the first thing that jumps out to me personally. And in this case, 6 seconds apart. So as I was saying, these two runners, I feel like they could be very evenly matched. Though to be fair on that note, 10 wins for Raul and 5 wins for NHB. So 2 times more wins last season for Raul.
Yeah, and that's the thing that stands out to me the most. Like, average time, it's pretty close. NHB got a really fast top speed, has a sub 6, but the win, Nerdy, it's kind of just, I mean, even when you look at the little things on the left here, Raul has the fastest overworld average for a village. That's kind of crazy. It feels like maybe Raul is the more decision-based player here, and he just seems to be winning 10 to 5. That's pretty significant.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, as you mentioned, like average time is not all there is, right? Like, I mean, some people like to go off of it. I think it's good in combination with other statistics, but it is very interesting to me to see like 53 and 56% win rates. These are solid win rates, don't get me wrong. Especially you got to consider as you get higher elo, you go against harder opponents, of course. So even being positive in general is very impressive. But my overall point here is we have seen some people with like 67% win rate, I think last season, right? Or not last couple matches ago there with hacks. So these two runners I definitely think are as you mentioned, they're very consistent. And I think that it could be a very close match. But it's going to be interesting with that 10 to 5. We'll have to see if that carries through to our match here. And we're going to go to our seed picks here shortly. I'm not sure if that's quite ready, but we will get into that shortly. Here we go. Boom. There we go. Look at these animations, Parker.
Yeah, I love these new graphics. Like, I logged into ranked. Sorry, slight tangent. I logged into ranked yesterday to play some matches. They have a new updated image as the home screen. It looks so awesome. I love this stuff. Shout out shaders.
It's so cool. And a Ruin Portal pick though. Who do you think that favors, Parker, going into this?
That's interesting because I would think it favors NHB, but this is Raul's pick, right? Because he's the higher seed. So I don't know. I mean, I think traditionally speaking, Ruin Portal is faster. You favor the more speedy player. But I mean, from Raul here, maybe he's just like, you know what? I can match NHB's top speed. He's the new kid on the block. I'm gonna dominate RP here.
Yeah, has played in way more playoffs than NHB. Obviously, this is NHB's second, whereas Raul's played in tons. I don't know exactly how many, but he's played in a lot of playoffs. And so,
yeah, I think this is his 8th. Or something.
I also recall, I could be wrong. I feel like I've heard Raul talk about this, that the seed picks, I don't know if he thinks that much about them. If I recall, Raul sort of just kind of goes with the flow. And so maybe just not even putting that much thought, just trying to focus, getting in the right headspace for the actual match, not necessarily worrying about what seed we're going to play on. So it is weird though. Ruin Portals can have so much variance. They can be super fast or they can be uncompletable with just enough iron for a bucket. So it is kind of interesting to see the difference there between these. Like this one here, I'm just seeing on the screen. It's just reminded me that they're not guaranteed to be great.
Yeah, definitely not. I really like what you're saying with the Raul thing. I kind of vibe with that mentality of you got to be able to play any seed when you're here in playoffs, and maybe one favors the other slightly. But I think more importantly is your mental and your confidence going into these matches. And I think Raul definitely has the advantage here, him being the more accustomed player. He's just played in so many of these before. And NHB, I think when you're the new person here, there's a lot of nerves. There's nerves in both cases, but I think there's more nerves. And I think in our last match with BlazeMind, I think BlazeMind probably the nerves hit him a little bit harder, if I had to guess from the gameplay.
Yeah, and will those nerves pair in with any kind of inconsistency that we see in gameplay, we'll have to find out. I mean, I know sometimes nerves can make certain players kind of refocus, right? It can give them the necessary.
Yeah.
I don't know. They can zone out in a non-competitive match, right? And so when they're in that super high stakes environment, they thrive. Maybe NHB will be one of those people, and we just haven't seen that yet. But as I mentioned, both of these runners, I think, really have they really want this. I think they really want this, and we're just gonna stall for like 2 minutes here before we get into the match. I think we need just a couple seconds here. But yeah, as I was saying there, I think Raul and NHB both, I think they're hungry. You know what I mean? And I think I want to see, and I want to see what they're gonna do in these matchups in order to, I don't know, just are they gonna play risky? Are we gonna see any? Like, for example, sending a 1-eye. Is that something we're going to see? Are we going to see the players pushing the pace? Are we going to see players going for more consistent strategies? I don't really know, but I'm excited to see regardless what we have up here.
I like
Parker,
those
what about you?
points.
Yeah.
It totally is a different environment. Like these matches, like when we're talking about the ladder, it's more about averages and like how you play overall. Like these ones, it just matters so much more. And I like bringing up the point of like, do you play a little bit differently? Do you go for certain things? I was watching a match yesterday between two of our playoffs members. One of them like skipped a couple gold blocks because it was a fast seed. Are you going to do that same thing here? If it's ranked playoffs, or do you play more consistently? And I think being able to make those decisions on the fly of I'm going to play a little bit safer here because my opponent is X, or I'm going to play a little safer here because I'm ahead by 20 seconds. I think that metagaming we might start to see that appear more in ranked playoffs, and it could become a big determining factor.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think that is true. It is interesting though, because like this competitive game compared to really there's not that many competitive games like it in the fact that there's not too much interactivity, right? There's not too much back and forth and it sort of like counter things that you can do for example, compared to something like, I don't know, CSGO or any kind of like shooter game or any League of Legends or anything like that, where, there's sort of this back and forth, you play this way, I'm going to counter with this kind of play styles that you can see arise. So I don't know. I think it is interesting that these play styles, as we mentioned, yes, people can sort of play for certain things or change their play style according to who they're going against. But at the end of the day, you just need to beat Minecraft as fast as possible, right? And so it is kind of weird compared to other games, I guess, is one thing to point out.
Yeah, I totally agree. And even in the sense of it being so like random dependent, every single world is different. It's a game of playing the odds. Like, how do you navigate the world and like what risks do you take and whatnot, rather than like, I mean, I guess I don't watch a ton of other games, so maybe I should be commentating, but instead of like, I shoot this person, I directly like kill them, I could advance into this like position. It's probably a lot different.
No, for sure. So I don't know. It's my point is, maybe me and you, Parker, we might be overthinking. Maybe the runners are just going to go in.
Bro, that's kind of our job, though. Right? Like,
no, I agree.
We gotta say something.
No, I agree. I love. To be clear, like I love overthinking. Like overthinking, is the way to go, man. But
yeah.
But no, I do feel like it is funny always like thinking about. Like maybe the runners are just thinking about, I don't know, like some zero that they're practicing at the moment.
Yeah.
Maybe they're not.
Maybe
really
they're
worried
watching
about,
a YouTube video. We've seen that before.
We've seen Infune watching golf videos while we were like really trying to analyze, his thought process, and he was just like watching golf in the background. So I don't know. Basically, all I'm trying to get at here, Parker, is that I'm excited for the actual gameplay itself to come up here, and I think we'll get to that in just a minute. But yeah. Let's see.
Think we'll see any looting seeds? I feel like we're both a big fan of the fast, like looting 3 seeds. Do you think this will be one?
I'm gonna say no. We're gonna save that for later. We're gonna save that. Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. We're gonna save that for a little bit.
Respectable take. Cows.
Let's see what we've got here. Both runners headed over towards the spike and seeing that completable rune portal. Notably, I like to see that. And also enough for 7 iron. So, and you also have a flint and steel. So you can get an iron shovel, you can get an iron pickaxe, you can make a bucket. You can even, or instead you could just go for shears. Great stuff.
Yeah, like you got a good couple of options. We see the iron axe from NHB, shears from Raul. So that's pretty different. Iron axe is going to be nice because we're going to be able to hopefully kill these cows. I think it's just It's probably a good play to go for the cows. We saw 2 or 3 cows. That's a really powerful food source, but it is going to be like minus 20 seconds if you go all the way here. It looks like NHB is backtracking all the way to these cows. Ral also backtracking, but getting leaves along the way.
No, excellent point. I think that is an immediate thing that I noticed just between these two runners. As we see the gold axe there for Raul is going to change the way that he approaches the seed, and the shears is interesting as well. Both players have that pickaxe that they can, of course, use to get blocks as well. Specifically the gold pickaxe,
True.
and so definitely interesting to see these different runners approach the seed slightly differently, and both entering the Nether here at the same time. So not sure, it might have been kind of pace neutral, that decision between them. But definitely having the axe crafted here is nice for NHB. Ral might be able to just throw away a few more blocks here, though, on the way to the Bastion, having those extra leaves.
Yeah, this terrain doesn't look super great for Ral. Having like more blocks is the advantage, right? It seems like pretty linear. He is using it. And NHB, I guess NHB mining a couple of blocks to get enough for the route. Raul's going to be at the gold blocks faster, though. I like how he took this terrain. So it looks like the leaves are going to be paying off for him here. And Nerdy, we have a gold pick. So Treasure should be an even faster route than usual.
Yeah, exactly. And we actually see, I think, Raul just take a little bit of a lead there. Just being able to more confidently use those blocks, as you mentioned. And now getting the pigs trading maybe a few seconds later, despite entering the Bastion, I believe, a few seconds after NHB. And so very nice stuff from Raul to catch up some time and take a little bit of a lead. Now, mining these blocks here, we see both runners, I mean, on very similar points in the run. You love to see it. You love to see both the runners like kind of in sync almost, mining the same blocks. Some great stuff right away from these runners. There's been a lot of new treasure tech actually recently, Parker, and it's interesting to see these runners start to implement some of that stuff, aggroing piglins slightly differently and whatnot. No TNT, unfortunately, this run. I know that's been a common thing.
Yeah, TNT would be cool. You know, I think that's starting to get some more uses on the Desert Temple seeds. I haven't seen a fortress myself, but it looks like neither player is doing Glowdar, and I don't think either player has macroed either. So potentially, both these players have seen something that we haven't, but we've got our trades now. NHB is on 20 Obsidian.
Yeah,
Maybe
and
waiting
it looks
for
like
another
Ral
Pearl
is as
trade?
well. We see Ral has to craft the axe that NHB does not, but it's all good. And yeah, as you mentioned, I didn't see the fortress, but it looks like the runners are just confidently pearling away.
Oh,
There
it's
it
just
is.
there.
Yeah, it's just right behind them, behind this treasure bastion. NHB able to leave actually a few seconds beforehand here, before Ral. Ral now pearling out, and we see NHB just gets right onto the spawner, so able to get these blazes started. No pre-craft. No, does have beds pre-crafted, just not on the bar. Whereas Ral does have those beds on the bar ready to go. So I expect to see maybe even a faster blaze bed from Ral here, despite entering the fortress later. We'll see. Okay, now of course, as I say that, now
Oh my, look at
NHB
all these
instantly gets
strays,
it.
Nerdy! That's like 8!
So
And there's
many strays for
two
Ral.
Wither Skeletons. NHB playing both spawners, so a little bit more consistent. But Ral, if the rates are good here, he could just be out. There's 4 strays here. I think 1 or 2 behind him. NHB got his stuff cleared out and gets a 4 spawn, so he's not slouching on the blaze rates. This is really interesting. Ral seems to have lost like a good 10 or 15 seconds on that treasure route. Needs to make up time somewhere, and these blazes could be the way to do it. Look at this, Nardy!
Yeah, so many more strays.
Legit
I think
eight.
it's
I think
5 more
legit eight.
strays, and able to just kill these guys on 3 rods now. Is this going to be a 4th? Yep, that's a 4th. Not getting a 5th, so does still need some more. And this he could, if he runs out of strays, I mean, this could be a little bit unfortunate. I'm not sure how many rods we have for NHB right now, but we do get the measurement off right away. Having to measure a second eye, though. So we'll see if this one breaks. That could end up mattering. No, I don't think it did. So NHB able to get these 2 eyes.
Ral stumbling a little bit with his
Thrown in.
portal build, but is out now with 10 eyes, so a little
10
bit
eyes,
ahead
yeah.
on NHB, but doesn't have anything pre-crafted yet. This is a decently far stronghold, but the terrain looks pretty good. We can pearl onto this fort. Looks like NHB needs 2 more rods. Ral only needs 1. No, 2 more because his eye broke. And he's already pearl hanging, Nerdy, and he can go to the spawner. He hasn't loaded the spawner for the first time, so he's going to get those initial strays, but he has to deal with these skeletons. NHB also setting a similar pearl hang slightly more to the left, and it looks like Ral really needs to crank some pre-crafts here.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. We do have so 11 eyes in total for Ral. A little bit low on pearls though for Ral. Look at this. Only has, I
Wait,
mean, one
is he
spare
going
one if
for a
it's a
one
zero
eye?
eye. I think he might be, and also, but importantly, he also doesn't have that many pearls. But yeah, you're right. He's absolutely going for a
Yeah.
one eye here. Sending the one eye. I'm not exactly sure what happened. I thought NHB's eyes didn't break, so maybe I'm just totally misremembering. But we do have NHB now here digging into the wall,
I
and
mean, this
both
is
runners
close.
going to be building at similar
This is
times. But
really
again,
close.
it's not close at all though. If it's a zero eye.
That's true. That's true. That this is make or break for Ral. It is more likely to have a one eye, but it's just going to be so punishing. It's basically over if he doesn't get the eye here. Like he has enough pearls, but he just does not have the rods. Ral sending it to the right here. NHB also sending it to the right. Checking slightly different doorways. Where is it? Is it top left here? It is. NHB gets an extra
Okay.
pearl in this chest. That's huge.
Wow.
Let me help you zero. Is it a one eye?
Yes, it is. It is. I think it's a two eye here, so that means that both runners can't enter the end. Raul entering a little bit later though. NHB able to enter first. Let's see what the zero is. It looks like it's is that front 1 and 8.
Front 1 and 8.
Gonna be sending here.
I mean, we
Going
have the
to-
blocks. Both are going for it, but Raul is just a little bit far behind. I don't think you can push all the way to 95. NHB messing up
Yep.
slightly, but we have plenty of explosives. We have a crossbow. And apart from a
And-
disaster from NHB, I think he's ahead just enough. Should kill it.
Wow, yeah, great
does.
stuff from NHB. Great stuff throughout this entire seed, I feel like, from NHB. Just playing a little bit more consistently and fast compared to Raul. I mean, we have to remember,
Wow.
first of all, Raul doesn't hit the zero there. That's unfortunate. But also, Raul entered on 11 eyes and still lost to pace against NHB. So definitely a little bit shaky there for Raul. A little scary. But you know, down one seed, it's not over by any means whatsoever. And an early lead. What are your thoughts there early on there?
I mean,
Parker, what do you
NHB
think?
looked really strong, really confident. You know, the biggest decision was that Overworld deciding to go for an axe as opposed to Raul shears. I think it was better for Raul, but he still lost time in the treasure. Maybe that was mechanics. Maybe that was being more aware of your trades and being able to leave sooner. I think he pearled a slightly different direction as well. But the main thing, Nerdy, is that NHB didn't even need a one eye. And he was still ahead of Raul into the end. He didn't mess up the zero. We've seen a couple mistakes from Raul here, but NHB, the lower seed, is looking really good today.
Yeah, I mean that was like I was saying. I feel like that was fantastic play from NHB, playing very consistently the seed, getting enough eyes. And I mean I guess like I like the play from Raul. I don't hate sending a one eye at all. But it is a little worrisome if you're rooting for Raul to have Raul enter the end second after sending the one eye. I think it just really came down to I mean, like there was the fortress situation was different for both runners. We saw NHB play for the more consistent strat, and that allowed NHB to pre-craft and get everything ready to go. And since the rates just weren't crazy, right? Like if those rates were 6 for 6, then Raul would have been good to go. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think you're right.
But because the rates were just not quite there, that slightly risky, the two slightly risky plays of sending for strays and also sending the one eye from Raul definitely did not fully pay off. And I mean, at least Raul did get the one eye or get the two eye in that case. But yeah, so a little bit of a shaky start for Raul, but we'll have to see if Raul can come back. Absolutely a possibility as we see Raul is now choosing a village.
Village seed. So we'll see if we get a plains village like we're seeing these little graphics. I like that we have video this time, like playing. It's really cool. I think Raul is still in a good position here. He didn't make like any crazy mistakes like dying that would
totally.
really tank
100%.
the mental. He just made slightly different decisions. And I think you're really correct there with if the rates had been better, like that's probably just a way better spot for Raul. But NHB playing a little bit more consistent.
Yeah, and I also like another thing to point out is, I don't know. I guess like I feel like you could be the best runner in the world, right, and lose a seed to a decision that doesn't go your way. You know what I mean? And so I feel like with any great playoffs player, I feel like you need to be able to lose a match and bounce back, right? And so we'll see. I definitely think Raul has a lot of tourney experience. So I hope that Raul has developed the mental to be able to, lose and just kind of be like, okay, well, that wasn't my seed. Let's go on to the next one. We're going into a village here, Parker. Who do you think this one favors? Do you think this is favors
I
either player, or
mean,
do you think this is kind of a 50-50?
on Raoul's stats, he has the fastest average overworld for Village. So I think if
Okay.
anybody, like, we gotta favor this for Raoul. It was part of his sheet. I like how you can see both of them like typing a little bit in chat. But it is a Plains Village. And let's see what's
And
in the blacksmith.
beautiful stuff there. An amazing blacksmith chest we see off the bat. You love to see it. I feel like these chests can be so annoying. I always love when you don't need to kill the golem. It's so nice. It just feels so good.
Yeah, you don't need to kill the golem. You can. I like how NHB is kind of overlapping getting this hay while going to the trees. We're gonna see some shears from NHB here. So we're gonna. I like NHB's position a lot right here. Raul's gonna have to go back or maybe get the tree in the middle of this village for blocks. I haven't seen a lava pool from either player nor gravel, and those could be really big differences in decision.
Yeah, another
Still
thing,
nothing.
another smaller thing that I'm just noticing here is we see Raul going for the gold shovel, whereas NHB going for the iron shovel. It's kind of a subtle thing. You
is.
can right click a piglin with that gold ingot, which is nice. So it is useful to just have one of those lying around. But obviously, you know, it's a little faster to mine with the gold shovel. So we'll have to see. Maybe just a small thing, but kind of interesting. We see both runners now building their portals in slightly different spots, but should see what we've got in the nether up shortly for both, as it looks like actually a wood light.
Yeah, it's going to really depend on this wood light. Raul is slightly faster with both using leaves. That's a really... Oh, got to dig a block in HP. Otherwise, that's going to burn you. So it looks like... Oh, having a little bit of trouble. Not on fire yet. Portal's lit for Raul, though, Nerdy. But NHB's portal lights, and he's actually going to be in the nether first because he didn't decide to get more leaves like Raul did. So he's actually a couple seconds ahead, even though they had a very similar wood light. I
Very
guess
similar
leaf
wood light.
light in this case.
Also, I think NHB might have had more blocks going into that as well. I could be mistaken, but I think NHB just got more blocks
I think you're right.
beforehand. So let's look around
Look,
here
this is
for this
awkward.
bastion. Yeah, definitely a little bit
NHB
awkward
is-
terrain.
NHB might be going backwards now. Raul going slightly left. This is an awkward seed, Nerdy. There's just netherrack everywhere. Not a ton of visibility. We haven't seen a fort. Both wide macroing. You can really see the unconfidence in like Spike here. Both of them checking constantly, trying to make sure they don't go for a wrong spike. That can spell disaster for a run. But they're now basically in the same position. And I think I've seen the fortress. So we should be okay here.
Yeah, that's always good. You love to see that. On the way to the bastion, we do have Raul heading, taking slightly different ways. We see
And look, it pays
NHB
off
going.
so much for Raul.
Yeah,
And
NHB has to go through
NHB's
this
just in the
cave.
back rooms.
Yeah, where are we?
This is really bad. I don't think this ravine is going to connect up a ton. Like, the bastion is so much further than this. Like, it's deceptively far from what the E-spikes were rating. And Raul is just so far ahead now. Like, I think the terrain opens up here for NHB. But even if this works out perfectly for him, and it might not, he's uncommitting from this. He's going.
Did you
all
see
the
what
way
I
back.
just saw?
No, what happened?
This is lava housing, I think.
Okay, lava housing route.
I think
Love
this
to
is
see it.
lava
Oh my gosh,
housing.
it is.
Wow. So we're going to see, this is going to be very interesting to see how these runners approach this. We see Raul going into a very different part of the bastion than we normally see in order to deal with this. Trading in this sort of this middle section, kind of, this is nearby. Yeah, right, digging right on those sort of backup blocks that you normally get on your way down to the bastion. And so, I mean, this is just a complete adjustment that we need to see these runners approach. And NHB not only has to deal with this, but hasn't even entered the bastion yet, Parker.
Yeah, that's not going to be good for the mental. And lava, like, this is pretty noteworthy, like you're saying, Nerdy, because, like, in previous seasons, we've literally filtered out specifically lava housing, but because we want the seeds to represent more of the regular ladder and be a little bit more random, like, we're going to see some more awkwardness this playoffs, and it's showing here. And I think Raul, I mean, is clearly handling it much better. Like, NHB is going all the way back to spawn, Nerdy. Maybe he thinks he got the wrong spike entirely. We might not even see him enter the bastion on this entire seed.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's such a brutal way to kind of like be so behind. It's not like you're just like losing pace on like some little whatever. It's like you can't even figure out how to beat the seed in the first place, right?
Mhm.
And so I think it's a really brutal way mentally to start off this playoffs for NHB, unfortunately. after, well, I mean, I guess like not overall. I mean, is up a full seed, but to start this seed specifically, it can be a
Look at
momentum
this. We're
shifter
back in our
potentially.
portal, Nerdy. This is so bad. I mean, we
I
sort
know.
of have 2 spikes here, and if you really don't like recognize those spikes loading it instantly, like maybe there's even just another Bastion here, Nerdy. We really aren't checking these seeds as much this season, which I think is a good move overall, but it's not going to be feeling good for NHB here. Like Rao, I think he messed up his lava housing route by like misplacing a block. Did NHB die, or did he fully reset the seed?
Maybe just a full reset. I'm not sure. I was watching Ral there for a second. Yeah, you're right. He just fully reset 5 minutes into the seed and a full reset. And not only
honestly,
that, but has to deal with lava housing.
he still has to deal with lava housing. You're right. And Rao finds this really good terrain up. So he's just so far ahead. He's in the fortress here. Maybe NHB full resetting the seed. One for the mental, like, you're behind. Like, it's bad news. But also, you're going to be able to pay attention to that E-ray as it loads in. You only get to load in another once. And so maybe he's just wanting to see that to be more confident with it. Like, it was just a really awkward and far Bastion. And now Rao is just in an SSV4. Like, he's got food. He just needs to play really safe, and he wins this.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't know. I feel like Ral is just playing safe and sound this run. This run, I definitely don't expect to see Ral send a 1-eye. So I definitely think we can imagine that. But I don't know. This is just going to be so difficult for NHB to come back. I guess. I mean, at this point, this match is really going to come down to, will Ral make a major mistake?
Oh no, NHB. This is not good. Like, it honestly, it doesn't even that doesn't really matter a ton, because like the seed's already kind of chalked. The more important question is like, how does this affect your mental? Like, even subconsciously. Like, I think momentum is a big thing that people have been talking about lately in terms of like ladder performance and how well you're doing, especially in a performance event like this. This is really hurting the mental.
Yep. And I will say, like, this is sort of exactly what I was talking about beforehand, right? Like, Raul lost the last seed. We were questioning, missed the 0, or like didn't hit the 0, sent the 1-eye, entered the end later, right? So it was like a little bit scary of a first seed there for Raul. But this seed was able to just fully bounce back, right? Like that didn't seem to influence Raul's play at all this seed. He's been playing great. I am worried, as you said, is NHB going to be able to bounce back after the seed? I mean, yes, it is theoretically possible that NHB could come back and win the seed. In theory, it's most likely Raul's game to throw. But the question, I think, as you mentioned there, will NHB have this sort of tourney experience? This is NHB's second playoffs. Will NHB have that ability to bounce back after such a frustrating seed 2?
I mean, it looks like he's really cranking on the mechanics, which is good to see. Like, that's nice for the confidence, but I think it's more a question of like, is your decision making, is that taking it? It's easy to tell, like, hey, mechanically he's still in it. He's not really made any mistakes mechanically. It's just that decision mistakes. And Raul, clearly not. Like, he's just so far ahead, Nerdy. Like, what do we even say? Like, Raul just should not even go for 0. And he's got to see on his screen, NHB hasn't even entered the Bastion yet. We're
that's
8
crazy.
minutes into the speedrun. Raul is going to second portal courts.
Yeah, Raul must be very confused at this point, but NHB, hopefully, I want to see NHB at least enter the Bastion. That's what I'm hoping. It is so brutal, though, to like, enter the Bastion 10 minutes in, and then it's lava housing,
Yeah, that's not going to feel great, right? He's going to see the lava housing. I think he will get into the Bastion. I'm hoping. He messed up his boat clutch there, so maybe that's an indicator.
Yes,
but if he takes
the
right terrain more, like, he should see it in like 3 seconds. And Raul, is this the portal? This is not the portal room.
Looking around, trying to find the portal room. Does not see it immediately. Maybe likes this path down here. I think there was a little bit of a spike I saw there for Raul, so definitely should be somewhere around here. Unless that was some sort of fake spike.
I mean, in a crazy world, if this is the worst stronghold of all time, like, there is a chance. Strongholds are the structure with the most variance, but nah, it just doesn't even matter. Raul has found it. He's going to be entering the end tier. And if
does
it's
Raul go for 0? Does he go for it? Like, even if it's an easy 0, I wonder.
Yeah, even if it's I don't think so. He didn't blaze bed. I think he's really low on explosives here. Yeah, look at this. Not even going for a pearl. Like, he has food still. He's just playing for a perch. He hasn't even pre-crafted nerdy. Like, this is just a really awkward seed. He can make another bed, 4 more anchors, 5 more anchors, I
Yeah.
think. He
Nothing's
could make an extra one
pre-crafted.
if he wanted to, but he doesn't need.
So gonna be able to set up these anchors and see what we've got going on here for Ral. Just taking out the crystals, getting ready to go. NHB is dealing with the lava housing, so taking out the gold blocks. But as we said, unless this is, I mean, Ral's going to need some astronomical throw in order for NHB to come out of this one on top.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, look at Rao. He's chatting to us. I'm not taking any chances. I love the the commentary.
That's great.
Make sure you don't take any damage from the dragons. But as a commentator, I appreciate it. We get to see the inside the mind of Rao here. I think it just totally makes sense. Like, I would not go for a 0 here, especially when it's like you have 3 beds, 4 anchors. Like, that's kind of a lot of anchors. Maybe it's a little bit awkward. Doesn't, like, you just don't need to worry.
Yeah. And this is like one of the rare.
What is he doing? Yo, chiseled
Nice.
nether brick. You never see that.
And
in a
there's the
speedrun.
perch for Ral. So just going to be able to take out the dragon here with these 3 beds, 4 anchors. Hopefully, let's see if Ral can close out the seed. And there we have it. Some great stuff from Ral. And it's now tied up. So we're breaking the streak, Parker. No 3-0s going into the rest. At least we don't have a 3-0 streak continuing. You love to see it. That is great. Tied up 1-1 now.
Mm-hmm.
What are your thoughts? Do you think NHB is going to be able to bounce back after that rough seed 2?
I mean, if it's the pattern going forward of me always being wrong with my predictions, NHB is going to lose this. But I think he bounces back from it mentally. If we get a linear seed here, NHB gets a sub 7. And he's feeling really good going to the next match, and it's going to go to a best of 5, and it's going to be freaking awesome. That's what I'm hoping for.
That's a great thing to hope for. I want to see a best of 5 as well. We've only seen best of 3 or 3-0s so far today, so we're at least getting a 3-1 guaranteed moving forward in this series. But yeah, I mean, I think Ral just played really good, and I think that's got to be a confidence booster for him. And that's also just like watching. I'm feeling like. That's great to see Ral bounce back after the seed 1. So hopefully we'll see NHB do something similar on this seed to be able to bounce back and make it a close one for seed 3. Curious to see what seed choices we're going to see next. I think we'll get into that shortly. But yeah, I mean, great start.
I think I guess we're going to see it immediately here. We get a desert temple pick from NHB is how this works, I believe. We might see some cool TNT tech. You know, some people have been using TNT in bastions a little bit more recently, and on a fast seed, that can be the difference. We've seen some like basically near similar end enters today.
Yeah, 100%. The desert temple pick is interesting. I feel like this is a seed type that obviously can't have low food, that there's a lot of variance on. The runners can play it totally different. Like the ruined portal seed was interesting to me just because the 2 runners approached it very, very differently. And we did see differences in the village as well. I mean, the village decisions were definitely more subtle. I think it was mainly just the gold shovel versus the not gold shovel. But I do feel like these 2 runners seem to have pretty different playstyles so far. Pretty, like, when there's a 50-50 decision to be made, it seems like a lot of times they do make different decisions. And so I'm definitely curious to see on this Desert Temple, which has arguably the most opportunity for different decisions to be had. I'm definitely curious if we're going to see something very different, or maybe we'll just have a super linear Desert Temple seed and the boat runners will do the exact same thing.
True, I guess. I think it is pretty interesting. You're totally right. They have very different play styles, but that's what I like to see as a commentator, as a viewer. You want to see slightly different decisions, but then be still on the same pace. And I think the Rune Portal Sea was a really good example of that. The village, honestly, just kind of a blowout. I think the main thing here is like, pay attention to these runners, try and get in their head. You know, what's their mental like? How does that affect you? I think the stress levels on Ral probably just dropped to really low on that last seed. But for NHB, like the frustration levels have got to be rising so high. But in a thing like playoffs, you know, it's not only a matter of like how good are you as a player, it's how good are you on the day. What do
Yep.
you react to these different situations? How do you handle your own emotions? It all
Totally.
plays into it.
100%. Yeah, I mean, I think all these things totally matter. I'm hoping to see NHB bounce back. I would love to see this be a closer seed than the last one. And obviously, we know that's totally possible based on seed 1. So I think we'll get into this game shortly here. But yeah, I mean, it's been a good series to start off this third best of 5 of the day. Keep in mind, after this, I believe we have EDCR and Ulsahan playing. So that's going to be an exciting one as well, Parker. So
Yeah,
stay tuned.
I've been looking up the stats on the players, trying to voice crack, trying to trying to see what these matches are going to be like, and we've got so many good players this season. Ranked is really developing as a community. I'm kind of just like stalling for yapping here. I cannot even hear Oliver, so I don't really know when we're starting. But I think hopefully we'll be starting here soon.
Yeah, I think we're starting out that. Just
Okay, a
starting a
couple
couple
seconds.
seconds here. We're just keeping the conversation going, Parker. You know what I mean? We're keeping it going. But no, I mean, overall, I mean, I think playoffs has been going great today, and I'm so excited. I mean, I think Curry was saying this last time, but it's so cool to see these storylines get developed and these players. Like in this case, I think this match is a good example of that, right? We have Raul, who's just been here for so long, and then we have these newer players coming along, and HB being one of them, and just seeing the two different. I mean, I almost wonder if the fact that, you know, we have sort of a new gen runner versus someone who's been here for so long is impacting their decisions. As we've been mentioning,
Wait.
their decision making has been different.
This is wasn't this supposed to be a Desert Temple seed? This is an
I
Acacia Village nerdy. I think that's slightly different than a Desert Temple. Maybe there's a Desert Temple in the distance, and this is some weird like overlapping structures.
What is
But
happening?
if not, like we might see a reset here. Potentially, it was just like the wrong seed input from the private room. But regardless, like you still gotta play it. You have like this could just be the seed here. This is something that's maybe thrown off your game. No, it looks like that. So we did get a draw. It was just like a miss input. That's okay. We have like
No
one or two of
worries.
those every season.
No worries at all. But yeah, I mean,
Sorry,
we'll
I
get right
interrupted
back
you
to
as
the
well.
games
What
here.
were you saying?
No, I was just, I mean, I was just yapping. You know what I mean? I was just talking. I was stalling. But I think, I mean, I don't know. I do find it interesting that these two runners have been playing so differently. And I guess my overall point was just maybe it is just the fact that they're coming from they have different one player being newer than the other essentially was my point.
Yeah, because I think they both probably have a similar mindset in terms of like learning and believing you're good and like practicing and grinding and getting good.
Totally.
Because I think there's a lot of overlap in these top level players, but it's like a difference in like what's your Minecraft upbringing like? You know, how early did you get into the speed running? Like Ral has been like rocking the inverted hotbar for like 2 years now. You know, NHB. I don't know if that's even like something that's crossed his mind.
Yeah. No, I feel like it is so fascinating to see these different runners focus on different things, learn different new strategy. I do always love to see the new strategies every season that we get developed. It is cool that, you know, we are playing 1.16, right? Which came out several years ago at this point.
Like
But
6 years ago. Almost 7 years ago.
It's almost like the
Sorry.
game gets updated by the community itself by finding new strategies and by finding new things to be able to do. You know, all sorts of. I mean, there's new tech, there's new tools, there's new all sorts of cool stuff. So despite the fact that we're playing an older version, it's always exciting to see that there's always new stuff to be found.
Yeah, and I'm constantly surprised, honestly. Like, how are we still finding new things to do? Like yesterday or 2 days ago, Red posted a video of just like so much micro in like bastions. It's crazy. It's awesome to see. Look at this. One going left, one going right, one in the water. Ral, I think, is just clearly ahead here, but NHB not going to be too far behind.
And there is a village also in the distance, which, you know, is something to maybe think about. I'm not sure exactly how far away it is, but maybe you get some food there, or maybe the lava pool's over there, so you stop by and grab a bed. But I also wouldn't be surprised if we see these runners just run right by that, completely ignore it, and try to get into the nether as soon as possible. 13 flesh and 1 gapple. Also, a diamond pick this seed.
Diamond pick is going to be cool. There is a lava pool in the direction of the village, but I don't think it's far enough that you're going to commit to like getting resources from it. I like this early gravel from NHB here. I'm curious why Ral didn't commit to doing that in the water. Maybe he wants to overlap getting the bucket, but it looks like I think everything is not like crazy decision based here. Like we have
Yeah.
gravel, water, lava all in view. So we'll see how
And
quickly these players enter to each other.
yeah, I'm going to be curious to see any food decision making here. I think it's one thing I want to keep an eye on. Looks like maybe both runners just not going to go for anything. I think NHB getting ready to enter the nether here. It looks like does have the flint steel and bucket and
Wow, they're
all that
so
stuff ready to
close.
go. And yeah, both runners building on the same spot. So it's despite the fact that it's a desert temple, and despite we've seen, oh no, Ral messes up the portal. Oh wow, wait, how bad is
and
this?
it's not even recoverable. I mean, you can mine the
Oh
obsidian.
no, there we go.
Oh my goodness, what a clutch lava save! But that is just a couple minus seconds. You know, maybe NHB is thinking, is Ral like getting food from the village here? Why is he so much slower?
Oh my god, and Ral
goodness!
lights himself on fire. And that's the exact momentum swing that NHB needed maybe in this seed. Ral now pretty far behind, and we do not have the most food, Parker, on this seed, as we mentioned. And so taking that damage is more punishing on this seed than it would be on a village seed, for example.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I guess it's the Bastion's far. Maybe you can overlap healing a little bit, but it is housing. You know, can sometimes be awkward if you're playing top down, looting those chests. You could take some damage. If it's lava housing, like that's a little bit scary. And it looks like NHB is going to be playing top down housing. Pay attention to how he loots these chests. You want to be avoiding damage. When are these piglins going to spot him? Looks like they spotted him. He is trying to hug to the left here. Tries
Great
to get in a hole, gets in a hole, and can loot, but
Ooh.
does take one hit.
It takes a little bit of damage there, maybe a little unlucky. That can happen.
And look at
But
this,
now
Ral
going,
has to eat the gapple. So he's
Yeah.
going to be down a gapple on NHB just because he needs to heal up.
Ooh, but NHB takes a lot of damage there as well. On 4.5 hearts here, going down into this lower section of housing. And I mean, again, both runners, like the food situation's not great. I like NHB's a little bit more, just not having that portal mishap, but it's still like not a great situation to be in if you're NHB.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think it's just too far out of the way to like go for that village. I think you have to rock with it, but it is just awkward. We
It's
have a
just
diamond
scary.
pick though, Nerdy. Like we can leave on not 20 obbies, so you know, that's something we could do.
Yeah, it is. It is always a little. It's just spooky, but I think these runners, they're a lot more comfortable than I am. Maybe in these low food situations, I think they are very skilled at handling them. So we have the pigs trading here for both runners. Ral just a bit behind here. And importantly, NHB up a gapple. Now I do wonder though. You know, I feel like I'm scared because I feel like the last seed was so shaky there for NHB. I want to make sure NHB can handle this situation cleanly. That's what I want to see this seed. I don't want to see any deaths. That from either runner, but I feel like that would be something that could be very, very tilting from NHB's position. But overall, handling the seed great. I mean, nothing wrong so far from NHB. And if anything, we've just seen some mistakes from Ral. So it is interesting to see some sort of this back and forth between these two.
Yeah, I think we'll be fine here. The main we got 20 obsidian from NHB, and it looks like he can leave out this back. Oh, this is beautiful, Nerdy. One pearl. We're
wow.
4 here. I see a spawner. You probably throw one more pearl, and NHB can use this gapple to heal up, play a little bit more safely. Pay attention to Ral's health here. He's gonna just be on a much worse position as he gets to the spawner behind as well.
And is still gonna go for
Is
a
he going
pearl.
left?
But yeah, I think it's just in a slightly different spot. I think both spawners are over here to the right. Does it have to deal with some potential wither skeletons? No, just gonna handle this blaze spawner and not worry about the other one. So I don't know. Both runners are. Ral's definitely played this like more. He just sort of sent this one spawner. I think. Oh man,
Sorry.
Ral's scaring me this seed. Ral is scaring me this seed. But we do see NHB now getting on his second rod. Ral getting his first. So definitely a pretty significant lead for NHB.
Like one has absorption hearts, one is on 2.5 hearts. Had to like crouch over the edge of the fortress to pick up his rod. It's just a little bit sketchy for Ral here, a little bit scary. 2 blaze hits, you're just donezo. And NHB is ahead. Like he's got 8 eyes here. Gonna be measuring. I don't know if he's pre-crafted yet, but the terrain is looking pretty decent. This should be a relatively fast seed. Like NHB's pre-crafted. He's just confidently in the lead here. What can Ral do to make up time? Like he's gonna need to hunger reset potentially in the overlord.
Yeah, it's tough when you're behind on. I mean, these low food seeds can just be so punishing. Any damage can send you even further behind. But Ral is chugging along, and I don't know. I mean, it's definitely not game over yet, as we do see the blind coming out here for Ral. While NHB appears to be leaving, heading to coordinates, does have 12 eyes, plenty of pearls. So yeah, I mean, this is going to be tough for Ral to come back from this, but definitely not game over yet. Stronghold, as you mentioned, as we always mention, very high variance, lots of opportunity for comebacks, and of course the end as well if NHB cannot hit the 0.
Yeah, NHP misplaces one obby. If Ral does that, he's gonna have to full mine with his diamond pick. Let's see what the spikes look like. There's potentially this looks somewhat promising. NHP still
Ooh,
scanning a little bit more, trying to cross some chunk borders. This is a good way to get some new spikes. Plays around with the chunk coaling in Minecraft so that you're loading and unloading different parts of the world. Still not getting anything that he
yeah,
wants
nothing
though.
great.
I mean, Ral is still just the same one pearl into this lava lake, so he is catching up time here. Maybe this spike. No, it looks like potentially there's a pure spike in this direction. He's wormholing, double wormholing, purling aggressively. He must be really
There
confident.
it
And
is.
yes, here it is. And
Beautiful
he's going to be
stuff from
entering the
NHB.
end.
Handling that very nicely. It's a 2Y. Going to be entering the end here now. Let's see if NHB can close out seed number 3 here and take back the lead. Looks like we've got a front. Is that small cage. Okay, very nice. Going to be heading up. This should be very hittable here for NHB. Let's see what Y height we send. We're going to be sending 95.
Yeah, we have the diamond
And
pick that allows you to hit this comfortably. We have a bow, nice double bow. He's got plenty of explosives. Actually, maybe not. Does he have any anchors? Doesn't really matter because he kills it
doesn't matter.
here.
Doesn't matter. We
And
kill the dragon there.
Ral, even though Ral makes it to the setup in time, a little bit later than NHB, he misplaces. Nerdy, that's 2 zeros that Ral has choked here.
Yeah, it is interesting. And on C2, we're all 1. He just needed to hit the 1 cycle. So maybe the 0 is looking a little shaky for Ral. But NHB does take back the lead. Now up 2-1 against Ral in this round of 16. Great comeback mentally, I feel like, for NHB.
Mhm.
Great play from him overall. That seed playing very consistently, not taking too much damage on a seed with low food. Fantastic stuff. And yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I feel like that's exactly what I wanted. If I could have wrote the script, I would have loved. I love to see it. I love to see NHB come back after that pretty rough seed 2.
Well, thanks for the good script, Nerdy, because I think this is exciting. You know, NHB again. I think this entire match, he's just looked a little bit stronger, a little bit more confident than
Yeah.
Ral. Ral has the 1 seed up, but that was really just the one like mega brain explosion from NHB having a super awkward like entity, right? And sometimes that just happens. But now Ral's back is pushed against the wall. Like if he loses here, he's out of the tournament. So
Yep.
I want to see Ral crank some pace here. I want to see him like on a higher food seed where he doesn't have to play such awkwardness. And I want to see a close end enter again.
Yeah, no, I think it's totally possible. I mean, NHB had a very strong seed there, but I would have been curious to see how that seed played out had we not seen Raul take that little bit of damage at the beginning and sort of mess up the portal. Because I feel like
It started with the portal, huh?
Yeah, I feel like that a lot of that seed came down to that portal. We saw the 2 runners were both killing the dragon, right? So I mean, arguably,
Wait, that's
you could
true.
you could say that was sort of the biggest difference between them.
Yeah, like
but
you could say Ral should have won that seed. I guess if you, let's put assuming he hit the 0, he would have won
Yeah.
the seed because of the lava pool. I get what you're putting down.
Yeah. So I don't know. I want to see a very clean seed. That's what I'm hoping for. I want to see a very clean seed 4 where we don't have anything super big, any big mistakes or anything like that from either runner. But I think we are going to switch it over to a Fulham mid-match analysis. So stay tuned.
Beautiful.
Fulham, let's see what you got. To a Fulham mid-match analysis. So stay tuned.
Beautiful.
Fulham, let's see what you got.
Amazing. Welcome back. Game number 3 of the day. We are seeing Raul versus NHB. And what a match it's been so far. Coming to you after seed number 3. NHB is 2 seeds to 1 up. Let's send you back in time to that first seed. We had the human-built ruined portal, shears in the overworld for Raul. However, NHB was able to make it to the fortress first. And with that, Raul decided to try and make some interesting plays, and I absolutely loved the plays here, reducing the render distance, using the fact that this was a lava-based blue biome fortress, which is 2 reasons why you're going to get more of those strays to spawn. While playing the initial spawner does absolutely amazingly, and as you can see in the distance, loads an absolute ton of strays. I believe 8 or 9 strays in the distance. But with NHB leaving earlier on just 19 pearls and Raul trying to extend and trying to get that extra pearl trade to feel more comfortable with zero cycling, he did still lose some of that pace. And one of the reasons that he lost that pace, and one of the reasons that I think he left with a attempt for a one-eye, is because of this. As you can see, while killing his insane number of strays, notice this blaze kill right here. You can actually see the rod drops off the side of the fortress, and he was not able to pick it up. Unfortunately, that meant that it was going to take him a while to get that last rod, and deciding to leave on just 11 eyes. I think it was the right play, and I think in hindsight, he would have done it again, given the fact that he knows it's a 2-eye. However, NHB, with that advantage from leaving the Bastion earlier, was able to drag it through all the way to the end dimension. And even though Raul was trying to pick up that pace as much as possible, couldn't do so. Second seed, we kind of went completely out of the ordinary. We showed exactly why the ranked team, or, the extremities of how much the ranked team are not doing as much checking on each seed this time. We had a multitude of spikes, a little bit confusing for both runners in the overworld here. In the start of the nether here. But as soon as Raul decided to send a direction, it was this terrain decision that allowed him to maintain his lead throughout this run, extending to the right and going around this terrain and seeing the Bastion in the distance. Of course, lava housing, doubling down on how crazy this seed truly was. But given the fact that we saw Raul make as many safe plays as he did throughout this seed, even not using the blaze beds to guarantee himself killing that Ender Dragon at the end, knowing that his opponent hadn't even entered the Bastion yet, as you can see, using this terrain and looking around the corner, finding the Bastion, the ever-elusive Bastion, while NHB was digging in his wall. And then we're on to the third seed. Some of the commentators in the booth, I loved that from Nerdy, where he wanted that regained mental from NHB. You wanted to see something clean go on, and you saw that Raul in the overworld making that slight mistake, going for, messing up the portal, and it really did punish, taking damage in the terrain of the nether to get to the Bastion. But I really wanted to point out a tiny little thing that I think the commentators didn't pick up on during Raul's hunger reset. He wanted to play as aggressively as possible, and I absolutely loved it. Obviously, he knows he's behind. NHB is ahead, and while measuring his eyes here, afterwards, you're going to see something that saves literally a fraction of a second, but I really, really loved the overlap here. After the hunger reset, you're going to see that he actually uses the damage invulnerability to pearl out of the hole, taking no damage while getting up. It's just one of those things where he's got so many pearls, but he doesn't have as much food. So after breaking the bed, instantly pearls, is able to take no damage from that pearl. And then it goes in to show off a boat break to grab an extra bed, as you can see here. Obviously doesn't have too many beds, does do a boat break. I don't think I grabbed that one in the clip, I apologize. But it is 2-1 in favor of NHB. Even though I was glazing Raul at the end there, the reason NHB was able to take that seed was just because he played it clean. Didn't take as much damage and was able to extend his lead throughout the seed. Can we see Raul bring it back to a 3-2, or will we see NHB take this next seed? I'm going to send you guys back to Nerdy and Recrap without further ado.
Thank you, Fulham, for that wonderful analysis as always. That was crazy to see. I did not catch the thing that Raul did. I love anything to do with damage immunity with pearls. I remember last season, Loki did that. and we asked him
Yeah,
about it, and
yeah.
he was like, "I don't even know. I don't even remember doing that." But
Yeah, he was so
but-
nonchalant. I was like, that was just like normal. Like, what are you
Yeah,
talking
yeah.
about?
But it's so cool, man. I love any time where runners are able to abuse that little bit of Minecraft's the way Minecraft works in order to get just a
Mhm.
slight advantage. Is so cool to me. So yeah, great stuff from Fulham and obviously Raul as well. Unfortunately, is 1-2 behind NHB. Do you think Raul's going to be able to make the comeback here, Parker?
I think he will win this seed. After watching the Fulham analysis, I think his decision making is actually like really good. He was only behind on that first seed because he was waiting for more trades. He sent the one eye because he had a rod burnt. So I'm seeing these like dots connect and like understanding why Raul is making these decisions. And I think he is better on like the overall macro stuff, but he's just had a couple micro hiccups, like a couple mechanic hiccups that NHB isn't having. You know, he didn't mess up the lava pool. He's getting to the zeros a little bit faster. And so I think that's really the big difference between these two players in this matchup.
Yeah, no, I think you make a lot of good points here. It's going to be exciting to see. I love to see NHB bounce back, but we are on to a shipwreck here. So this seed, I mean, obviously, lots of potential for a very slow seed potentially. We could see a very slow seed. We could see 8 iron and 8 run flesh and just the worst shipwreck ever, or we could see just a beautiful, 13 iron shipwreck that has some TNT and 45 wheat in the chest as well. So I don't know. I definitely think this could go either way. And it obviously could go either way in terms of the runners. Do you have any predictions as far as who this favors, Parker, going into this shipwreck seed?
I think if it's good food, we're favoring NHB. If it's bad food, or no, wait, sorry. If it's good food, we're favoring Raul. If it's bad food, we're favoring NHB. And I think that's just sort of how the match has been working here. That's if I had an orb to like predict if I'm like one of those wizard people, whatever you call them, the charlatans, that's probably what I would predict.
Okay. I know. I love the prediction. I'm gonna say Raul is just gonna win this seed. I want to maybe
regardless of everything.
I might just be biased here because I just really want to see a game 5. But in either case, we will see it here shortly. I think we're gonna get into the game in just a second. But here we go. But yeah, let's see what this shipwreck has to offer. Let's see what these runners, how they're gonna handle it. Both runners scanning around, trying to find exactly where it is.
I mean, it's kind of a far shipwreck. You have to run all the way across this island. So NHB already made up a couple of seconds on Raul here, just getting to the shipwreck.
But looks like Raul going for the good food first.
This is good food. We got wheat and carrots.
Yeah, no, this is totally fine. We have seen runners make the goal.
NHB hasn't got food. NHB missed the food chest, forgot it. So that's gonna be 5 or 10 seconds, maybe even 15 seconds behind Raul here. I like this island. You're very high in the island here, and so you can scan a ton of this ocean and really make a good decision on where you want to commit for a ravine.
Oh, wow, and look at this. Raul going for the iron axe. Let's see. NHB going for shears once
look
again.
At that crafting, dude. Did you see that crafting?
That was great. Yeah, that was awesome. But once again, Parker, we see there's this option for 2 decisions to be made, and 2 decisions are being made. We see these runners making different decisions in the overworld again, which is just so crazy. Now we do see Raul looking around, trying to see if he can find any kind of kelp to look for. I don't see anything there.
Yeah, he looks really unconfident here.
Yeah,
so let's see if NHB is more confident. I mean, he's got something though, Nerdy. Look at this.
Yeah, and I think NHB is heading towards this just from a different direction. I think it's the same exact magma ravine, but now able to craft up the stuff. Has a little under a stack of logs, whereas we do see the blocks there, 32 leaves for NHB. So not the most blocks, and if this seed is slower, like we saw in that, some of this terrain has been rough. Maybe that could end up mattering. But let's see, as Raul is looking around trying to find the bastion, maybe another seed with some rough terrain to the bastion. We do see the fortress on the way, so not.
But no, it's like a fake. Wow, Raul was almost going the wrong way. Let's see if NHB falls for the same mistake. But
No,
no, he's made
on
up
the
time on Rao.
Bastion.
He's at the Bastion, Nerdy. He's fully ahead, and it looks like he has plenty of leaves to spare. Looks like, oh, look at this looting. I love the double clicking with the mouse. It's a really
no.
efficient way to loot. And it looks like, is this another housing? He doesn't commit to the other ram part because he's got obsidian, but I think it was only 4. You have one chest in the Bastion that's guaranteed 5. Maybe Rao got it in that single chest and NHB didn't. Could be a difference in decision making here. Very interesting. No, NHB has 10 obsidian. I'm wrong. This is going to be a really nice seed. Like Nerdy, we can craft golden carrots.
Yeah, no, this is like a nice shipwreck seed overall. I was a little scared of the terrain for a second there, but it looks like NHB confidently taking the correct terrain and saving some time on Ral and sort of showing us that the seed actually is quite fast. As now we see the gold blocks being mined from both runners. You love to see it. You love to see both runners mining the gold blocks at the same time. It means that this seed is quite close. And luckily, we don't need to pyrite or anything like that. We don't need to worry about the pie charges. Oh, wait. Oh, I guess because NHB confidently took the terrain, didn't see what Raul saw.
That's true. So maybe a little bit behind on like being able to decide where to go. I mean, you can see the fortress, so maybe he's just trying to decide like where the spawner is in the fortress. Even when you get to the fortress, you know, you can still lose another 30 seconds getting to the spawner. And so like, especially this top level, you'll see players actually chunk count. So they might even pyrite even if they've seen the spawner because they can directly locate where the spawner is.
Very cool. We do see NHB now purling towards that spawner. And
look at this, he's on the spawner. Wait, no, never mind. Sorry.
Ral as well, purling out. Heading towards... Are they going to the same fortress? I think
Are there 2 forts, Nerdy? This is like kind of strange.
I swear they're going in different directions, but it might be like a big fortress that's all connected. I may have misseen.
And this is awkward for Raul! There's, oh my goodness.
My goodness.
Takes 2 hits. Those magma cubes deal damage faster than basically any other mob.
Yes.
They can be so punishing. And NHB's found a spawner, but Raul is in a different spot. Also finds a spawner, honestly, not too far behind. NHB wasted a lot of time in the bad part of the fortress. Raul looking scary on 1 heart, but has the golden carrots, so can heal up.
They are in at least very different parts of the fortress. I'm honestly not sure. I mean, we can see like the enclosed spawner here for NHB, right? So this could end up mattering for the stronghold terrain. It could end up mattering for the stronghold itself. We saw in our first best of 5, we saw, you know, a couple blocks end up changing the stronghold that Hacks and Silver went to, right? And so these runners being this far away, that could end up leading to different strongholds potentially. Not guaranteed, of course, but that could be something to keep an eye out for as Raul is killing lots of blazes here, gets a beautiful 4 spawn there. Now on to, let's see, is that rod number 2? There we go. And we see just 1 rod ahead of NHB here, actually, matter of fact, despite entering the fortress later.
Yeah, it looks like NHB's pre-crafted. We have a solid amount of explosives using, I love seeing this, the stone axe, stone sword that he got from a wither skeleton to kill blazes a little bit faster. And even though, no, NHB is just behind on rods, and it's just in a far worse position, like you've been saying. That's really going to be the deciding factor here, I think, just getting to the stronghold.
We're having to measure 2 eyes there, and I'm trying to
NHB's
look.
Closer, though. 3 digits for NHB, 4 digits for Raul. I can't tell exactly what that is. Maybe that's 1,600. But for NHB, that's only 100 blocks in the nether. So even though he's like kind of surrounded by all of this netherrack, it could be like not even that bad, especially if he has gold picks. Doesn't have gold picks.
I do think it is the same stronghold as well.
Is he leaving? Look at him try to leave, Nerdy. There's no way. There was 2 magma cubes and a wither skeleton. Raul's going for the stray here. Oh, this is so awkward for NHB. Raul is just going to be commandingly taking a lead here, I think.
And the terrain's just so open for Raul, right? I mean, just look how enclosed it is for NHB. It is quite awkward. Does get that rod. Oh, it has to run into a magma cube. Look at, there's more magma cubes. What is NHB going to do? Wow, able to boat clutch.
Crazy. There was like 4. There was magma cube to your right, magma cube to behind you, magma cube to the left, and he survives it, Nerdy. He's still alive, boat clutching, and he's building his portal now. It's totally
Where's
it
he
is
at?
different. It's been different fortresses. I saw both the spawners on NHB. They were not the spawners that Ral went to, and so even though Ral had this upper hand on the terrain, NHB is just in the stronghold. He gets some sort of spot
Wow,
he
they
likes. He's
were different,
committing
yeah.
here. Look at the aggressiveness. This is the portal room.
Into the portal room.
Nerdy. He could be closing out the match here. He could be beating Ral. Let's see what this 0 is. NHB, I believe, has 5 beds, 1 anchor. Could be a little bit awkward if it's a side setup. Not buried. His mechanics, holy frick, this dude is fast. It's tall, though, Nerdy. Is this T100?
It's tall.
T97, no. A little bit more
97.
comfortable.
Pushing 99. Let's see.
He should be fine here. Their rotation early. Has a
Wow.
bow, can double bed. Double bows. Look at this damage. He might even 2+2 here, Nerdy.
Great stuff from NHB.
Wow.
Just great stuff overall. Taking the 3-1 victory over Raoul. Some fantastic, I mean, just has been playing, except for C2, has been playing just lights out today. So definitely great stuff from NHB, able to close out this series. And there we have it, an 8-21. And we have a 3-1 victory for NHB.
Okay, so my first correct prediction, I mean, that looked really good from NHB. Surviving that fortress, like that's gotta give you a heart attack when because he fully mined a tunnel away from the spawner. Like just fully mined a tunnel so he didn't have to deal with mobs. He pops out into a pack of more mobs, Nerdy, and just wow, that was a cool match to watch.
No, that was awesome. Yeah, no, 100%. I feel like, man, that was it really scared me for a second. Honestly, I feel like NHP was really scaring me in general. I feel like the last seed pearling aggressively, this seed pearling aggressively, has not been scared at all in this playoffs. It seems.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see him continue. I can't remember the exact bracket, but is he playing the winner of? No, I'm not sure. I would probably get it wrong. But do you know if we're
playing
doing
either
are we
Feinberg
doing
or Loki?
Feinberg or Loki? Okay.
We're gonna do an interview right now. Actually, matter of fact, Parker. So let's get into that. And let's just bring NHB in here. NHB, welcome. Congratulations on the win. Okay, I just wanna. Well, first of all, how are you feeling after that win?
Bro, I don't know, man. I'm so happy, bro.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I wanna the thing I wanna ask about is I want you to walk us through how were you able to mentally bounce back after that really rough C2? What were you telling yourself? How were you able to I guess just like refocus and get back into this game and take the win?
To be honest, it didn't affect me. It actually gave me more confidence for C3 because I got less nervous. But yeah.
No, that's totally fair. Parker, you got any questions here?
Yeah, on that last seed that you played. I mean, first of all, like GG's for surviving that like hallway incident. I so thought you were dead. But my main question was, did you have any? What was that?
I was gonna crush out, bro.
So I'm glad you survived as well. But even getting to the fortress, you and Raul went to different fortresses. Was there a debate in your head of where to go? Were you ever confused?
No, I just spidered normally and I found the fortress.
Wow, that was so interesting. It like totally because I think you got a closer blind, and then oh my goodness, it was a really fun match to watch.
Yeah. All right. NHB, I gotta ask. Okay, so next weekend you're gonna either be going against Feinberg or Loki. Do you have any preferences? Are you rooting for anyone in this match?
That's no issue for me.
Okay. You're just ready to go? In either case?
Yeah.
Sweet.
Fair enough.
That's
I
love the confidence. I love the confidence. I love that you were able to just sort of fully lock in despite the fact that C2 was quite rough. I know that terrain was just horrible, and I think you got a bit unlucky not being able to find the bastion. But really great stuff. Congratulations on the win. We're so excited to have you back next weekend. And yeah, I think we're just gonna send it to a quick intermission here, guys. But we will be back shortly.
Thank you.
Congrats on the win. That was awesome. Cool.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Season 10 playoffs. So excited to be back. Parker, how are you feeling? 3 games in today, 1 remaining. What are your thoughts?
I'm feeling exhilarated, and I'm really curious to see how EDCR does this season. You know, he's always so high up on the ladder. We were just talking about this. He's such a good ladder player, but he just hasn't had like the good running in a playoffs. And I feel like this could be EDCR's season.
Totally. Yeah, no, I think 100% it could be. But it is interesting to me because it's like we've seen EDCR go out, I think, round 1 both seasons before. And so on the one hand, if EDCR has a great season, that would be an exciting storyline. But also, this is Olsen's first playoffs. So I think it's just like it's exciting in either case here. Whoever moves on, it's either someone who it's their first playoffs and they're here and it's an underdog story potentially, or are we finally gonna see EDCR have the season that maybe some people have been expecting?
And you're right. If we are talking about like a dark horse player, I think it is Olsahan. Like he's always been on the verge, nerdy, of like auto qualling. He's like I think many people have like pointed this out. Olsahan is like the highest ranked player who's never been in a playoffs. Like if you're in that top 20, 25-ish area, you've basically been in a playoffs. Like you've had one season where you've peaked and you've been really good. Olsahan, since like season 1, has always been in that top running. He was like 3 away, then he was like 4 away, then he was like 8 away, then he was like 3 away. And this is the first season where he's auto qualled. And it was a really close auto qual. And so I want to see an Olsahan story develop as much as I want to see like a good running from EDCR. I feel like I'm constantly torn. I have too many reasons to root for everybody.
And I think we're just gonna throw it into the bracket here quickly. So let's just quickly do that. And as you can see, we've had some interesting storylines develop here. Hacks getting eliminated by Silver in our first match. Mungie moving forward, eliminating Blazemind, and then most recently NHB winning 3-1 against Raoul. So we just have one more match, and it's just one more. I guess we won't know any quarterfinals matches by now because it's in the sort of last quarter. But it is interesting to see these players develop here. I don't know. I'm curious. Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I'm curious to see if we're seeing any trends. I'm just trying to like look for any patterns that have been happening. I remember, for example, Parker at the LAN, it was like always the lower seeded player moving on, right? But here, I'm not seeing anything crazy other than the fact that I guess we just haven't. We've seen some like pretty decisive games. Like Raoul did take a seed off NHB, which was great to see. But that is the only out of all the matches today, we've only seen the loser win 1 seed. So they've definitely been pretty big swings so far. I'm hoping that this seed will be a 3-2. I think that's the thing I'm hoping for.
A 3-2 would be cool. I mean, pattern-wise, they've all got a little bit of pink in their skin. Olsahan's got a little bit of pink in the bottom, so maybe he's gonna win this one.
Okay.
But I think you're right. Like we've had a pretty good distribution of like people winning today.
Yeah. We do have the player spotlight ready, so let's get right into that. Beautiful stuff here. Our seed 2 on the left, EDCR, a player who obviously is a amazingly skilled runner. We've seen so many, I mean, crazy clips or amazing ELO performances throughout seasons, being the number 1 seed, I think 2 seasons in a row or something like that. And it's our seed 2 this season. And with a 9-10 average, I mean, that's super impressive. 74% win rate. I mean, as you mentioned, Parker, easily one of the top contenders for the ladder, but just hasn't had a playoffs performance that maybe matches that expectation. So will this be EDCR's season?
I think one thing for argument of that is I think EDCR has been streaming more. And he's also, I don't know if you've ever tuned into an EDCR stream, but he commentates what he's doing like while he's playing. He's probably like one of the most talkative, high level players. Like if you watch a Do stream, like you might hear an occasional like sentence, but EDCR kind of like commentates this whole game style. And I think he's a really good decision maker, and he knows how to like play faster or slower depending on the situation.
Yeah, 100%. Meanwhile, we do have Ulsahan on the right here, our seed number 12. Not as much. I mean, not a 74% win rate, but I mean, 9-7 as far as their matches. So absolutely could win any seed, as we see here by the statistical evidence, Parker. But we also, I mean, a 25-53 is a very impressive elo. I mean, just all the stats across the board. I think the only thing that I see is like maybe giving EDCR a pretty big advantage here is really just that ranked average time. We see just a 37-second difference between them, which is pretty significant. But I don't know. I mean, at the end of the day, they look like they're pretty evenly matched. EDCR only having won 2 more games than Ulsan.
Yeah, I think that's what maybe the most notable thing to me here. I kind of would have expected a more lopsided game distribution. Like EDCR, he's got like it's hard to compete with those stats, but holding your own with 7-9, that's that's pretty good. You know, regardless of what we're saying though, I remember there's a good quote. It's like, you know, we don't play these games like on paper. You know, it all comes down to what happens today. And we're going to see that momentarily. I'm curious if the nerves are running high for either of these players. Are we going to see it in the gameplay? Are we going to get some fast seeds? So much potential.
I think we're definitely going to get some. I think we're definitely going to get some fast seeds. These 2 runners are very fast at the end of the day. And so even if the seeds are a little bit slow, I think they're going to make something work. I mean, a 9-10 average, Parker, for example. I mean, you need to. The thing that's so crazy about that is like getting 9-10s. You have to account for the slow seeds, right? So the slow seeds do happen, and EDCR is still able to, in the long run, average that out with all of the sub-9s, sub-8s, and whatnot. So great stuff. I think we just need a couple of minutes here just to get ready for our seed 1. Any predictions? What do you think we're going to see picked for our first seed?
Oh, in terms of seed pick.
Yeah.
EDCR's picking, and he's gonna pick a village.
Okay.
I don't have any particular great reasoning. I'm just it's kind of drawing my attention. I think it's gonna be a village.
Okay, I'm gonna say Ruin Portal. I'm gonna say Ruin Portal. My prediction's gonna be Ruin Portal, and the reason I'm gonna say Ruin Portal is because I want to. Well, first of all, I just want to see if I'm just biased. I just want to see a really fast seed.
Wait, is this the looting 3 seed that you were talking about earlier?
No, we're saving that for next weekend.
Not
we're
yet.
Saving that for
Okay.
We're gonna save that for next weekend. But yeah, so I think I'm gonna make that prediction. I'm gonna say the first seed is gonna go to EDCR. What is your overall series prediction here? What are you thinking as far as the overall scoreline?
I mean, I feel like I'm just camping because it's like the number 2 seed versus a lower seed. I'm gonna say a 3-0 in favor of EDCR.
Ooh, okay.
That's my prediction.
I'm gonna say. Here's what I'm gonna say. All right, and sorry to leak the script just in advance, but
oh shoot, why you gotta be leaking the script?
I'm gonna say a 3-1. I think EDCR is gonna die on a seed, and it's gonna give Ulsan the edge. But I think all the matches are gonna be, except for that one, is gonna be close. That's my prediction. I think they're all gonna be like relatively close. EDCR is just gonna have that slight pace advantage, and then die on one seed, and it's gonna be a 3-1 scoreline. That's my script leak.
Okay. I appreciate the script leak, and I was totally wrong. You were wrong.
Yeah, we're going to a desert temple. That's okay. I mean, it's okay to be wrong, Parker. Our predictions so far not looking good, but our scoreline predictions can still be correct. It's still totally possible.
That's true. You know what this reminds me of? I think in EDCR's first ever playoffs performance showing, he did a speed telly off of a desert temple. Maybe he's kind of drawing from that energy of like really mechanically skillness.
I remember that.
You remember that, right? It was kind of crazy.
No, I remember that. I think he might have like died or something on that seed.
Yeah, it was after
right?
death. Yeah. Maybe not a good omen.
Something like that. But in either case, I mean, I want to. I mean, overall, we've been talking about this. I think this is going to be EDCR's season. I think this is going to be EDCR's season, and I think he's going to be able to finally get through to our quarterfinals. It'd be super cool to see him there.
Okay, beautiful. Well, I'm curious to see how Ulsahan is gonna play. I think is he our only newcomer this season already in playoffs?
Yeah. Yep.
I think he is. Wow. So, we're really starting to see this like roster of players who are in playoffs get cemented, but Ulsahan has yet to kind of show us what he's got. So if you're in chat, if you're watching right now, pay attention to Ulsahan. How is he going to deal with the nerves? How is he going to deal with the speed of EDCR? Can he compete?
I think we'll
I
get
mean,
going into the gameplay here
yeah.
shortly when we'll see exactly that. But it's gonna be a good match. It's gonna be a good match. This is one I've been looking forward to, Parker. This specific match, to get the newcomer against the player who, you know, he's got a lot of expectations. He's got a lot of he's been such a good ladder player for so long. So it's gonna be interesting to see how this one pans out. Like I said, in either case, whoever moves on, it's an exciting storyline.
True. It is interesting talking about expectations though, like because you're totally right. This season, a couple players do like have a little bit of an expectation to play well, and we've seen some upsets like with a hack silver game. Does EDCR still even have that expectation to play really well? He was like finished rank 2 last season, but are people expecting him to win here? He's in the Desert Temple half a second sooner. Maybe it's an indicator.
And there we go.
Saves a little bit of
EDCR.
fall damage with the sand block too. Love
Yeah,
to see
I was just
that.
gonna say.
Could matter on seeds with low food, like we saw with Rao. That a couple hearts difference can really even make a difference.
Yeah, I mean the temples are so brutal because you get low food and you're also just guaranteed to take a bunch of damage while you fall. So you're already low on food, and then in this case we have 14 flesh. I'm curious if we have any with one gapple. Okay, so I wouldn't be surprised if we saw no food come out from these runners. I'm not sure if Flint is anywhere nearby. This is very interesting to see. Yeah, both runners using the exact same tree, and now we have this little bit of water over here to potentially build off. And there we go. EDCR grabbing the bucket and going to get this wood light started as soon as possible. So great stuff. Whereas we see Olsen getting some crafts off a little bit behind, and presumably also going to be doing the wood light. But we see EDCR has it ready to go already. Wow. Olsen hasn't even finished building the portal, and EDCR is headed back after having done some stuff.
Yeah, I like this play from EDCR getting it quickly, so then you can like use your time to get a couple more wood blocks. Struggling a little bit with the fire mechanics here, but he's just like, I mean, statistically, he should be in the nether a lot faster, but Minecraft is a random game. Ulsan could get a lucky wood light here. Ulsan doesn't have as much wood either, so, but he gets it. He has a
Olsen
worse
gets it
wood light
first.
and does it slower, but he saves time, Nerdy. And so
That's
EDCR
Minecraft
is gonna need to-
sometimes.
That's just Minecraft sometimes.
Yeah, and I mean, but EDCR looking locked in, I definitely do not think that should throw EDCR's game off too much, as now we see both runners heading towards the bastion. We see, interestingly enough, though, Olsen getting the Hoglin there, so getting some food along the way while we see EDCR not choosing to go for that and just going to be sending it right towards the bastion.
And it's
we
treasure,
have a
Nerdy.
treasure. Okay.
We might be seeing some Glodar here. It's really enclosed. ECR doing a ton of head hitters. Wow, that was some really nice movement, especially when you have all the blocks here. This is looking really good. EDCR has made up, honestly, a lot of time.
Yeah, it doesn't have the pork chops, but yes, it has saved a lot of time, and importantly, I think has not taken a lot of damage on this treasure route. And so, despite the fact that he doesn't have that food, it won't matter. I mean, if you don't take damage, it won't matter. Wow, look at this. Yeah, that's bizarre. But is able to get the piglins going, and is just playing this very aggressively, very fast. And I will also say, like basically hitless.
Yeah, it's actually very impressive. And it could be a little bit weird here. I saw some piglins. This is some high terrain for a treasure. There's going to be a lot of extra piglins because it's a crimson forest here. And so, like, look at that. On EDCR's screen, there's 2 extra piglins. So do you ever, like, try and get those into the hole? Ulsahan doing a TNT setup. Love this. I'm surprised EDCR not going for it. He's usually on top of the tech, but he's spending his time actually doing Glodar, it looks like. It's a way of pyring for the spawner, even though you have like corrupted data because of the magma cube at the bottom of the bastion. But it looks like EDCR's got like
And
a stray pig here. Blocks up. Look at that.
wow,
You don't
so
see
clean,
that very
so clean.
often.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was really nice from EDCR handling that piglin. Very nice. It's always awkward. Treasure can be so annoying, just like these random guys here, especially like if you look at this terrain.
get
Looks
another.
like there might just be some like random piglins that spawn potentially. So gonna have to deal with this guy. Unfortunately, loses a little bit of time there. We do see Olsen having come back. I don't know if we've gotten the Glodar from Olsen, but I think we have gotten it from EDCR. So potentially able to know exactly where to go right after this treasure bastion is complete. Just checking the trades here. Are we good to go? I think we might be good to go.
Ulsahan
He's
is
gonna send a
16
pearl hang.
obviously needs to wait a little bit, but
No,
EDCR
EDCR is
is
good.
gonna
Yeah.
be out. And he knows where the fortress is. I'm not sure what Ulsahan's plan here is. Looks like he has a pearl hang off, but I don't think I've seen a Glodar. Potentially he's just playing quadrants. EDCR doing a double Glodar. No, just a regular high scan. Knows the spawner is this direction, but it looks really closed off. We'll see if Ulsahan can make up any sort of time, but it looks like ECR sees the fortress, is going to be in there comfortably.
But here we go. Ulsan as
Oh,
well, also on top of the fortress. So we do see EDCR a little bit ahead, but Ulsan did a good job catching up a little bit of time there potentially. Both runners very close, and importantly, there's not too much food here for EDCR. Whereas, I mean, we saw those pork chops. I think this food situation might be better here for Ulsan.
EDCR playing this
Yeah,
second
3 pork chops.
spawner, getting 2 stray blazes. So they're playing different spawners here, Nerdy. Ulsahan a little bit higher, but it's just a little bit more enclosed terrain, and you're not going to get that insta spawn. But he gets a Hoglin. Food
He gets a
delivery.
Hoglin. I don't know if he got the food. It was very awkward, but we did definitely see that lose a little bit of time there potentially for Ulsahan. And now is finally got first rod there. EDCR on 2 rods, so now we see Ulsahan catching up. But these spawner cycles might be different. Yeah, we see now Ulsan, I think, on 3 rods, just because the spawner cycles were just a bit different there. Now
Hoglin!
building the portal has to deal with a
Yeah!
3rd Hoglin of the seed.
That was awesome. He just like punched that guy off.
Often
And
you see
EDCR
someone
is-
kill 3 Hoglins in one seed.
Yeah, not very often. Not very often. So EDCR is blinding here on the same rods as Ulsahan, but is pre-crafted, so still a little bit ahead, maintaining that lead. We'll see what the stronghold distance is like. I mean, nothing crazy bad from either player. They're both playing very consistently. Gets an eye break, but the distance looks to be maybe 1,500. Is Hungary setting in the overworld?
And
Adds string
good
to his
stuff.
hotbar so it doesn't mess
Yeah,
up
I
his
mean, that's just
orientation.
something that Olsen just doesn't have to do, right? Didn't get that food at the beginning of the seed from the
True.
Hoglin. And so that's just very nice for Olsen to not have to worry about that. We do see a big spawn there for EDCR. So honestly, both these runners pretty close. Let's see, 3 rods. So just needs 1 more rod for Olsen, unless he wants to send the 1 eye. We'll have to see. Maybe EDCR could go for that as well, in theory.
I mean, he's got one last blaze here, but I think he's still waiting on rods. And if this one drops for Ulsahan, it doesn't. So he still needs 1 more rod. They're both just waiting, fully pre-crafted here. And he gets a 4 spawn here from EDCR. Ulsahan also gets a 4 spawn. Ulsahan's out. EDCR is out. Now it's a race to get to second portal quartz. Nerdy, this is really close. EDCR
Yeah,
going
this is insanely
lower.
close.
I think Ulsahan is now ahead a little
Ooh,
bit. Has that pork
wow.
chop so it can play a little bit more aggressively.
Great
Like, look
boat
at that
clutch from
pearl.
EDCR, and able to. That was a very dicey pearl that he threw, unfortunately, but he was able to have a fantastic boat clutch to save it. But it doesn't matter. Ulsahan here entering the stronghold first.
Wow.
Assuming
that
this
portal
hits.
build looked really nice.
And
Same
just a
from EDCR here.
few seconds behind here. EDCR right behind. And just going to be going for that. Trying to find the spike. Trying to see what he likes. Looks like
Is
he
that
likes this
it?
bottom left.
No.
Is this it? Is this it right here?
I mean, they're both committing this
No.
way. EDCR deciding to back out. So if it's not down here, Ulsahan is now behind, losing time. EDCR going a completely different way. That dead ends. Top left. Does this go anywhere? It continues.
Ooh,
Yes.
maybe.
And there's the portal
Yes, it
room,
is.
Nerdy. He's going to be entering the end first, even though Ulsahan was in the stronghold first. Ulsahan still lost. Oh my gosh. Does the cool little pearl tech and is in. Has a gold pick. It's buried. Maybe buried 58. Front tower. probably pushing to Y height 90. It looks like a small tower. 95 if you're really aggressive, but
Let's see what he goes for here. Front
going to
cage.
95.
Yeah,
Does
he's
his
playing for
multi-block
95.
setup. You don't see this
Ooh,
from a
messes
lot
it
of
up
runners.
maybe a little bit. Is this going to be enough time? Yes, he does get it off. Almost messes that up. Let's see if he can close out the 0, though. EDCR playing the seed very
Ooh,
nicely.
triple explosive.
Wow. Yeah, great stuff from EDCR.
Wow.
That was a little. You gotta show off a little bit, you know. Gotta boost the confidence.
Just a little bit.
And we do see Olsen also not hitting the 0. So now we have a 1-0 lead for EDCR. Great stuff handling that 0 very well, handling that stronghold very well. I feel like that was fascinating. That was fascinating to see those two runners just like play the seeds slightly differently. And really back and forth off the rip for this first seed. What are your thoughts here, Parker?
Just honestly a high quality match. We saw a lot of variation in terms of like RNG with the lava pool. One just got it faster than the other, but also in terms of like getting food. Also, Han had more food, allowed him to pearl more aggressively, made up time getting to the stronghold. And then the difference in committing, like how hard you commit in the stronghold. And ultimately, that was the last thing that EDCR needed to pull ahead. And he took the 0. He's up, Nerdy. He's up. He's looking good.
Yeah, but I feel like if you're Olsen, right, I feel like a little bit of a rough stronghold, obviously. But other than that, I mean, you played the seed really well. So I feel like getting into the stronghold before EDCR is not easy. That's not an easy thing to do, Parker. And so I feel like you got to be able to shake that off. Maybe hasn't developed the tourney mental needed to be able to do that, but I believe in Olsen. I think Olsen can do it and come back in this. Like I said, my prediction was 3-1 for EDCR. I think you predicted a 3-0. So our predictions are still on the table. I mean, I think it was impossible for them not to be after seed 1. Well, I guess you could have, but mine was safe. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if Olsen can come back or if EDCR will finally move on to the quarterfinals of playoffs.
Yeah, you're totally right. I mean, Olsen just was ahead into the stronghold, and it's not like he messed up on the stronghold abysmally. Like he still made it into the end. Interestingly, I think he either messed up 0 or didn't go for it. Not sure what happened there. But I think this next match is going to be another high quality one, if it's anything like what we've just watched.
It's gonna be important. I don't know. I feel like that was confident. That looked good from EDCR overall. I mean, I will also say another thing that I think we might have maybe forgot about. EDCR brushed that overworld and got really unlucky with the woodlight.
Yeah.
And was still able to win the seed. So, I mean, honestly, I feel like EDCR, I mean, imagine that their like RNGs were even, or even imagine their RNGs were flipped, where EDCR got the lucky woodlight and Olsen got the unlucky one. Like, I mean, this seed could have been significantly more brutal. But it was very close in the end. The RNG did help Olsen a bit there, and it's going to be interesting to see how these two runners, how they compare moving forward in these next two seeds. I think we'll get into the seed pick here shortly. There we go.
Beautiful. So Ruin Portal from Ulsahan. I think honestly, I think it makes sense. I think it's a chill pick. I don't know exactly what Ulsahan is like going through his head, but it's gonna be a fast seed type. He looks pretty confident there. I think it's a fair pick.
Yeah, no, I mean it's interesting because it was my prediction for what EDCR was going to pick. You know what I mean? But I'm hoping for a fast Ruin Portal. I mean, we talked about this last series between NHB and RAL, but obviously Ruin Portals can be very fast or they can be very annoying and slow. If you don't get an iron pick, you don't get, completable Ruin Portal. So I'm hoping for the former. I hope we get a very fast seed. I want to see the EDCR mechanics and the Ulsahan and Ulsahan trying to keep up with that, or maybe even, you never know, maybe even Ulsan's mechanics will show and beat out EDCR. So it's gonna be exciting, but I'm hoping for a fast seed, Parker.
Okay. So is this the looting seed or no?
No. Okay, not looting. Okay. We're gonna
Not
save
that
the
fast.
looting.
Okay.
We're gonna save the looting. I just want to see like completable room portal,
Uh-huh.
good proximity on the bastion, the fortress. You know what I mean? A very hittable 0, but maybe a little bit challenging. You know what I mean? Like that's the
Okay.
ideal 0. I feel like.
Oh, a challenging 0 or like a challenging seed.
No. Well, I was saying a challenging but hittable 0. Like obviously the ones that are just
Challenging but
fully
hittable.
impossible.
Okay.
Yeah. So
So like
we'll
5
see.
explosive side setup, no bow funkiness.
Yeah. As long as it's just, as long as it actually is hittable. You know what I mean?
Okay. Is there a gold axe in this chest, nerdy? So I'm trying to like
Yes.
divine all the scriptness from. Okay. Are there golden carrots?
No.
Okay. Makes sense. You know, a little bit of a trade-off. So we got a golden axe, no golden carrots in this ruin portal. All right, we're about to test
Let's
Nerdy's
see.
prediction abilities
Let's see.
here. It's
I
a
mean,
little bit of
so
screen
far my
delay.
predictions are looking good. I predicted EDCR to win 3-1, and I said all the matches
Yeah.
were going to be close except for the one where he died. But look, no.
Oh,
Okay, there's no gold axe. Okay, well,
no gold axe.
might be a little off
I'm
there.
sure
Might
you
be a
just
little off.
mispronounced. You were probably thinking gold pickaxe. You know,
Yes,
gold
yes.
axe, gold
That is true.
pickaxe. They're like,
Oh, but look
it's
at this.
pretty similar.
The gold pickaxe has silk touch, so that's going to be a
That's
little bit
annoying.
awkward. And we see EDCR notices that, crafts the wood pick, and is able to get the stone from there. Very interesting stuff. Not crafting a shovel, notably. And now is mining this tree, getting some blocks. We see a wood shovel coming out from Ulsahin. You obviously don't need to mine flint just because you already have it from the rune portal chest, but it is an interesting decision, like a slight difference in these runners right off the bat.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised the EDCR didn't go for a wood shovel. You know, it's not like a huge time loss. You spend 1 wood, but I mean, he's a higher ranked player than me, so he's probably making the correct move here. EDCR navigating this terrain a little bit. Neither player has food, no animals to light, and this could get dicey. We're gonna have to run a pretty far amount to get to the bastion. That's gonna waste some of your food. If the fortress is far, this could be really awkward. We might see some hunger resetting. Small decisions like no food in the beginning can really set the tone for the entire rest of the match.
And of course, got to get the iron pick as well. So depending on what seed it is, that can be quite awkward. ECR using a boat, very
I mean, there's a hoglin
efficiently
here.
there. Good stuff.
Do you think he ever goes for this hoglin? It looks like he's kind of stalling, a little bit confused, similar to some
Looks
other
like
matches we've
no.
seen. Like
Looking
he's kind of just
around.
running in circles here, and Ulsahin is just in a completely different spot. Where is the Bastion, Nerdy? Again, this is so bad. Ulsahin taking damage from a skeleton. ECR's backtracking all the way, Nerdy.
Yeah,
This is
look at
2 matches
this.
in 1 day where we're having trouble finding the Bastion.
And
Ulsahin,
there it is, I think.
there's
It
a
is a
treasure.
treasure.
I mean, EDCR did see a fortress, so there's some cope there.
Mhm.
But this is significant, Nerdy. This is significant.
Yeah, EDCR looks like he's getting thrown off here by the seed, kind of similar to the seed 2 we saw for Ral and NHB, right? Where NHB just couldn't find the terrain to the Bastion, and now we see a very similar thing here for EDCR. Now, Ulsahin digging in, importantly, does have gold armor, so that's definitely going to make it a little bit easier to get the gold pick here. We'll have to see if it is in this chest right here. Gonna go up these stairs and no. Oh yeah, there we go. Yeah, we did get it. Beautiful
Yeah,
stuff.
you
I
can
was
even
looking.
pre-craft the axe too, the axe and
Yeah.
the pickaxe. And look at this from EDCR. Like, look at his food situation, Nerdy. He might get to the Bastion and not be able to sprint. Like, this is just so
Yeah.
awkward. There's no mushrooms that you could even like use to get more food. He hasn't taken any damage, which is good. But like, he's having to use his gold pick fully here to get blocks. So you can't use that in the treasure route. There's piglins here. Don't get hit. There's a ghast. Meanwhile, Ulsahin is just doing his normal treasure route, and he's going to be able to hunger reset soon. Oh my gosh, taking some damage though. A little bit scary.
And we
navigate's
do
fine.
have. Yeah, looks like EDCR turning on low RD now, finally entering the Bastion. Just really brutal terrain to the Bastion for these runners. It looks like they just got a bit mixed up, but now we finally have EDCR Gonna be checking this chest. It should be in this one. There we go. Gets the 5 iron, is able to head back down. Notably digs through the wall, saves a little bit of time there potentially on Olsen, I think. And now is gonna be headed right for this gold block, getting this route underway.
Also, he pre-crafted a gold pick, Nerdy. I don't think I've ever seen anybody do that before in a treasure route, but that is going to save a little bit of time. In treasure, you have to mine 20, 25.
Oh, but
Oh
look
my
at this.
goodness. Oh
my
my
God.
goodness. There's a party. And EDSR was not invited, and he almost died.
Yeah,
Holy
that
jeez.
was very
Oh
scary
my
stuff.
gosh.
Oh man, almost takes more damage, but handles that last piglin well there. But the problem here is, look at this. Because of all that damage, because of that rough terrain, and because of the fact that we have no food on this seed, EDCR can't sprint.
Wow. So he's strafing, Nerdy. He's 45 strafing in a treasure route. He has the gold pick, so that's going to save him some time. He was able to blitz through some netherracks. That was nice to see. But this is just so weird. Like, how often do you see a runner run out of sprint? Like, look at this. He's just 45. That's so funny.
It looks so weird.
Also, hunger reset. So he's like fully fine now, but he doesn't have that information that EDCR does. He doesn't know exactly where the fortress is. EDCR literally saw it. Maybe it was an unintended one, so potentially there's that coup. We'll see what Olsen decides to do. He has the obby hurling on. Looks like he's going for more explosives here.
Okay.
And it looks like the terrain closed off a ton at like the top of the treasure. So is he still going to be forcing this direction? Decides to go slightly right. Maybe this is where the fortress is. This could get dicey.
Now is leaving the bastion.
There is a
trying
fortress.
to find the fort. There it is. Beautiful stuff for Olsen. And EDCR presumably will hunger reset shortly here. Now finally gets enough stuff, but wait, only 10 glowstone. 15 now. Still needs one more in order to hunger reset.
Yes, you're right. So he's going to have to burn that. And that means you need even more explosives to hit a 0. We have 4 beds, 1 anchor, but you're burning one of those. So you only have 4 beds. Olsen, not sure exactly what the explosive count is, but I think it's like 4 or 5 bed, maybe 1 anchor.
And also, I mean, even despite the fact that we've already hunger reset, Olsen is on 2 hearts. Olsen is on 2 hearts, and so really any kind of misplay or like forgetting fire res for a second, or a skeleton or a wither skeleton, or really anything scary, and takes another half heart there. It could be game over very quickly here for Olsen. I think we're going to see a blind here now, and that allows Olsen to very easily hunger reset in the overworld without burning an explosive, but definitely a rough seed for seed number 2 here.
Yeah, this is really rough. You know, lots of time we're used to seeing these crazy lights out fast seeds, but it's interesting to see how they manage this. I like Olsen's early blind. He's not even at a spawner, but he just needs that extra health here. He might even fully pre-craft, so he's gonna only have 4 beds, 1 anchor, so he has enough to 0. I think EDCR looks like he can make 2 anchors, has 4 beds, so maybe 1 more explosive than Olsen. And is trying to play for strays here too, Nerdy. Like, it's SSV, Solstan Valley Fortress. You get more spawns here, but it's not paying off for him. There's nothing here. Extra glowstone if he wanted it, besides the pass.
Decides to pass it. Now, EDCR looking around, finds the spawner here. Looks like, oh yeah, looks like Olsen as well going down the same exact pathway. So it's funny, EDCR did find the spawner first. But obviously the measurement and already had some strays there for Olsen. So
and the blaze bed,
going to be interesting. Yeah,
EDCR
get the blaze bed off.
Gets a blaze bed off. Olsen has to fully mine this with an iron pick. Doesn't even have gold picks to help in this regard. So pay attention to these spawns. They should get the same. Spawns are standardized, but if Olsen has blocks covering those spawning spaces, he could lose the match just on missing blaze cycles. So EDCR gets 3 here. Olsen only gets 2, Nerdy. No, he does get 3. There's 1 hiding.
3
so
beds,
it's not punishing
2
yet,
anchors.
but it can be.
Yes. I'm curious to see Olsen's explosive count here, because we have 3 beds, 2 anchors for EDCR, which, is not the most comfortable situation, Parker.
No, it's not.
Now going to be
somebody
measuring
of
the
EDCR's
eye.
caliber.
Yeah,
surely be able to hit a 0.
We did see
anchors are a
EDCR
little bit
hit.
nicer.
No,
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go. You go.
Oh, so with anchors, it can be a little bit nicer with some zeros, just because you can like force the dragon to get lower to get a little bit more damage. So it's like
Yep.
arguably better than 5 beds, like having 2 anchors. But Ulsahan, Hungary setting again. No, he's he's already
Digging
on courts.
onto coordinates. Yeah, was able to leave very quickly. I mean, ultimately, I think the seed really just came down to that terrain nav. ECR really getting sort of lost before entering the Bastion. We do see... So Olsen's second seed in a row has entered the Stronghold first.
And this has got to feel good. I mean, he's... Oh, there it
There we
is. There it is, Nerdy. And, I mean, this could be an awkward 0, though. So pay attention here. He's Hunger resetting with Gravel because he's, like, low on blocks. But he's entering the end.
And
I mean, this could make or break.
let's
What's
see
Olsen
what
made
we
of?
have for us here. Looks like back. And going to be purling up here. What do we got here? Back 91. Okay. So Olsen should be able to hit this pretty reliably. Goes to 99. And let's see these beds. I'm not sure exactly how many explosives we've got. It looks like
good. He's
4.
got
Oh, yeah. We should be
2+2
so
here.
good. We should be
People
so
have
good. Oh,
Oh,
so close. So close.
I mean, people have been 2+2ing a lot more recently. You can actually
Yeah.
shoot the dragon, like, twice in most situations. And if you do that, I can get it, like, in such a good position. So even though EDCR enters, the match is going to Ulsahan, and my prediction is wrong.
Yeah, and I did say my prediction was that EDCR was going to lose on the seed that he died on. So I was sort of wrong, but in a way, right. If you think about it, he did die. He did die in Hunger Reset during the Hunger Reset. So I would argue that my prediction's still good to go. That's what I think. What do you think, Parker?
Okay.
Am I coping?
I'll let it slide. I'll buy it.
Okay.
I believe.
Yeah, anyways, so but I do think overall though, I mean, okay, jokes aside, I do feel like this is very interesting because again, EDCR has lost the seeds going into the strongholds, but I think on both of these seeds, I mean, okay, I don't want to discredit Ulsahan for taking the correct terrain, right? Like that was a good terrain decision from Ulsahan. I mean, it worked out, right? But it is like you could argue there's some luck there, right? Or some unluckiness for EDCR. And then definitely on the first seed, 100%, undeniably, he got unlucky in the overworld. And so I think we are going to be sending it to Fulham here.
Oh,
So let's just do that really quick. Fulham's going to give us a mid-match analysis. Let's see what you got, Fulham. So let's just do that really quick. Fulham's going to give...
Seeds 1 and 2 are complete for our game between EDCR and Ulsahan. Ulsahan's first playoffs, EDCR's third, and it is currently 1 seed apiece. That first seed was very back and forth. EDCR with an unlucky Woodlight, Ulsahan with great food, but EDCR first into the fort after the Glodar. But Ulsahan played that stronghold fortress better, but misnaved in the stronghold. It really truly was a zigzag back and forth type seed. But let's focus mostly on this second seed. I think there was more to analyze in this one than the first. Part number 1, EDCR's scan when entering the Nether. This was probably the biggest impact for the seed, and he lost a bunch of time from this. And even though he brought it back very, very strategically, you can see his entities just on the right-hand side of his screen over here. They were very confusing. It did look like he got 2 spikes, looking around, scanning initially this direction, which was a Soul Sand Valley fortress. A little bit unfortunate that he pathed towards this direction, using the terrain really well to do so. But by the time he got back to the Bastion, he ended up being on low hunger and slightly lower health as well. As we can see here, 3.5 hunger points. And while doing this, starting the Bastion route, notice where he breaks the second block, breaking it on top of the block. This caused some of the top level piglins to get aggro, something that ABS has been looking into a lot recently. There is a way that you can take a step back here and actually not aggro those pigs in the top of treasure. As you can see, one of those pigs comes down and deals some damage. You can see the pig right here at the top of the stairs, already aggro. And as he comes up here, takes this bit of damage, punches it back, causing him to aggro some of these other top piglins, taking a lot of damage here and running out of sprint in the process. This does cause him to have to hunger reset a little bit early, but even though he makes a really good comeback, Ulsahin is able to get his first win in playoffs. It is 1 seed apiece, and with that being Ulsahin's first win in playoffs, let's learn a little bit more about him before seed 3 with a quick player recap.
Hi everyone, I'm Ulsain. I'm 22 years old Minecraft speedrunner and I'm from Turkey. I've been speedrunning Minecraft for over 5 years and I have personal bests of 753 in RSG and 631 in Ranked. I got into Minecraft speedrunning by watching some Turkish content creators speedrun the game back in 2021 when it was very popular. It seemed really fun to me and I was curious about what is the fastest run, and I saw curve is 1436 and I was wondering how fast would I be if I do it, and that's how I got into speedrunning. Before I started speedrunning, I was still mainly playing Minecraft. I've been playing this game for more than 13 years now and I really enjoy playing it. I used to play a lot of minigames and stuff, either in Turkish or global Minecraft servers. I still play some of them, but not as much as I used to because Mcsr takes a lot of time and speedrunning is much more fun in my opinion. It honestly feels amazing to be in playoffs. Has been my goal since Mcsr ranked exists, and I missed it many times when I was so close to it. I had a 5th place in LCQ once, and in the early seasons, I lost auto calling by 1 match 2 times. And I have always been top 20 face points when the season was about to end, but I just got tilted in some of them and dropped to 30 or so. I hope no one experiences a situation like that because it's so frustrating and demotivating. But this season was different than the others. I tried so hard to not choke a single phase. Even though I got no points from mid-season showdown, it was enough to make me auto-call, and I'm so happy that I made it through. EDCR is obviously one of the best runners in the world right now. Like, I can't think of any downside about his gameplay. His top speed is insane and his decision making and mechanics are both really good. So it's gonna be very hard to win against him, but I think I have improved a lot too, especially in Season 10. I hit my peak elo and best season placement, and my win rate against him in Season 10 is not that bad. It's like almost 50%. So I don't get too nervous while playing. I think I have a decent chance on winning this match. A fun fact about me is that my username is simply my first and last name combined.
Boom. There we go. There we go. Fantastic stuff. Love to see a little interview there. Thank you so much to Ulsahin, of course, for doing the interview, and Beetle as well for editing. Parker, we're 1-1 right now. We're 1-1. What are your thoughts? I mean, I one thing I noticed is he was talking about, you know, my win rate is almost 50% against EDCR. Well, in playoffs, Ulsahin's win rate at the moment is 50%.
Exactly. No, you're right. Hold up. Shoot. Wait, this could turn out to be cinema. I really like the interview. I think it's good, especially for somebody that we've never seen in playoffs before. But it's been so close. I mean, him talking about being like losing twice, like to auto qualling off of 1 match. That's kind of crazy. He's always been here. The most notable thing to me, though, was Ulsahin saying that he's improved a lot, especially in Season 10. And I think that's a really big sign. You know, for somebody who's been around for so long, still saying like, I think I might have improved like the most this season. I think that's really good argument for the Ulsahin win.
Yeah. Speaking of which, are you what are your predictions for these last
I got
2
to
or
with my
3
prediction.
games?
I think EDCR. Wait,
EDCR's gonna win. Okay.
Shoot, wait. Do I get a re-predict if I get a wrong prediction? Because like I'm
Sure.
just totally wrong now.
You can change things up if you'd like to.
Re-predict?
I'm staying
Okay.
with my 3-1. I have to stick to my 3-1. I think EDCR's gonna win the next 2.
Yeah. Well, I think I'll join you on the 3-1, but we're gonna see a 640 2 finish from EDCR, and Ulsan was only 2 seconds behind him.
Okay, well, I think we should send it over to the seed
Okay.
picks to see what we do next. Buried Treasure. What are your thoughts on that, Parker?
Beautiful. I think it's a solid pick. Buried Treasure is maybe, in my head at least, like the most standard, consistent run. You usually get high quality food, lots of potential for shears. Mag ravines usually not too punishing. Maybe it's just like a little bit biased from old RSG days. But to me, this shouts, let's take a very standard, good, solid match. That's kind of what I feel.
Yeah, no, I think that's a totally valid way to think about it. It's always hard to know how much thought. I do wonder. I was talking about this earlier, how much thought these runners give to it. But I definitely think it can matter. It absolutely can impact the seeds, as we've seen multiple times. A runner, just not getting not making the right decision on Overworld or whatever. It is interesting though. Buried treasures are more linear, so maybe EDCR wanting to take some decision making out of it. That's a possibility. We will have to see.
I mean, it's our first ocean seed. I'm not sure if either player is like more comfortable in the ocean. But it should be pretty fun to see. I'm just hoping no funky business with the ravines. That's always like one of the
Yes.
dangerous things with these ocean seeds. Like sometimes you can just get pulled to a ravine that looks so good, and then it's bam, no magma. It's just over.
Indeed. And 1-1 going into our third round here. Let's see what we've got for us. Looking around, both runners using their pie chart in order to find the BT.
Digging on
and
different
Olsen.
chunks immediately. EDCR,
EDC is
akin
wrong.
to the last seed, getting a wrong E-ray, digs in the wrong chunk for his
Wow.
buried treasure. And this is going to be nearly 10 seconds time loss. We have a diamond pick, good amount of food, 8 cod. That's the most amount of cod that you can get. Not as good as 8 or like a salmon, but it's still plenty of food, especially for runners at this high caliber.
Absolutely. We do have the crafts coming out here. Let's see. I think that both runners should do the exact same thing. That's what I'd expect. But I think Olsen almost crafted a diamond hoe.
You're right.
Oh,
really?
So that scared me for a second. Yeah, I was worried, but did correct and is firmly in the lead. But I will say EDCR's crafting just so clean. Great stuff. It's always fun to watch these runners craft. It is mystical to watch sometimes. And we do
100%.
have Olsen finding that ravine and able to get the flint here and head right down. I'm not seeing, honestly, I'm not seeing the 2x1 to work.
Flint and steel. So this time loss is probably going to allow EDCR to enter first, even though he had the major hiccup. I mean, that's just kind of punishing. You have to place a crafting table down. You have to use a door. But I guess no, EDCR doesn't have his flint yet, so it's actually going to be a lot closer than we think. Nerdy.
But Olsen gets one deep. So then it's back and forth. EDCR. Another thing I noticed is EDCR kept the shears and used them during the portal build. So I mean, really cool to see runners do things like that, little quirky things, in order to just save, not even necessarily full seconds sometimes.
And maybe EDCR getting a little bit of PTSD, like double, triple checking that spike, actually losing a little bit of time, not committing as fast as Olsen did. But on this upper terrain, I like this play. There's a skeleton here. The upper terrain is usually a better play. Is that the fortress in the distance? I think we see a fortress, but this terrain is just kind of awkward, Nerdy. We're like really high terrain, still have not seen the Bastion. We're dealing with mobs all over the place. We're running out of blocks.
Down. Okay, Olsen's okay. But yeah, it looks like EDCR though, now on this upper terrain, it has paid off. And meanwhile, Olsen's on this lower terrain and has spent so many blocks and isn't even in the good part of the treasure, has to dig up through the sort of big cube of the treasure. Meanwhile, EDCR is ready to go and is starting the route.
Oh my gosh, scary. Almost falls off like 3 times, really trying to mine this one block so that the pigs
really
can pass up
committed
and gets it off. Wow. That was really scary. I would have just abandoned that. I would have been too scared. But EDCR Fearless is now just so far ahead. We have enough food to heal up. The fortress is 1, maybe 2 pearls away. Like, there's not going to be time to make up decision-making wise there from Olsen. and EDCR is just doing so well taking that upper terrain to this treasure. That's really the main difference here.
100% save some blocks and also saved a lot of time. We do see Olsen is mining out these blocks, going to be trading with the pigs as EDCR has traded the left rampart blocks already. So pretty significant lead for EDCR going into this. We'll have to see if EDCR can maintain that or if we will see the trend of Olsen entering the stronghold first continue as he gets those lower blocks. Now going to be grabbing the last chest, and let's see how this treasure is. Is this treasure good? Gonna elevate the
EDCR.
yeah.
You don't see a
elevating
ton of people doing
blocks.
that. It's like this small little micro. It's really a staple of EDCR's gameplay. And we have a diamond pick here, Nerdy. So even though we're only on 16 obsidian, if we only get 19 or something, we can still leave. It's a lot of obsidian to mine. Has 17. You want to overlap pre-crafting while you're waiting for the last bit of trades. We'll see if we get 20. But if not, I expect him to leave.
Yeah.
It's on 18 and he's going to be leaving. So that's minus 20 seconds to mining obsidian. But I don't think Olsen is going to make a different decision and be able to make that up elsewhere. There's the potential to go down. I see both have a crossbow, so that's nice for pre-crafting. And the way that EDCR is managing this terrain, I really like. Taking these like high pearls on this terrain, and now he's lowered his render. This is a really interesting fort.
Couple of strays here. Let's see if we get any more. At least 2. I think I saw 1 behind as well. Lots of wither skeletons, though, is the downside to doing something like that of lowering the RD. But is able to handle those guys very nicely. It is interesting, though. Curious to see how EDCR approaches this spawner play. You obviously have to mine the 2 obsidian, so that is guaranteed time loss that you might want to overlap with waiting for the spawner. So maybe you don't have time to go for the strays. I don't know. I'm very curious to see how EDCR plays this.
Yeah, it's always a toss-up between like what's better, playing strays or the spawner. Olsen really committing inside of this bad part of the fortress, so it could be a little bit punishing. But he's getting stray after stray, Nerdy, and if the rates are good, it's not going to matter a ton. EDCR throwing his second eye, taking a little bit of fall damage, but has plenty of food still, and that looks like a triple-digit distance, Nerdy. I think this is a pretty close spawner or a second portal. Coordinates.
Yeah, I can't exactly read the number, but I think you're absolutely right. Now we got the double blaze bed from Olsen, so going to be able to get the blazes good to go.
Has to mine 1 extra obsidian compared to Olsen.
Oh, interesting.
So I think I like the play from EDCR committing to the spawner a little bit more. You can overlap mining that obsidian because you know you're just going to lose 20 seconds to mining obsidian. So you want to overlap it with blaze kills. And that's going to matter because he doesn't have all the rods yet. And so while the blazes are spawning, he's mining obsidian. Olsen in a village. Look at the second portal on top of a village house. That's like kind of rare.
Very nice. You love to see it. Unfortunately, it's a seed where you don't really need more explosives. You know what I mean? So don't see the runners going for any more explosives. But we have what looks to be 7 beds and 3 anchors for EDCR. So yeah, they should be okay on this seed.
Yeah, I think any 0, even if you mess up the 0, you should still have enough to hit a 1 cycle. Throwing a pearl. This is maybe going to get weird. It looks like the direction is in the way of some awkward fortress generation, so maybe you have to mine a lot of netherrack. Lands on soul sand though, has to deal with a skeleton.
Yeah, both runners out though here, Parker.
Skeleton, look at EDCR. Oh, that was a beautiful play. The skeleton hit him while he was throwing his pearl, so it like made his pearl curve, threw a second one to cancel it out. So it's going to be on chords before Olsen here.
Great stuff from EDCR.
Not by a lot.
I feel like honestly, Olsen lost a lot of time just like falling into the lava there compared to EDCR, just speed bridging out. But now we see EDCR looking to see if he can find the spike. Likes this spike down here towards mid left. Let's see, maybe down this direction. Nope, that is a library. Will EDCR be able to find the portal room? He hears it. Yeah, so it was this way. It seems like going to be maybe digging up to see if he can. Find that portal room.
If it's not here,
there it is.
It is, and he's gonna be able to enter. Olsen doesn't have enough wood, Nerdy. He's mining wood for more explosives.
Oh, wow, I didn't see that. Yeah, had to use so many blocks to get to the bastion, if we recall. And so now EDCR is firmly in the lead, just has to hit this 0. Let's see if he can do it. This looks very hittable. Oh yeah. What, front 91? We should be a-okay. Nothing too tricky with this many explosives. EDCR should be good to go. Let's see. That first bed is gonna be, it's a beautiful
Look
double
at that
bed.
damage.
Yeah,
Multi-block is
EDCR
so good for 2+2s.
It's just
Easy
great. I
does
mean,
it.
what are you gonna say? I mean, that's a pretty easy 0. I was kind of hoping we get something a little harder there for ECR to really test with that many explosives. You know what I mean? But ECR is good to go, and yeah, very clean seed. I mean, I honestly feel like a lot of that just came down to the nav to the Bastion again. Because we saw Ulsahin lose a lot of time to that, but then also having to burn a lot of the wood, which we then saw having to mine wood in the stronghold, right? So really, like, kind of a rough. We've seen a few rough navs to the Bastion from both these runners. Very exciting back and forth seeds overall. I'm excited to see if we go to a game 5 or if my prediction's correct, Parker.
Hey, I mean, your prediction is still on the line.
Yes.
I like the analysis of the Bastion. I think maybe it's something that's going to become more important. Like, it's mattered so much, especially today. Like, is it going to matter carrying forward into the weekends? Usually, like when I watch playoffs, I'm like, oh, they're going to get like a super fast seed. But here, we're implementing a lot more decision making into it. Like, do you get how many blocks do you get? Do you force shears a little bit more than usual? Do you like have to pay attention to how much wood you get because you're Ulsahin and you had to mine library? It's like so fascinating.
Yeah, 100%. I think I don't know. I mean, these matches really have been quite close, though. I will say. I think definitely people might have EDCR as the favorite, and obviously that's fair. His stats are ridiculous. But I feel like I really don't want to underestimate Ulsahin. Ulsahin has been playing really well. Did make that maybe poor decision to go on that lower terrain this seed, but really other than that, like caught up some time on EDCR on that seed. Like that was. I feel like starting the Bastion route was significantly behind and was able to catch up some pace. So definitely a difficult opponent for EDCR is an understatement.
Yeah, I mean it shows in the matches. Like he's got one apiece. So unfortunately, Ulsahin's back is against the wall, but I think he's probably doing pretty good mentally. I think his goal has been to just make it into this position. So I think when that's your goal, as opposed to like, oh my gosh, I need to win this thing, you can play a little bit more loose, a little bit more relaxed, and I think that allows you to get into like a state of flow a little bit more. But is that enough to beat EDCR, who is arguably one of, if not the best ranked players of all time?
And we will see what seed pick we've got going on here. So let's see. We've got a village, Parker.
It's nice to see we're getting a good variety of seeds here. There's always a chance for like a snowy village that can be, a little, can cause some incidents like we've seen in the past. But most of the time, I think this is probably going to be like a favorable seed to EDCR. We talk about village seeds as being like pretty decision based, and I think that's where EDCR really shines through.
And yeah, I mean this a village seed. We've seen a lot of villages today. I feel like the blacksmiths have been pretty good so far overall.
Yeah, you're right.
I'm curious if we're gonna what maybe we're gonna see an acacia village as we saw one earlier accidentally for a second.
Yeah,
that's
we
my
kind of got
prediction
baited.
here. I think I want to see the Acacia Village, and honestly, I kind of want to see. You know what? I'm gonna change. I'm gonna switch it up. I kind of want a slower village seed this time. I want to see some decisions have to be made. That's what I want to. That's what I want to see from this seed. I want to see some differentiation between the runners in how they approach it. And yeah, that's what I'm hoping for.
Okay, I'll piggyback off of that. So like we're talking like 4 iron in the blacksmith chest. You're gonna have to kill golem. Adds another thing to think about in it. Because look at this. It's got to be an acacia. Oh my goodness, nerd. Oh wait.
Wow.
Yo, this is kind of an acacia village. It's an
like,
acacia desert village, but it's a plains. Like what is going on here?
I feel like this is kind of like when I predicted ECR was going to lose the seed where he died on, and then it ended up being that he hunger reset in the nether. So I feel like this is kind of a similar vibe to that. I think my predictions are very close today. So I gotta
wait, nerdy. There's 7 of Obby here. I think there's a ruin portal with a 3 tall obsidian in the distance. Ulsahan could maybe just like full aggro, like run to that.
Yeah, but
Like
look at this.
EDCR
They
sees it
went
in
to
the
different
distance too.
blacksmiths. They went to different
Yeah.
blacksmiths. I don't know if so I don't even know if Ulsahan sees the other blacksmith. We'll have to see. Probably. I assume so, but it
I mean,
definitely
he might not
impacts
even need
your
it.
decision making.
Yeah. No, this is a really interesting seed. Apart from spawning in all of the weirdest biomes and not being any of them. Yeah, Ulsahan, look,
Yeah.
macroing all the way to that. Was it a 3 tall piece of like you need it to be 3 tall to have a completable portal here? I thought it
Wow.
wasn't. It's
Oh my
not.
okay,
So you
okay.
can't.
Oh,
There's
no,
an
yeah, we
obby
have
in
one.
the chest.
What? Okay, so you
So
can
the
build off the
decision pays
side here.
off.
Wow, that's crazy
What?
stuff. It's gonna be able to enter the nether here significantly before. Does lose
But
a couple obby
EDCR.
here. Yeah, I was just gonna say EDCR is gonna be entering at a pretty similar pace and has 8 obsidian going into the nether. So very interesting stuff to see. It's exactly what I asked for. The
Yeah,
ranked
this is
gods delivered.
wild.
It is totally different overworld plays from these two runners. And now we see EDCR just a few seconds behind, but does have 8 extra obsidian.
Yeah, taking some terrain slightly more to the right. I think I like his micro pathing a little bit more here. Mining blocks as we're going. No fortress, but the bastion is right here. No difficulty getting to the bastion like we've seen in a lot of seeds so far. And we have Obby at the top of the chest. Remember, Ulsahan has used his obsidian to get into the nether. So if it comes down to we need obsidian, it's really going to favor EDCR in this bastion.
Yep. And we now have EDCR starting this route a little bit behind, but not, I mean, not too far behind Olsen here. And getting going here on this triple to gap. Let's see. We're gonna go through the middle here. I expect to see the exact same thing from EDCR as we're gonna go through this middle rampart and see what we've got going on here in this lantern
so many
nest.
pigs.
Gonna be mining that and getting the pigs down.
Oh, look at EDCR. Oh, my
Lots
goodness.
of a little bit messy there. And EDCR still just a few seconds behind. So Olsen doing a good job on the seed, maintaining that lead. And now we see EDCR going for the ring of gold blocks here.
Ulsahan
Whereas
also in the same spot.
No, but I think Olsen went for the 4 gold blocks first, actually, I think, if I saw that correctly. So slightly different bastion routing from these two runners. I mean, not anything crazy, but I don't know, something to point out. And we now
one doing
have
beef salad hole, one doing the more traditional route. Looks like Ulsahan's gonna need to craft up his food here. Has waited a long time, kind of on low health, a little bit scary.
And we now have EDCR getting 2 blaze beds ready to go, or the 2 beds ready to go for the blaze bed. Hey, maybe he'll blaze bed twice. You know, maybe we'll get a double spawner, and you never know.
Yeah, true. I guess if you have a double spawner, you could like separate it in that way. But it looks like Ulsahan's gonna be out first. He has the obsidians, and that's not gonna matter a ton. We don't see the fortress immediately, but the terrain looks pretty open here. I think we have a good amount of resources all around. Unfortunately, couldn't craft golden carrots, but look at this. Here's the fortress for Ulsahan. So he's gonna be ahead on the seed, and that's kind of what he needs here, Nerdy. If he loses the seed, that's his tournament life ended.
Yeah, we do have a 3 spawn off the bat here for Ulsahan, while EDCR digs up into the fortress. Looking around, only has carrots, whereas we have 11 bread for Ulsahan. So a little bit awkward there, food-wise for EDCR potentially. It only has 5 nuggets, so clearing those out as he kills the blazes. Not able to craft any garrets, unfortunately. And now is going to get that double blaze bed off, and we do have Ulsahan killing 3 more blazes. Let's check the rod count here. Looks like, is that 2 or 3 rods for Ulsahan?
Looks like 3
While
rods
ECR
for
only has 1.
Ulsahan. Yeah, ECR only on 1. Now pre-crafting, so he's a little bit behind here, but not by a significant amount. He has the stone or sword, so maybe saves a handful of ticks there on killing blazes. Maybe a little bit more consistent with his pre-crafting. But Ulsahan, does just have a pretty like commanding, or not a commanding lead, but does just have a slight lead exiting that other to measure his eyes.
Yeah, and just as like maintain that lead from the overworld, right? Of entering on that ruined portal, has just maintained that lead throughout. So I mean, good stuff from Ulsahin to make that decision and then to play the seed and
Oh, look
execute
at
it.
EDCR.
He likes to.
Aggressive pearls here. Actually entering the nether before Ulsahan, but
Wow.
still probably just slightly behind just because he got to the spawner a little bit slower. Needs, I think, 3 more rods.
I think they
Ulsahan,
both need 3 rods.
Ulsahan has got a rod from that last blaze. He needs 2 more rods. EDCR
and I think EDCR
now
needs 2 as
needs
well.
2.
Yeah.
So you're right. This is really close.
Um,
Needs 1 more for Ulsahan. Does he get it? He gets it.
wow.
Unloads his pearl. He's just a handful of seconds ahead of EDCR, who's just waiting on those blazes to spawn. And because he got to the spawner a little bit slower, he's just behind. Ulsahan has the gold picks, ready to hit any 0 that he needs to, and should be
Goes
very
into
close to
some
cords here.
lava
I think
here. I'm curious. Is EDCR going to do his same? Yes, he will. Now, who's closer? Looks like no, Ulsahin right on coordinates, whereas we see EDCR having to bridge out a little bit here and starts building the portal. Very good stuff. So Ulsahin, 3 to 4 seeds, has entered the stronghold first. Oh, does find a spawner though. Lots of mobs.
Zombie spawner.
Wow, scary stuff, but does handle that overall very well. Now we'll see EDCR is going to find the exact same thing. Doesn't have all those mobs to deal with, luckily. And now we see Ulsahin looking around, trying to find.
Oh my goodness.
Still
EDCR
here, it does find it.
aggressivally.
Oh, and yeah, here we go. Wait, while
This
I was
is,
looking
this
at
is
Ulsahin
close,
finding
Nerdy.
it,
This is going to be close. This is going to come down to rotations, zeros. If you had a 2+2 from EDCR here, you've kind of secured your victory. But if you let up even a little bit, if you don't go to the highest height that you can, Ulsahan knows he's only seconds behind and really has to push the pace. EDCR pushing 90, 95, 94. Ulsahan,
so.
Same height, setting up. Oh my goodness, I can't even speak. No 2+2, but should get good damage here.
Wow.
Ulsahan, decent damage, but not enough to 2+2, which is what he needed. As
Incredible
EDCR
stuff.
kills the dragon, 3 rotations. Wow, that was close.
EDCR takes the 4th seed, making it 3-1. Moving on to the quarterfinals. Fortunately, Ulsahin has played really well, I feel like. I feel like Ulsahin really did play well throughout all these games, made every single match close, but unfortunately, it was not enough to take out EDCR. Just playing phenomenally well, specifically in the strongholds today, I think is the standout for me with EDCR's gameplay. So definitely exciting stuff to see EDCR move on to next weekend. Parker, what are your immediate thoughts, I guess, after that?
I mean, this is EDCR's first win in playoffs.
Yes, true.
This could be the start of a rampage that many fans have been expecting. I'm excited, and I'm happy for him to finally get a win.
Yeah, no, I mean, I feel like it's been in the works. I feel like EDCR has been working so hard and has been practicing so much and has consistently stayed at that absolute top level of the ranked ladder that it was inevitable to see EDCR finally get through to the second weekend of playoffs. I think we're gonna have an interview here shortly, in just a moment. But I guess before that, Parker, let's see. I'm just gonna take a quick look. So I guess, yeah, we don't have any
bracket, see where we're going.
Yeah, I'm preparing ourselves. Okay, so tomorrow we're gonna have Beef Salad versus Jay, and that's going to be the player going against EDCR. Do you have any predictions for that match, or any predictions for how this bracket's gonna play out?
My prediction is that Jay beats Beef Salad, which would be an upset, but I think Jay's got some good momentum. I think he's got a lot of confidence, and he's really got a good top speed to match it. So I think if we see some like linear seeds, that's really going to be like Jay's cup of tea. So that's my prediction.
Okay. No, it's exciting. I'm looking forward to obviously all the matches tomorrow, and next weekend, of course. And I think we have to stall here for a second, guys, while we wait on the interview to be set up. But I mean, that was a great match, Parker. I feel like like I'm a little sad we didn't get a best of 5 today, but I feel like that match was like as close as we could have gotten to a best of 5 as far as how close the matches were, you know?
Yeah, no, it was like we didn't have any like huge blowouts. I think there's a lot of close points, especially that last seed. You know, that's kind of what we're hoping for to finish off like a good set is a close end enter.
Sweet. Well, I think we are ready now finally for our interview. So I guess let's bring EDCR in here and let's see what EDCR has to say, how he's been feeling. EDCR, welcome to the booth. Congratulations on that match. I guess first things first, just how are you feeling going into next weekend?
I feel amazing. I'm so happy to finally break the curse and make it past round of 16. And I think
That's awesome.
I think I played amazingly. I'm really happy with how I played.
No, I feel like you did too. I feel like every single seed, I feel like you were playing like super lights out. I know there was like one seed in particular that stood out to me where I felt like you started the Woodlight on the Desert Temple seed like so like way before. And you just got really unlucky. I guess like my question for you is in these tournament settings, when you do get a little bit unlucky, like maybe on the seed where you took the wrong terrain, what do you tell yourself to sort of stay focused and not let the RNG or the, you know, maybe the unfortunate circumstances get to you and prevent you from winning the match?
It's a good question. I don't really have a great answer. I would just say I've experienced it so much on the ladder that I'm just used to it and I know how to deal with it. Like it happens quite often. So yeah.
I think that answers the question perfectly. Parker, do you got any questions here for ECR?
Yeah, my question is like, what was your favorite or most proud moment from like this whole set? Was there any decision that you felt like, oh my goodness, that was so good, I'm so glad I made that? Or was like a little mechanic thing that like really stood out to you in this match?
I think even though I lost the Ruin Portal seed, I'm quite happy with how I played it. Like I was aware that I was low on hunger, so I started playing the Bastion safer. I got the hunger reset off. I think I saved time in every split. So even though I lost, I gave it a good chance to get back in the game, you know?
Yeah, that's beautiful to hear. I mean, you were like, it's a pleasure to watch you play. It's cool to see you finally take a match. Like, I remember watching you were like 45 strafing in a treasure bastion because you ran out of food. I'm just like, when are we ever going to see this again? So it's just like, it was an awesome match to watch.
Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it.
So you are finally moving on to next weekend, and specifically, you're going to be going against Jay or Beef Salad. Do you have any thoughts? Any like, are you hoping for someone to win, or do you have any thoughts on that match for next weekend, depending on who you go against?
They're both really scary, to be honest, but I think I would rather play Jay because every time I watch Beef Salad play in a tournament, he makes some like really perceptive plays, like things that you wouldn't normally think of. So I would rather play against Jay because of that.
Yeah, I think that totally makes sense. I don't know if you got anything else, Parker, but if not, I think EDCR, thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for giving us some phenomenal games to watch. I mean, dude, your mechanics, it's so fun to watch, man. Congratulations on the win, and we're excited to have you back next weekend.
Yeah, thank you. See ya.
See ya.
All right.
Man, what a guy. That was awesome. That's like his first interview in one of these things. That's so cool to see.
Yeah, I know. And I mean, well, I've interviewed EDCR before for the LCQ picks, the opponent picks, right? So it's not like the first time we've interviewed, but first time, as you said, for a winner's interview. You love to see it. And I mean, Parker, I mean, he's so talented. Like, it is so fun to watch his gameplay. I feel like we knew this was it was inevitable that EDCR was gonna get through at some point, and maybe this is EDCR's season to shine.
Yeah, all the fans out there, keep your eyes peeled. Let's see how far he goes. This was a really high quality like first day. I think we had a couple like weird seeds with like bastions not being found, but apart from that, like I think it was just good gameplay all around.
Yeah, 100%. And unfortunately, that does wrap up our games for today, Parker. It's kind of sad. I feel like
we'll be here tomorrow.
Be here tomorrow. That's a great point. It's not sad because we'll be here tomorrow. I'm just impatient. I want to keep watching. Yeah. I want to keep seeing how these stories unfold from here. But yeah, so tomorrow we've got, let's see here. We've got Infume and HDMI cables. We've got Dougal and Aquacord, Dougal in Awkward. And we've got Beef Salad and Jay. And then the Feinberg and Loki match. I'm not sure if there's been any more information on that. Unconfirmed for the moment, for the time being. But we will, of course, let you all know as soon as possible about that. Because obviously that's a very exciting match there, Feinberg versus Loki. So I don't know, Parker, any last thoughts here on our bracket?
I just have too many people to cheer for, Nerdy. I feel like I'm a bad person to ask this question to. Presumably, I guess the Feinberg Loki match is going to take place over the Big Wig Magi Blazemind match, so that maybe that's the second match, but only time will tell. I'm really looking forward to that one. I think Feinberg is really amped and excited to kind of prove himself in this playoff setting.
Yeah, and I mean, I would say, the thing I was gonna say, okay, yes, it could be Feinberg's season as well. We've seen Feinberg go out early. But I think Loki, people might be sleeping on it because, like, obviously everyone knows Loki is fantastic. But he's had a couple seasons in a row that maybe haven't been to his standards. I don't know. I feel like Loki's stats this season are looking pretty good. I feel like
really
Loki
good.
might be. I might be. I don't know. I don't know, man. I feel like I could see Loki absolutely crush it. I'll say that as a small like teaser, we did like a little recording. We did a couple of those recordings with different runners for the intermission videos, and we did a little one with Loki and Feinberg that was really fun to watch. And Loki did some impressive stuff in that. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how that match pans out. We'll see how the entire bracket pans out. But I would not be surprised if Loki took a win, not only in that match but in the entire playoffs. I wouldn't be surprised.
Wow. Okay, so it sounds like we're gonna have some interesting matches tomorrow. I feel like Loki didn't play a whole ton last season, but like you're right, Nardi. His stats are looking really good, so that's something to look forward to tomorrow.
So yeah, and like we said, we will get that information out to everyone as soon as possible about when that match is and what exactly is going on with that. But yeah, I think we're good to close out the stream now for the first day of Season 10 playoffs. Thank you to everyone for helping as always. Shout out to Rose Beans. I want to give a shout out to. First time commentating, did a fantastic job. And overall, thanks to all the players, all the volunteers, all the editors, all that. It's been a great time commentating the start of this season, and I cannot wait to see where we go from here. So yeah, thank you all for watching, and we will see you all tomorrow.